Meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the city clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence for today's meeting. Councillor Dillon. Present. Councillor Dillon's present. Councillor Singh.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini is present. Councillor Williams is present. Councillor Medeiros. I don't see Councillor Medeiros in the session at the moment. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Paleshi.
Good morning, Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Present. And Mayor Brown is not present. Chair Vicente is here. 9 members. Councillor Medeiros, are you present? So, Mr. Chair, we have 9 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And I'd also like to note for members of the public who may not see, we are honored today with the presence of former Mayor of Mississauga, Hazel McCallion, who is with us in chambers. Welcome, Madam Mayor. Next item is approval of the agenda. Do any members wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Councillor Fortini, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add a little discussion on the bike lanes, please.
Thank you. Recognize Councillor Williams.
Thank you through you, Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item on recognition of the first modern-day Black family in Brampton.
Thank you. The clerk has noted. I see no other speakers on my list. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Paleshi, I see your name. Go
My
ahead.
apologies, Mr. Chair. I got on there late. Councillor Willens and I both received an email last night, and I think this resident has been talking to Peter Fay. They weren't able to get their delegation request in time, and are looking for an opportunity to delegate through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk. It's Tanya Wiring, her delegation request. If I can add that to today's agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. It is so noted by the clerk.
Additionally, Mr. Chair, I'd also like to add a discussion item about delegations and timelines for getting resident delegations on the agenda.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to add items? Mr. Mayor.
Yes, it's apologies for being late. We were just finishing up a press conference with the Peel Police and Councillor Medeiros for 2 successful operations they had apprehending people behind organized criminal activity in our community. And as we expect, the Peel Police do an incredible job. And so the auto theft syndicate, they've apprehended the break-ins to Hindu mandirs across Peel region. They apprehended, and so we were sharing that news. And I know as a council, we're all grateful for the incredible work of Peel Police. But I did want to add one item to the agenda. I'm not sure if I'd mentioned to Councillor Paleshi, but just about a park renaming. There's 2 issues that I'd like to bring up to council. So if I could have council's indulgence to add that to the agenda.
So noted by the clerk. I see no other additions to my list, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve.
I do have a change to the agenda.
Councillor Medeiros.
Chair, I'd like to remove the item regarding risk, the legal service that we have. I'd just like to remove that item. I think there was confusion when I made the request regarding a legal discussion, and then after I think that was added. So it's regarding risk justice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is proposed discussion, or that is discussion item 12.3.5 from Councillor Medeiros regarding Justice Risk Advisory Services.
Yeah, I'd like to remove that, please.
Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda. Instead of seeking a recorded vote on the item, I'll ask if there is anyone.
Councillor Paleshi.
Councillor Paleshi, are you speaking?
My apologies again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note item 8.2.4 staff report initiation of subdivision assumption is not in Ward 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The clerk will note so. Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, one last procedural question. In terms of the order of the agenda, I see in our midst, we have former Mayor Hazel McCallion, and I know she is on one of the agenda items. And I just wanted to see if that will be the first item that we deal with, out of respect for her and her family's time.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda as amended. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for the item, I'll ask if there is anyone opposed to the motion. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Is there anyone opposed? None, and so that carries. Next, item 3, do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will note for the minutes. Committee, as part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. So I'll begin with the list. Item 8.2.1, staff report, Brampton Transit Canada Infrastructure Bank. That is in consent. Item 8.2.2, a staff report regarding the initiation of subdivision assumption for north of Bovaird Drive, west of Huron-Ontario Street, Ward 2. That is in consent. Item 8.2.3,
Sorry, to the chair.
City Solicitor.
There's an item, oh, Peter's got it? Okay. Peter is aware. Thanks.
We will resume. Okay. Item 8.2.3, a staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption 2077060 Ontario Inc., registered plan 43M 1954, north of Bovaird Drive, west of Heart Lake Road. That is in consent. Item 8.2.4, staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption El Dorado Estates Inc. That is in consent. Item 8.2.5, staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, Connect Properties Limited, west of Mississauga Road, north of Steeles Avenue. That is in consent. Item 8.2.5, staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, item 8.2.7, staff report regarding the request to begin procurement for public works repairs west side. That is in consent. Item 8.4.1, correspondence from Laura Hall, the Director of Corporate Services and Town Clerk for the Town of Caledon, dated February 23rd, 2022, regarding a request to Brampton Transit to expand service throughout the major corridors north of Mayfield Road. That is in consent. Item
Vote,
9.2.
please.
That is held by,
Councillor Pleshy.
thank you. Item 9.2.4, staff report regarding request for budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the development of 2 recreational trails in wards 4 and 6. That is in consent. Item 11.2.1, staff report regarding the attraction of international companies with the National Association of Software and Service Companies, NASCOM. That is in consent. Item 12.2.1, staff report regarding the City of Brampton Veterans Program. That's in consent. Item 12.2.2, staff report.
Vote, please.
We will hold item 12.2.2, a request to begin procurement for the recoupment services of executive and specialized roles for a 3-year period. Item 12.4.1, correspondence from Rosemarie Grissage, President of Brampton CARP, Chapter 52, dated February 9th, 2022, regarding the 2022 budget and the impacts of 0% budgeting. That is in consent. Item 12.4.2, correspondence from Cody Vacher, Brampton resident, dated February 28th, 2022, regarding the City of Brampton's support for Ukraine. That is in consent. Item 12.4.3, correspondence from Janice Sheehy, Commissioner of Human Services, and Gary Kent, CFO and Commissioner, Corporate Services for the Region of Peel, dated February 25th, regarding the Region of Peel Affordable Housing Development on 5 Rutherford Road, requesting relief from the City of Brampton Parkland dedication. That is also on consent. Item 15.1, in-camera item, open meeting exception under Section 2392H of the Municipal Act 2001, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them. That is also in consent. And finally, 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to the solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. That is also in consent. Thank you. And we have Councillor Bowman with regards to the consent motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vicente. I'm just wondering if we do have any public delegations for 6.1, the amendment to the mobile licensing bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have any.
Okay, if there's no objection from council, then I'd like to put 10.3.1, the minutes of the Vehicle for Hire Committee, in consent as well.
Thank you. The clerk has so noted. So members, as per our trial process, we have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the consent motion, and we will ask the clerk to conduct the vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just before we proceed with the vote, I just wish to point out, if Charlotte, if you can go to 8.2.1, that item is a staff report on Brampton Transit Canada Infrastructure Bank. That report is to be included as part of the consent motion. There is just a technical change to the recommendation. We just want committee to be aware of that. 8.2.1, Charlotte, and it will be shown in red. In recommendation 5, it's including by electronic means, and that is in terms of how money may be, or funds may be transferred between the levels of government. So just for clarification for that. So
Through the chair, sorry, Peter, just to clarify, that's for execution of documents as well.
thank you. So a recorded vote is required for the consent motion. All in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. That's a yes. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini. Thank you. Councillor Williams. That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros. That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Bowman. That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes?
Thank you. That's a yes. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's a yes. Thank you. Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And members of committee, before we go to announcements, I'd like to ask the mayor to take the mic, and he has a special item for us.
Earlier this week, the city received some sad news regarding a former elected official. Ernie Martin served as an alderman for 3 years during the mid-1970s and recently passed away on March 6. I enjoyed the opportunity to meet him when we celebrated the 45th anniversary of the city in 2019. Although it's been quite some time since his service to the people and the city of Brampton, we will always recognize and respect the contributions of those in elected office and their sacrifice from their family and their dedication to the city. With that in mind, the flags at City Hall will be flown at half-mast in Ernie's memory. I invite all members of council, as well as city staff and others, to join me in sharing condolences to Ernie's loved ones. Visitation for Ernie Martin is this afternoon at the Billingsley Funeral Home in Huntsville. His funeral service and reception will be held on Thursday, March 10th. And so it's certainly a sad day for the city of Brampton. And I'm sure Councillor Paleshi's father probably has memories. Councillor Willens' father would have worked in the city with Ernie. And so I've only heard wonderful tributes in the days since this sad news, and just as the head of council, I wanted to officially pay our respects.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Members of the committee, next we'll move on to item 5.1, an announcement regarding the My Main Street. Councillor Medeiros is the council sponsor for this announcement, and joining us today is Jennifer Vivian, the Manager of Entrepreneurial Services for our Economic Development Office. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming the 6 successful candidates for the role of Main Street Ambassador for the My Main Street Local Accelerator Program here in Brampton. These ambassadors will provide hands-on business advisory support to entrepreneurs in each of the 6 selected Main Street communities in Brampton. Ahmad Habib will be responsible for the Mount Pleasant commercial area. Anna Cherznicki will be responsible for Uptown Brampton. Bill Tilston will be responsible for the commercial area around the Bramley GO station. Bob Darling will be responsible for supporting businesses in the downtown. Harmon Gruel will be responsible for the Kennedy Road area between Clarence and Steeles. And Rosie Hansraj will be responsible for Queen Street, which includes 3 areas around 410, Dixie, and Airport Road. The My Main Street Local Accelerator Program will focus on rebuilding these 6 Main Street communities in Brampton, with a strong focus on equity and diversity, local ownership, and ensuring that economic benefits are kept in Brampton. The program will leverage deep data insights to help us identify, quantify, and realize new market opportunities while providing grants to support the starting and growing of locally owned businesses in each of these 6 areas. Our Main Street ambassadors began training last week, and over the next 30 days, they'll really be focusing on establishing connections with organizations that serve businesses in our local community. We're also in the process of completing a community inventory, which will allow us to identify key details about active businesses and vacant storefronts within each of these 6 communities. They'll be also connecting with businesses in each of their areas to introduce the local accelerator program and to capture relevant data from business owners. And finally, they will begin working with the My Main Street staff to complete a community market profile that will include both primary and secondary market research that will be used to target opportunities for rebuilding their local Main Street areas. We all know that Main Street businesses are the heart and soul of our communities, places where not only business takes place, but community building and relationships take form. The quality of public life starts in our main streets, and we are so looking forward to seeing how this initiative can contribute to this in Brampton over the next year. For more details about the program, you can visit the mymainstreet.ca website, or we've actually just set up a new Brampton-specific page at brampton.ca/mymainstreet. You can also connect with any of the Entrepreneur Center team, and we'd be happy to connect you to our ambassadors. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Our next item is 5.1, an announcement regarding welcoming streets. I'm happy to bring this forward as an announcement. And joining us will be Ryan Lynn, the Downtown Coordinator for Economic Development Office. Welcome, Ryan.
Good morning, thank you. In June 2021, the Region of Peel approved $250,000 in funding for a 12-month Welcoming Streets pilot program for downtown Brampton. This pilot is a partnership between the City of Brampton and the Region of Peel and is supported by the Downtown Brampton BIA, Peel Regional Police, Regeneration Outreach and Community Services, and the Canadian Mental Health Association for Peel and Dufferin to provide targeted street outreach services to individuals in downtown Brampton and to respond to safety concerns from businesses in the downtown. For some time now, downtown Brampton business owners have been sharing their concerns about vulnerable individuals who are found in crisis or are exhibiting concerning behavior in the downtown. Peel Police likewise receive calls about vulnerable individuals experiencing complex issues in the downtown, which do not always require intervention. These individuals are often struggling with addiction and mental health challenges, homelessness, and are disconnected from the health and social services they may need. Through the program, staff, known as Welcoming Streets Leaders, will support downtown Brampton businesses as well as vulnerable individuals downtown. Leaders will provide education and support to business owners and respond to requests for assistance in situations that do not require the help of Peel Regional Police. They will engage and build relationships with vulnerable individuals in the downtown and refer those in need to the support services they might require. The leaders will be located in the Downtown Brampton Project Center, located on the ground floor of City Hall. And to learn more about the Welcoming Streets pilot program, you can go to brampton.ca/downtownbrampton. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much, Ryan, for that. So members of the committee, we're moving on to delegations. And next we have Delegation 6.3 regarding a presentation of a Hazel McCallion commemorative print from the Luso-Canadian Charitable Society. And we have our delegates here. We want to welcome Heather and Christina. Please come forward with your special guests. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, Chairman Vicente, members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to come this morning, and I understand that this is the first in-person presentation for perhaps 2 years, so I feel quite honored that we got that opportunity. So thank you for that. Joining me today, I have my colleague Christina Marks. I have Paul DeMello, who's one of our participants at LUSO, and two very passionate supporters of LUSO. And Peter McCallion, and of course, that wonderful lady in the green jacket needs no introduction. That's the legendary Hazel McCallion. Okay. Is my presentation on the screen? Let's advance the screen, please. I'm just going to start with a little bit of context in case some of you do not know who we are. Many of you do, and I see familiar faces like Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Dillon. And it's great to be here, and of course, Mayor Brown. But we are a charity. We were established in 2002, and we provide services for adults with disabilities, developmental and/or physical. And we have 3 locations across the GTHA. Mississauga, or Peel, Region of Peel, we have Hamilton, and we have Toronto. And our headquarters are actually on Mississauga Road, across from the bus barn. So we're part of the hood, so to speak. Go forward. Today I want to tell a story. And it's the story of the print that we're going to present to you. So last year, in celebration of Hazel's 100th birthday, we made her the chair of our annual Volta Virtual Walk Charity Run Ride event. And during that time, she was a great supporter. And she's been a great supporter of us forever, as far as I know. And part of that, and during that time, we commissioned Angelo DiMartino, a local artist, to do an original oil painting of a photo that we had from one of our events. And it was our gala. It was our 2019 gala, and regretfully, it was our last gala, but we're hoping for our 2022 gala. All things going well, touch wood. But at that time, what we saw was Hazel McCallion exhibiting that incredible passion for people who are more vulnerable and for people in the community. And the story goes like this. Jack Prezer, our president, was up on the stage, and he was conducting a live auction. And obviously, Hazel McCallion did not think he was doing it well enough. So she got up from her chair and literally ran up the stage steps, and I think you've all seen her do that, grabbed a microphone and started to tell the crowd, dig deep, this is a good cause, you've got to do more, come on, let's go. We had a very successful gala. So that was so typical of what she does for us and for so many others. Forward, please. So then after that, she allowed us to take that original portrait and do a series of limited edition prints, which she very graciously did autograph for each one of them for us. And then the sale proceeds of that are going to LUSO participants, the proceeds and the programs that we run in our centers, and also to our aspiration to build residential housing for aging adults with disabilities in the community. And there's one of our participants there. That's from Toronto. Forward, please. So there you can see Hazel. She's signing one of the prints right there, and they have all been signed, and then many of them have been sold to businesses and to people that are passionate supporters of Hazel McCallion, because we all know that Hazel McCallion is a legend, and I would say she's an international legend, because I have sat at events where people from South America have come up and said, could I speak to her, or could I have a picture? So when we're celebrating International Women's Day, coincidentally yesterday, I think we've got an international woman in this room right now. Forward. So 36 years of community service, that's pretty good. She's also had a lifelong service to people in Peel, people across the GTA, and it's been undoubtedly incredible. And she's also now 101. So we have a 100th print, but we're doing this in 101th. That's awkward, wasn't it? In response to her 101 birthday, because we wanted to do it in person. I don't see how we could possibly do this virtually. So that's why we're here celebrating that. And go forward. We're also celebrating something else. This is our 5th year of operation in the region of Peel. And I can speak for the charity and for myself and say we've had incredible support during the last 2 years of the pandemic. There was the issue with the community response table that we actively engaged in weekly and really appreciated the support. There's the community investment program that we're part of. So thank you to the region of Peel for all the support, and to the councillors like Martin Medeiros that have come by and visited our operation in the past. And then, so going forward, there's the print. It's print number 70 that's coming to the city of Brampton, and we're going to present that shortly. And if anyone has a question, I'll gladly take it before we do hopefully a nice photo op.
Thank you. I recognize Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much for you, Chair. And first of all, thank you very much for coming. And, I think it's the question is obvious where we have the famous mayor of Mississauga here in our council chambers in Brampton. And there might be people out there who sort of question, why would the mayor of Mississauga or why would Luso Charity be here at Brampton Council today? I know because I've had the opportunity and I'm proud to call them, big supporters, the president, vice president, the founders, Mr. Joe Botello, Jack Cruzares, everyone involved. I know that they serve clients here in Brampton, and there are families who definitely need that support. It's a unique center, and if you can just speak to us about the Brampton connection. I do know there's been active informal talks, and eventually there could be more formalized talks about having some form of presence here in Brampton. And I think that's important. And second, to appreciate the service you provide, because we're talking about a group of individuals, once they don't have that support from the state or from the government, they're really left to their own devices. And families don't have nowhere to go. So this is a very unique center. Notwithstanding being Luso-Canadian myself, that I'm extremely proud of, extremely always will be there to support. But if you can just speak to the Brampton connection about families who do go to these services, and after the second aspect, certainly would be talking about the service which is provided.
Certainly, glad to. Thank you. Yes, we do have a Brampton connection because when we came, we didn't call it the Mississauga Center, we called it the Peel Center. And we did that with great deliberation because Brampton and Caledon are actually areas that we will serve as well. Because there is this incredible need for adults that have disabilities to have a program where they can have social inclusion, community integration after they come out of high school. So that's why Luso Charities is there. We do incredible day programs, there's life skill activities, there's literacy, there's education, and the intent is to make each one of them happy, feel integrated, and also to give that opportunity to have personal growth in an environment and a community which is comfortable for them. So we do have members of our participants do come from Brampton. I wish we had better transportation that would support those individuals, because often that is a barrier and they can't get transit to come down or there's issues. But we are constantly building that center up, and we've been there, and the other two that we have are at capacity because there's such a need for this. It's incredible. And when you think of yourself as a caretaker or a family member, and you have someone that needs 24/7 care, that's exhausting. And what we saw during the pandemic was when we had 2 years where we perhaps were in and out of lockdowns, our people were frustrated, they were angry, they had a sense of loss, they missed their schedules, they missed their friends, just like we all did. And it was very important for us that we then gave virtual programming, which we did, ongoing until we could then resume in person. And I'm proud to say, as a charity, and we're not a government-funded charity, so that would be a comment for Doug Ford, but we're not a government-funded charity, but I'm very proud of the fact that we've consistently been able to deliver programs and services for these adults. And our aspiration is, and goes back to how much we would like to do this in Brampton as well, we want to have a residential project that we can build so that aging caregivers and their aging children have a place that they can be comfortable and they know that they will be well cared for. Because we have talked to parents, and parents will say, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm 74 years old, I'm 80 years old, my son or daughter is 50, they're 60. I can't do it, I can't lift, I need help. So this is what we're aspiring to now because we have our 3 centers. So that's what's next. So anything that Brampton can do to help us with that, we'd be very appreciative. Did that answer the question? Thank you. Sorry if I went on.
No, thank you very much, Heather. Next, recognize Mayor Brown.
First of all, I want to thank Luso Charities for this beautiful gesture. And I too have learned about Luso Charities and the incredible work you do. I remember Wilson Texera 4 years ago first told me about Luso and said you have to come and see the work they do. And then Jack Livriera with Leuna said you have to come and see the work that Luso does. And so many good people in our community continue to be in awe of the reach you have. But for me, it's very special today that you are presenting this beautiful portrait to Hazel McCallion. She may be the longest standing mayor of Mississauga, but the love and appreciation for Hazel extends beyond municipal boundaries. And I know many in our community have looked up to her, have really appreciated her incredible determination and ability to speak out in terms of what is right, and she really is the model of public service. And I know over the years I've consistently sought advice from Mayor McCallion, and I know people at all levels of government do. I have to say, at 101, to still be a wealth of information, such a role model. I would note, though, Mayor McCallion, my grandmother's 107, so you're still a spring chicken compared to her. But I remember we had, and you've been so generous with your time, when we had events here at City Hall, the Chinese New Year event, and I remember my mother-in-law was watching, and maybe this is 3 years ago, so you're about 98, and any event in the community, Hazel says yes to. Any charity to support, she says yes to. Any community event, she says yes to. And someone was going to offer a hand to help Hazel up on the stage, and she just jumped up on the stage and ran to the microphone, no notes, and gave an amazing speech. And so I'm in awe as someone in public service of everything you represent. And when you get behind something, it means the world. When you get behind Luso Charities, you couldn't get a bigger endorsement in terms of the quality of that endorsement anywhere in the country. And so I want to say thank you to Luso for recognizing Mayor McCallion, and I want to say to Hazel, know that even though you have left the jurisdiction of Mississauga, you're in a city that has the highest admiration for you, and I think it's well known the person that I've considered a mentor and who has guided me in my public service is the former Premier of Bill Davis. And sadly, we lost him earlier this year. But he was the biggest fan in Brampton of Mayor McCallion. And for me, when someone with an impeccable integrity like Bill Davis speaks in such a manner about an individual, that speaks volumes too. And so thank you to Hazel for your friendship to our city and for being the role model that you are for so many in this country.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. And I will ask if Councilor Medeiros would like to move receipt of the delegation from Heather Grand, the CEO, and Christina Marks, a residential project lead of the Canadian Charitable Society. But before we do that, I believe we have a presentation to be made. So we will do that now, and we'll ask members of council who wish to move up for this historic photograph. Please stand up.
Okay. Hazel, you're. Are we turning? Yeah, this way. Turn around. Yeah. Okay. Paul, come here beside Hazel.
Thank you very much, members of committee. And before Mayor McCallion makes her way off, we would be remiss if we did not offer Mayor Hazel McCallion an opportunity to speak. Welcome, Mayor McCallion.
Thank you very much, and such a pleasure to be in the City Hall of the great city of Brampton. You know, I saw Brampton grow from a rural area, actually, because it really wasn't quite as rural as Mississauga was, but it was a great city. And it was always known as the flower town of Canada. And that is such a beautiful tribute to Brampton that it was called the flower town, because flowers bring a lot of joy to a lot of people during their life. And I remember the wonderful rose plant places you had here, because roses from Brampton went all over Canada and I think to different parts of the world, actually. So Brampton has grown, and I always felt that if Brampton was successful, Mississauga was successful, and if Mississauga was successful, Brampton was, and so should Caledon be as well. You know, the Region of Peel, we worked well together. Brampton was growing, Mississauga was leading the way. We were the fastest growing city in Canada for so many years. But you know, we worked together under the Region of Peel. I objected regional government, as you know, strongly. But when it was decided that we were going to have regional government, then my determination was to make it work, and worked hard. And once the decision was made, then let's get at it and make it work. And the Region of Peel has become a very in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of those independent opinion, that the Region of Peel has been one of the most successful regions that the province of Ontario created over the years. Very successful. Think of the major water plan and sewer plan that we brought in, the roads that we constructed, and Caledon benefited from being in the Region of Peel. There's no question about it. And so, thank you to Brampton. You're a great city, and under your new mayor, who I have great respect for, and would help him any time that he ever called, that I could be of help to Brampton, because the city of Brampton has a great future, a great future. You have a lot of land to develop still. You have a lot of industrial commercial land that should be developed, because one of the successes of Mississauga was that we were able to keep a relationship between residential development and industrial commercial. That is the best arrangement that any city can have, so that the jobs are created for people to live, have the opportunity to live and work in the same community. And so I hope Brampton will continue along the lines of developing a good relationship between residential, industrial, and commercial. So you become a complete city. That's what I call a complete city, when there's a good relationship between those three things: residential, commercial, and industrial. So do you, Mayor Brown, just keep up the good work, you and members of your council. It's when a council works together. You can have differences, there's no question about it, but you are a team, and you know, a team wins. The Leafs haven't found that out yet, but someday they will. But a team wins. So thank you, and every success in the future, because the challenges are great. And I say to people, don't complain about the politicians. The politicians today, like your mayor and members, you've never experienced a pandemic. I never experienced a pandemic. It's not easy, and the challenges are great. So the decisions that the politicians make, just have some sympathy and sympathy for them, that they're trying their very best to deal with a challenge that they have never experienced before. So good luck to Brampton, that you grow to be a great city in this great country of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and God bless you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation. All in favor? Any opposed? Of course, that carries. Next, we move on to item 6.2, delegations regarding the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force report. I believe we have some registered delegates. Mr. Clerk, who is our first delegation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first delegation is Sylvia Roberts, a Brampton resident, followed by Daphne Nussbaum, project coordinator and analyst from the Peel Alliance to End Homelessness. Welcome, Sylvia. You have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good morning, Council. First off, I should note the delegation has changed somewhat since the publication of the agenda. I was informed by a city staff member that the Housing Task Force report will be discussed at a subsequent planning meeting, and therefore getting into the specifics of it is more appropriate to do there. As such, I'm going to explain why the city has an urgent need to implement large portions of the report. It will still be addressing the report itself. The city of Brampton is in multiple crises. The most obvious is the pandemic, but there's a crisis a similar magnitude and will simply not go away unless we take drastic action, and that is the housing crisis. A month ago, Statistics Canada came out with some of the 2021 census data. One of the things that stands out is how low they recorded the city's population at only 656,000 people. That's 65,000 lower than their estimates for the same year, 9% lower. At this point, we frankly have no idea how many people live in the city, and we're rapidly losing control of it. However, the Statistics Canada estimates are probably the closest thing we have to accurate population data. From 2019 to 2020, we added around 23,000 people and 1,400 units. This is around 14 people added per unit. It's nowhere near enough. Covered some of that before, but I'm here to explain today the cost of the city's anemic response to the housing crisis. A more visible symptom of the problem is rooming houses spring up everywhere in the city. And the city has kept hiring bylaw officers to try to tamp down on the issue. The problem is bylaw is making things worse, not better. The problem is not due to competence or due to ill intent, but rather the fact that prosecuting landlords for having rooming houses doesn't house people. It does the opposite and results in people being ever more desperate for housing, allowing landlords to charge even more for ever worse conditions. This is the drug war problem turned up to 11 because everyone actually needs housing. The dire overcrowding has been a public health nightmare. If we had a pandemic, the overcrowding and precarious work conditions would lead to workplace spread being brought back to a rooming house where the crowding means many people get sick, but due to precarious work, they have to go in anyway, leading to more workplace outbreaks. This is effectively what we've seen in Brampton has been a major contributor to the pandemic here. In addition to this, it's also forced many students to turn to things like sex work to survive. We have created the ideal prey for sex traffickers. We have young women for whom English isn't their first language. They have little to no supports here, and it's easy to blackmail them. Threaten and report them to the federal government that they'll be deported to home and they'll cave. If you count sex slavery as a business, Brampton is an outstanding place to set up shop with plenty of product you can easily transport to eager customers. With the crushing cost of housing, it's quite tempting to move in with a romantic partner because it can save a ton of money. The problem is extricating yourself if the relationship goes south. How can you afford to move out? Overcrowding and housing stress have also been shown to be a significant risk factor for intimate partner violence, not just in making the relationship abusive, but also keeping people trapped. Most people who are victims of intimate partner violence are also subject to financial abuse. The shelters in Brampton are full, and they've been full for years. If you don't have someone to stay with, your options are stay with your abuser or live on the street. Why are they full? Well, the people in those shelters can't afford to move out because of the housing shortage. They keep hiring cops because of the amount of time spent on domestic violence. The problem is no amount of cops is going to fix the underlying problem. 10 million here, 20 million there, 20 million for the new budget, the Peel regional budget for cops. It's a lot of money, and it can't fix the problem because the police are a hammer, and the problem is a screw. It isn't just vulnerable people who are suffering in Brampton now. Even medical professionals are running into the situation where they just can't afford to buy. For example, Brampton Civic Hospital has had multiple nurses leave because the closest place they could buy is in Dundalk. If you aren't sure what that is, go start at Highway 10 and Mayfield, and then take Highway 10 75 kilometers north. That's where Dundalk is. We are going to be running into issues with retaining medical staff in Brampton because it's simply unaffordable. Good luck trying to staff up a new hospital. Don't worry, I'm sure the union contracts next go around will also be really fun for the city. Once the union leaders realize just how affordable Brampton is for new employees, you might be haggling over 4% increases per year. In Brampton, a full-time library worker may not be able to afford an apartment above ground. Yes, we have reached a point in the crisis where a unit having sunlight is considered a luxury. When the staff report on the Housing Task Force report comes to planning, understand the city is a full-blown crisis. We need to formally admit the crisis, both the existence and the severity, and not just as a here provincial government, you should approve this MZO for a for-profit developer, and even though there doesn't seem to be any affordable housing included in it.
Sylvia, you have 30
That's
seconds.
my delegation.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Mr. Clerk, our next delegate.
Our next delegate is Daphna Nussbaum, Project Coordinator and Analyst, Peel Alliance to End Homelessness. Welcome, Daphna. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. On behalf of the Peel Alliance to End Homelessness, thank you for providing me with the opportunity to delegate before you. We are here in support of Sylvia Roberts to declare a housing crisis in Brampton and are requesting that the city take immediate steps towards increasing the amount of deeply affordable housing stock. I'm here to sort of present this as someone from, well, representing the homelessness community. So the PAH is a community collaborative of agencies from across the region of Peel working together to end homelessness in our communities. We want to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. The growing affordable housing crisis in Peel region and its municipalities has placed unprecedented pressures on the shelter system. Occupancy levels and longer lengths of stay have created conditions for clients and staff that are challenging. The advent of COVID-19, as we know, even further exacerbated the crisis, which saw individuals losing their incomes as well as their homes. We also know that COVID-19 took an incredible toll on Brampton's lower income residents. We commend Brampton's commitment to address its housing goals through the Housing Brampton strategy, as well as introducing and implementing initiatives to provide affordable housing stock and advocate for the right housing. As Brampton's population grows, the concern is that production of deeply affordable housing will not keep up with the demand and create more homeless situations. We do not want to see the addition or expansion of shelters or shelter beds, as this only manages homelessness and places a burden on other social services, including hospitals. The only way to end homelessness is to provide housing with adequate supports. The Region of Peel and PAH are partners in the development of a coordinated access system to better match individuals and families experiencing homelessness to services and housing based on their needs. Currently, over 650 people are listed as actively homeless on the region's by name list. These people and families require permanent and supportive housing. An increased investment is needed to improve housing outcomes, especially for those who are experiencing homelessness. We appreciate the hard work by the region and its partners to address the homelessness crisis, but as we move into a post-COVID world, deeply affordable housing must be a priority in Brampton and the rest of Peel. Thank you for giving us and myself the opportunity to delegate on this important issue, and we look forward to working with the City of Brampton to advance deeply affordable housing solutions for our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nussbaum, and thank you, Sylvia Roberts, for delegating today. We have been advised by staff that there is a report on this item being planned, and it will be coming at a future meeting of council. And staff have also advised that for both of you that you will be notified when that report comes so that you may have the opportunity to read it and provide additional comment and to assist us in consideration of this very important issue. I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Next, members of the committee will be moving on to 6.4 delegation regarding the proposed community sports group policy which relates to a deferred staff report item 9.2.1, which we will bring forward to deal with after delegations. Mr. Clerk, we have a number of delegates here today with us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have Anand Desai, who is from Monteith Brown Planning Consultants, working with city staff on this matter for a presentation, followed by Abina Addo, Executive Director of Aspire for Hire, followed by Glenn McIntyre and Louise Barton, members of the Brampton Sports Alliance. So welcome, Anand, and you have up to 5 minutes. Unless you need more time, it should be requested for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Mr. Clerk. I wasn't sure who was speaking there, but I think I should be able to address this in the 5-minute limit. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, to have me back again in front of you today to just build on the presentation that I gave at the February 16th meeting. It's not my intent to rehash all the content, but really to provide an indication of some of the follow-up that has taken place since February 16th. Next slide, please. So just again, as a brief reminder, the new community sport group policy really guides the types of supports that the City of Brampton provides to local sport organizations, largely based on their residency, the ages that those organizations serve, and their business status. And a critical element of the new policy is the fact that groups are no longer being either classified as in or out as affiliates, but now they are able to, affiliate into 5 different types of tiers, again, based on their age group and their business status. Next slide. Just in terms of the key points of this methodology and timeline, I know there's a lot of text there, but ultimately we want to just point out to council and committee that a lot of research and benchmarking went into this process to update the city's policy. A considerable amount of consultation that started in the fall of 2019 with 15 focus groups with sport providers, along with a survey, check-ins with those groups at key stages within the process, at the draft policy stage, which also included certain refinements, and then also meetings with the Brampton Sport Alliance and other sports groups, over the course of last summer and as recent as last week. Next slide, please. And so just to follow up in terms of some of the outcomes that came out of the February 16th meeting, I mean, based on some of the consultations that were undertaken throughout the planning process, really from the previous iteration of the policy to the current iteration, some key elements that have been revised include those pertaining to minimum and maximum ages of the people involved with your local sports group, minimum thresholds for the number of participants or players, treatment of individual versus team and group sports, and financial and legal standing of qualifying groups. Those were all comments that we received, during the draft policy stage from the organizations. And then subsequent to that February 16th meeting with yourselves, and through subsequent conversations with the organizations, this presentation will just largely inform council about, the thoughts around how other municipalities address affiliation, how the new policy treats allocation and pricing, and how residency would be enforced. Next slide, please. So from a benchmarking perspective, we looked across Peel Region and other parts of the country, and I guess the GTA and other parts of the country. And so those helped inform the policy update. And what we found through that benchmarking was that among those municipalities that do have affiliation policies, none permitted for profit groups to affiliate, but they did treat commercial or private operators in their facility allocation policies quite often. Multiple groups per sport were allowed in a number of cases. All of them directed specific allocation and specific pricing practices to their other municipal policies and bylaws. All of the municipalities had residency requirements in place, typically between 75 to 90%, and all required compliance with the Human Rights Code. Next slide, please. From an allocation and pricing standpoint, I mean, this was a theme that we commonly heard throughout the consultation process with the organizations. And so what we can say with respect to allocation and pricing, that this community sport group policy establishes an order of allocation priority, whereby it assigns the highest priority to not-for-profit organizations that focus on Brampton children and youth. And it assigns the fifth priority to for-profit organizations serving adults, noting that these organizations, these adult organizations, would be still prioritized above any organizations that are not classified as a community sport group. What we would say, though, is that this community sport group policy does not specifically identify individual organizations or their specific time allocations, and it does not set rates and fees, nor does it identify any level of differentiation. Really, the City of Brampton's facility allocation policies, those are what identify the parameters that the city would use to determine specific allotments for specific groups, of which community sport group status could be one of those considerations. Similarly, the Brampton Rates and Fees bylaw identifies the pricing and, would be the determining factor or document as to whether to differentiate rates based on sport group status. Next slide, please. In terms of enforcing the residency requirements, the new policy will require groups to assure that the city that no Brampton resident or ratepayer is being displaced from their organization, that those organizations are required to provide a declared non-resident list that identifies the contact information of their players and the teams that they're playing for. And then finally, previous iterations, as well as, consistent with some other municipal practices in recreation, non-residents would be required to pay a surcharge. In this case, equivalent to an additional 50% of the group's base registration fee, up to a maximum of $100 per registrant, unless you would note otherwise in the fee bylaw. Next slide, please. So largely to close the presentation out, the intent today is for to receive feedback from yourselves. Your staff will begin the work of engaging groups to determine their categorization under those 5 tiers of the community sport group policy, alongside an upcoming update to the facility allocation policy. And then staff will review other internal policies and procedures for alignment with this umbrella policy, again, whether it's allocation, fees, promotional practices, or other elements. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time. I'm pleased to take any questions if there are any from council.
Thank you very much, Ned. I don't have questions yet, so we'll move to our next delegation.
The next delegation is Abena Addo, Executive Director of Aspire for Hire. Welcome, Abena. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abena Addo, and I'm the Executive Director of Aspire for Hire, or A4H. So we are a non-for-profit organization that provides sports-based programming to youth in Brampton. At A4H, we served over 2,000 youth annually through a number of different programs, including summer camps, leadership camps, leagues, referee courses, and a number of introduction to sport programs. We are a Black-led nonprofit, but much more than just a sports organization. We use sports as a vehicle to empower and educate youth in Brampton, and we believe in a holistic approach to child development. In all of our programs, we teach life skills, mental wellness, and provide capacity building and other learning opportunities for all participants and staff. Furthermore, we have a number of important programs that address anti-Black racism and support Black youth as they navigate systems built to oppress them. We are able to provide these important and targeted programs through funding received from the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Ontario Trillium Foundation. As many of you know, financial circumstances are a barrier for underserved families to participate in any program. A core value at our organization is that no one gets turned away as a result of finances. We work hard to fundraise, obtain sponsorships, and apply for grants to cover these costs for families. To date, we have supported over 500 families in attending camps and programs free of cost. For the last 10 years, we have been unable to work with the city as a result of the affiliation policy, and ultimately have received zero support from the city that we are working so hard to serve. Our highest overhead cost each year is our gym rentals, and being unable to become affiliated with the city means we were unable to get discounts or any support at all. This has been extremely challenging for us and made it very difficult for us to expand and grow. Any support from the city, whether it be discounts on gym rentals, access to office space, or simply supporting us with advertising or programs, was not allowed, and instead only one group provided these privileges. The City of Brampton has grown tremendously over the last 10 years, and there is room for all organizations to serve. I'm happy to know that my initial request in 2017 and subsequent requests each year after that for this policy to be reviewed and updated is being done. I will note, however, that there is still one item I would like revisited, which is a $100 fee for all non-Brampton residents who attend programs. While I understand Brampton residents contribute financially to the city's infrastructure, we are working to provide our programs at the lowest possible cost in which all Brampton residents benefit. Costs, as I mentioned earlier, are and will continue to be the biggest barrier for underserved communities to participate in programming. This was already a significant issue pre-pandemic and has only worsened. So I urge this part of the policy to be reconsidered, especially coming out of the 2-year pandemic. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with the city in the future as a result of this revised policy.
Thank you very much for all the delegations. We have one more from Glenn McIntyre and Louise Barton, members of the Brampton Sport Alliance. Welcome, Glenn and Louise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mayor Brown, council, city staff, and all guests on here today. Unfortunately, Louise and I had planned to come in person to council, along with a bunch of the Sports Alliance groups, but since this is online, Louise elected me to speak, and she's watching from home. So I will still read this presentation as if she's standing here beside me, so we'll go from there. Louise Barton is a former president of Cobra Swim Club, longtime volunteer in swimming in Brampton, as well as the Sports Alliance Group and other city committees. And my name's Glenn McIntyre, president of Brampton Hockey, and longtime BSA member as well. Louise and I volunteered to represent the BSA group and have their support as we have been around the longest. Both organizations have been involved with the BSA since conception, and personally for me, 16 years, and Louise was on that committee when I joined. A notice has gone out to all the BSA groups that this letter was being presented, and they all had a copy of it. So they were instructed many times over the last couple of months, if they had any objections or didn't want to be a part, they could exclude themselves. And as of this morning, I have heard no exclusions. So we're representing the 20 or 21 groups that are presently in the Brampton Sports Alliance. The purpose of our representation at council this morning is to speak about the new proposed community sports group policy. The BSA group does not support the draft of this new policy, and we will try to ensure we do not go over the allotted minutes. We do apologize for not being prepared when the draft was presented on Wednesday, February the 16th, but our group found out about it on Friday, February the 11th. And I'm not sure when the agenda was established or when the original date was planned to bring this report to council, but BSA feels there was no communication regarding this, which did not allow any time to prepare as a group. There seems to be a lack of productive back and forth communication between the city and the BSA groups. We do agree that times have certainly changed since the original policy was created, and we do realize that many other youth groups have been established and grown over the past number of years. But, and it's a big but, the BSA groups have long time supported the residents of Brampton as well as their own membership. We believe for the most part that all the current BSA groups fall under or report to a governing body for rules and regulations they must follow, which include but are not limited to coaching certification for all staff, including trainers, vulnerable sector police records checks for each volunteer or paid staff, insurance policy from the governing bodies, other programs as initiated through the governing bodies, such as respect and sport programs, inclusion and diversity programs. Many of the current BSA groups do have full inclusion policies in their programs, no matter what race, religion, gender, or disability you may have. Would the groups outside the BSA follow the same inclusion policies, as it seems that some of these groups are catering to their own backgrounds, beliefs, that would lead to more segregation amongst their community? We would not want to live in a community like that, nor do we imagine any of you would either. We believe that many of these groups should also be aligned with a Sport for Life pathway, as well as the pathway for development of the youngest players and long-term development strategy. Will the city mandate these types of programs for the new groups that would like to benefit from this new policy? Over the last 24 months, COVID has changed all of us, and many of the current BSA groups have lost memberships while people struggle financially. Each group has been doing their homework to figure out what is the best way to integrate their members' families back into youth sports in a safe manner, and many of our governing bodies stipulated that we had to have a return to play protocol submitted and approved by those governing bodies. Will the new groups have to submit something to the city if they do not have governing bodies, as we would imagine they would not be recognized or fall under any umbrellas from a governing body? Another strong point that the group has brought up is the rates that would be applied to existing BSA groups and the relative calculation for those that would be that would become new or potential members under this draft. So far, no one from the city has been able to address the rate structure calculation and what it might be, and the only response is it will be forthcoming in the future. How are the BSA groups to make an informed decision without all the information? This piece of the puzzle is a huge factor in our decision. Will there be age limits in these groups? Given as we have always been told from the city that we are not allowed to run programs for under age of 4. Many of these groups are speaking about ages 3 and up. Has this recently changed? And if so, why were none of the current BSA groups notified as such? If the new policy is to come in effect, who will be policing the guidelines that are laid out in the policy to ensure that all these groups are not coming in to, steal's not a good word, but recruit some of our current members? Council must realize that the grass isn't always greener on the other side, and many of these new groups that would like to take part of this will be previous members from the BSA, but we're not happy with how the organizations were being run. And the better option for these new groups would be for them to get their people to get involved with the current members and join forces and form a group that works for everyone. The BSA groups cannot afford to lose any members to competing organizations within our own city. We'll now give you a couple of examples. Back in 1997 and 1999, the city came to BHI and asked at that time, due to various reasons, if Brampton Hockey would affiliate with Chinguacousy Minor Hockey, because it actually made no sense to have two different leagues running in the same city. In 2008, figure skating, which had once had two clubs as well, Brampton Figure Skating and Chinguacousy Figure Skating, they merged into one club for obvious reasons. And most recently, boys soccer clubs merged and formed one. And if I'm not mistaken, the plan was for the girls soccer to align with those groups and have one soccer club as well. There are many other items that the current BSA groups would like to discuss, but there's not sufficient time here at council, and would suggest that we do need to review the draft, send it back to the consultants, city staff, to review, modify, and agree before anything is finalized in the future council, with future council, sorry. We know that all the groups would like to have some say in this and will become better, and that will come from better communication to the current groups. Louise and I are happy to contribute in this review with the BSA groups and come back with a presentation. The best estimate we have for our groups right now, submitted enrollment has been serving around 10,000 during COVID time, 10,000 members, so 10,000 families, and up to 18,000 pre-COVID. All BSA groups are working hard to increase these numbers by supporting each other's programs and sports. And if I can just add to what Mayor McCallion said, I've known her for 20 years. She talks about team wins all the time. And the BSA has always been working as a team over the years that I've been involved. And we continue to still work as a team. And last but not least, Ontario, and I'm sure everybody's seen this yesterday, Ontario is investing $30 million into sports organization and community recreation. And it is $20 million to the ministry, recognized provincial sport organizations, so PSO or multi-sport organization, MSOs, to distribute to their local member clubs, such as soccer, karate, volleyball. And this is to help all the youth sports that have suffered over the last couple of years.
Glenn, if I could ask you to please wrap up. We're well past the 5 minutes.
Yeah, in closing, I will just state from a hockey point of view, the OMHA, Ontario Minor Hockey, has 236 centers in Ontario. Not one of those centers has a competing hockey organization within that. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Sports Alliance, this is Glenn McIntyre and Louise Bart.
Thank you very much, Glenn and Brampton Sport Alliance, for your delegation. I have 2 speakers. Recognize Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. I was just going to speak to the draft report, so are we going to bring the draft report forward at this time?
Councillor Bowman, the draft report is before us.
Thank you very much. I've had the opportunity, I was the one who sent this back originally in February because as Glenn and some of the other groups of the Sports Alliance mentioned, they had just had 3 or 4 days to review it. Since that time, I've had the opportunity to speak to some of the members of the Sports Alliance. We've had another meeting. I've had 2 meetings with Rob and Ed. Is either Rob Torone or Ed Nicolak on the line?
Here, as well as staff from the sports unit. So Rob and Ed are also online.
Oh, okay. Is that Anand? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Sorry, I'm virtual today.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I just the points that were brought up are very good points by Glenn and Louise. If we were to go ahead and approve the draft, and it is only a draft, does it preclude us from going back and working with these organizations again to ensure that all their concerns are covered?
I think you've stole my comment, Councillor. So it was through the chair. The report right now is in draft format. Once the allocation piece is tackled, it would be packaged together to come back to council for final approval. Staff have gone through some of the comments, and I can address some of the pieces at a high level, but I do appreciate the fact that we could take it back, address these, and continue working with the BSA. Our consultant is also still on the line if we do need to speak through some of the engagement and some of the processes taken. But to answer your question, absolutely, Councillor, it could be brought in when it comes back for final approval.
Okay, because when we had the conversation, I had also mentioned about some of the sports organizations that don't have, that are all inclusive in terms of ages. And those are some of the special needs groups that we have where youth and adults play together. And I don't think that was addressed fully in the draft either. So you guys had said you would go back and look at that. I don't want to hold the draft up. I want to get this thing going. These guys have been more than patient, I think, is in terms of the Sports Alliance. And I do want to see this move forward, but I also want to make sure that every concern that they've had can get addressed prior to anything coming back to council again. Anand, do you see that happening?
Through the chair, I do, Councillor, and the points that you had brought forward about certain communities that haven't been addressed, there is some language in the draft to say that those, I'll call them one-offs, would be addressed through the division as well. So absolutely, that would be addressed in the final version that comes back for approval.
Okay, and I see Councillor Peleshi's on the line, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Peleshi. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Next, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, similar to the line of questioning of Councillor Bowman, I do agree with Glenn and Louise, and I thank you so much for your delegations. I guess the question to you, Glenn, and maybe because I think I heard that you're concerned about the draft as it is, and you know, certainly when, you know, my concern is if we approve the draft and come back, the draft frames already the argument and frames the conversation. And so, Glenn, are you amendable to that, or would you prefer that we you know, kick it back for, because we do need to get this right, and we do need to ensure that especially the Sports Alliance are engaged. Any comment on that, Glenn?
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Bowman. I have no problems if, well, put it this way, our group would have no problems if we are engaged. And this has been going on, I believe, our consultant said since 2018. Was that the correct date?
2019, Mr.
2019. I've attended every single meeting since 2019, and I've been invited, I believe, to 3. So 3 in 3 years is not communication. 3 or 4 or 5 in 3 years is not communication from the city back to the BSA groups. And that is our biggest concern at this time. So if there would be ongoing communication and then follow up on that communication and explanations of why we could or couldn't do something, that would be wonderful. But I haven't received that in the past, so this was our only option to come back, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and through the chair, Glenn, and I guess just being, you know, very direct, is my concern is I'm trying to ensure that almost to a point that we get a sign off from the Sports Alliance to ensure that they're comfortable with what's coming forward. And I guess passing the draft today, my only concern, I want to get your feedback, would you prefer, is this something that you'd be willing to go back and ensure after, with the draft approved, for you to provide further feedback, or do you have a problem with the draft being approved today?
I think we would have a problem with the draft being approved today if we couldn't have a discussion with our group.
Yeah, and that's my concern with us passing the draft today, because when you do pass the draft, and I appreciate that we want to move ahead, but we want to make sure we get this right. And so I know, Councillor Bowman, you talked about approving it. I'd like to refer it back to staff again. So I'd put a referral on the floor. And as part of the motion, I would want to ensure that, you know, and Glenn, I'm not sure how many number, because I do appreciate that consultants and staff, when they're working on this, it's a real quagmire sometimes when you're dealing with a lot of stakeholder groups and a lot of input. But I do want to make sure that we capture the Sports Alliance's voice. So in terms of if staff can sort of, direction would be if staff can work with the Sports Alliance to, you know, mutually identify what would be an extensive engagement to ensure that we capture their perspective in the report. And I guess I'll leave it to staff. I'm not sure, Anand, is there any comment that you can provide on what that may be? Because, you know, you can engage or you can consult with a group 7 or 8 times and still miss the boat. I just want to make sure that we almost get a consensus And I'm not expecting that everyone's going to be 100% happy, but I do want to ensure that when we're considering this report, because ultimately the Sports Alliance is something that we refer to. It's a city, we support that, and we want to see groups belong to the Sports Alliance, and they're, our unified voice. So, and maybe you can just a comment in terms of what does that mean to you, ensuring extensive engagement with the Sports Alliance?
Mr. Chair, sorry, is that comment, this is the first time I think I've ever experienced two Anands on the same kind of call with Anand. Would you like, on behalf of the consulting team, would you like my insights, or were you looking for Acting Commissioner Patel?
Well, feel free then, if you have something you can bring forward. I just want to ensure that the next time that there's an extensive engagement to the point, that they're satisfied that they provided their input. I'm not saying that we have to accept all their input. What I'm saying is I want to ensure, especially the Sports Alliance, because I do recognize how important it is in an organization, because they are our unified sports voice in the city.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, from our perspective as the consulting team, we value, strongly the input that Mr. McIntyre, Ms. Barton, and the rest of the BSA has provided to us throughout the process. And I guess what I just want to just reemphasize is that, we have listened to BSA, just as we have listened to others that, are not part of the BSA throughout this process. And as you just mentioned, Councillor, policies like this require a balance of addressing the wide range of organizations and recognize that there are a wide range of organizations that are delivering sport in a large, sophisticated city such as Brampton, a sophistication that is much different today than it was 20 years ago. And I just wanted to just reinforce, in response to some of the things that Mr. McIntyre said. I mean, it's not to, again, discount any of his concerns by any means, but the community sport policy in its current form right now is a draft. Many BSA members would, as sanctioned organizations, demonstrated long-time commitments to long-term athlete development, safe coaching, safe volunteering. Those are the types of criteria that are embedded in this draft policy that would index groups such as those at a higher tier, as an A or a B kind of category. And so, but that being said, it's not lost on any of us that there are groups that are, not sanctioned, but it doesn't mean that they are not safe. But it is their onus to demonstrate that to the city of Brampton and its staff, that they are meeting compliance around inclusion, safety, player development. So, if they aren't sanctioned by their organizations, it doesn't mean that right off the bat, they shouldn't be involved. And in fact, we're encouraging any of those organizations as they affiliate as Youth B, C, that they also become part of the BSA voice. Because what we did hear from BSA members, certain BSA members during the consultation was, some of these folks, aren't as invested in sport as us at the BSA level. They should be attending meetings as we do. And so again, that is another kind of criteria that is ingrained and enshrined in this draft policy. So, it is our belief that the policy will address a broad spectrum of needs of sport in Brampton, continuing you to be an inclusive city, a sport progressive city, and one where whether one's an athlete or just learning to be an athlete, those individuals can thrive. Thank you.
And through you,
Excuse me, Speaker, can I make a comment? So I was one of the delegates speaking about Aspire for Hire, and just going back to Glenn's comments, like we are not represented at that table, and we haven't been part of the Brampton Sports Alliance for the last 10 years. And so our voice has never been heard. And I think everyone at the city needs to recognize that there are a lot of groups doing very important and valuable work that's research focused, that uses, best practices, and we shouldn't be excluded anymore. And this is an amazing piece of work that's been done with city staff, with consultation from different groups, and it needs to be considered. And the point that was made about, potential new groups coming into this affiliation policy and taking away members, I think that this new policy will allow opportunities for and will challenge our groups to make the best quality programs and give members opportunities to choose who they'd want to support and what programs they want to participate in. Because right now it's only one per sport, and it's just, quite frankly, unfair. And if we have more groups coming in, members will be able to choose the best quality program that they would like to participate in. I don't think we should be worried about people getting membership lost. If your program is great, people will go to it. You'll retain your membership. I think it actually challenges and makes everyone accountable to provide the best programming possible.
So I thank you very much for your comment, and I do appreciate the complexity, but certainly when, similar to me sitting on the Seniors Council encompasses many groups, and there are seniors groups that don't belong to Senior Council. But if we're undermining, and I have a Brampton Alliance group, which is supposed to be all-encompassing and the sports voice, and they're telling me that they're not being properly engaged, that's a huge issue for me. And that's not withstanding other perspectives. So as part of the motion, I'd like to move that the report be referred back to staff for further consultations, so for further targeted consultation with the Brampton Sports Alliance. And I think I'm good with that, Mr. Chair. But just finally, again, this is not putting one group against another. There's a complexity of issues with it. We want to ensure that our Brampton Sports Alliance, which is a coalition of organizations and what we at the city have supposed to support, and then when it gets to a major sports policy, if they're saying they're not being heard, then we have a huge issue. So I just want to ensure that there is further consultation. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. So members of the committee, we have a referral before us on the report. I have additional speakers. Recognize Councillor Paleski speaking to the referral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar concerns as per the two previous councillors. I think I'm going to take it a different approach to this in speaking to the referral. We have various levels of issues here, various levels of the City of Brampton supporting our council in the adoption of the policy, the Sports Alliance, and other groups that feel that they're not being heard or affiliated with the Sports Alliance. And then we have the residents. And I think everybody will agree the only ones that actually matter are the residents in this circumstance. And how does this affect the residents of Brampton? I'm going to pick on Brampton Minor Hockey because I know Glenn and he's got broad shoulders. But Brampton Minor Hockey over the last year, they changed their colors of the equipment, and that meant something to the players and to the parents of those kids. Next year they're looking at, I think, changing the jersey, and that means something. But what does that mean to this policy going forward? If they fully don't understand what some of the costs that are going to be incurred and how they see this policy going forward and how that works with ultimately the parents and the kids of Brampton, then how do we move forward from this? And that's one of the reasons why I'll support the referral, but also based off of some other comments from people that aren't within the Sports Alliance. There seems to be, and I hate to say this, and I hope I'm wrong, but there seems to be some politics happening at the Brampton Sports Alliance. And if that is the case, I have an issue with that, because politics has no standing whatsoever in sports affiliates, for sports groups. Everybody should have a seat. Everybody should have a voice when it comes to the betterment of sports in the city of Brampton and how and what they can do to make sure that it's available for everybody in the city of Brampton. And if this policy isn't capturing that, then we should be supporting a referral to go back to staff. But if there's issues with the Brampton Sports Alliance and people don't feel like they're having their voice heard at the Alliance, if people feel like they don't have their voice heard because they're not affiliates, how do we overcome that as well? And this policy should definitely comment on some of the concerns that we've been hearing. And if it's not all encompassing, then it needs to be changed to make sure that it is. Because everybody should be behind this. It shouldn't be one organization over another organization. Everybody needs to get behind this. Because ultimately, it is not the money in your pocket if you belong to one of these sports groups in the city of Brampton. It's about the kids. It's about the people of Brampton. So if this isn't right, then we need to go back and we need to get it right. And that's why I'll support the referral. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I've just been reminded not to permit debates between delegations. With that note, I move on to our next speaker, Councillor Singh.
Am I still able to ask questions though to the delegations?
We are speaking to the referral.
Okay, no problem. I will just say this, that I have also consulted with some local clubs in my area, and a lot of them are consistent with what Bina is saying. They feel like they've been locked out. It's been way too long, and these are all ironically young clubs, young entrepreneurs who have a vision for the city of Brampton, who want to take care of our kids and want to contribute after they've gone to Europe to play soccer, gone to play basketball in the US. And I think we've been sitting on this long enough. I'm happy with the work staff has done. They've been working since 2019, and I think they've done a good job. Nobody's complained to me that they haven't been consulted. And rather, when I sent this report to a couple of the groups, they support it. So I cannot support the referral back to staff. I think we got to move on, make a decision, and try to create a sort of a sports ecosystem that serves everyone. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. I see no further speakers on my list. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. If Anand or Commissioner Patel is still on the line, I just have a couple of questions about the referral. So through you, Chair, to Anand, if we do refer this back to staff, what is that going to do for the whole policy and the process that you're trying to move on? What are the impacts going to be?
Thank you, Councillor. So through the chair, the next step in the process would be looking at the allocation policy, and I was hoping to address some of the comments that were made earlier, and I think that will lead into this question as well, Councillor. So to Councillor Medeiros' question initially, CEO Morris and I have been kind of commenting back and forth, and we can commit to engaging the groups. That is absolutely agenda item 1A for us. We've had some extensive engagement with the BSA as well as the non-BSA, and I think that's the fine balance between the two. And so we will commit to that engagement along the process. If this draft is not approved, it will put us back because we do feel that if the draft is approved, we can then start working on the allocation piece, and approved in concept. The piece that I really wanted to focus on was the categories of sports groups. So to Councillor Peleshi's comments, the groups that are not captured right now would be captured in those 5 categories. So in the present policy, I'll use Ivana as a perfect example. Her group does not fall within our allocation or affiliation policy. However, in this new structure that we have, I would assume they would fall in youth A or B. And so they would be at the table and be an active participant in the policy and be able to get space allocated as available. So I just wanted to bring that forward to say, if we did put this back and push it back, we would have a lag in when the allocation policy can get kicked off. And the last piece I would say is, from a timing perspective, we don't see this being implemented in 2022. Our plan would be the fall of 2023. So this is a long road to go. But the fundamental, to Councillor Medeiros' point, through staff consultation with externals as well as internals, is that those 5 categories really do represent what Brampton is today. And with all respect to the BSA, the way the policy is written right now, it doesn't really have an all-encompassing overarching feel. So it would push us back, Councillor Williams. How far, I can't say, because we would have to wait till this draft portion gets approved.
So if we were to approve the draft, would that stop further communications with the BSA and other groups that are not affiliated with the BSA? As you start looking at the next step, right? Can you kind of clarify that?
Absolutely. It would definitely not stop that at all. I think the allocation policy would be built off of the fundamentals that we'd be approving here, but the engagement is the key. And we've been going above and beyond to engage not just the BSA and not just the groups that we know, but we've extended it out to over 150 groups that use our spaces in the context that we've had through different means and modes. We've sent out surveys, we've had in-person engagements. I will comment on a couple pieces. There has been a lag due to COVID. We were ready to go at the start of COVID, but as that hit, we kind of put the brakes on. And I feel that has also, prolonged the process a little bit. But we don't feel that, the lag has changed anything as far as the fundamentals of what we're putting forward here today. But we will engage, and that's something I will commit to on the record, just in comment with the CAO. That was one thing that we will push.
So if you have, if we were to approve this draft, you will still be in consultation with Brampton Sports Alliance to address their concerns, because it's a draft. It's not a ratified policy. It's still open for changes, recommendations, so on and so forth.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, so the question I have about the next step, because I think some of the concerns that were addressed was around the allocation piece, around who gets what time and so on and so forth. That is going to happen, as you said, in the second phase. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so some of the major concerns will be addressed because it's still a draft. My concern is, if we keep pushing this further, we're really not looking at the framework and the policy that is supposed to be making sports and the right to play accessible and inclusive for the city of Brampton. We're working on a policy that was created when? When was this policy created again? The one that we have, the original one.
1990. Yeah, the original 96 and a very small variation in 2010. So 1996 is when it was put.
1996 with a small variation in 2010. Right, so that is quite a significant amount of time for a city to grow, our demographics to change, and sport interests, everything to evolve, to put us in the position we are now, with a policy that isn't quite reflective of of the needs of the community. So I understand the importance for having targeted consultation. If this was to be referred back, I'd want to amend this referral motion to say consultation with Brampton Sports Alliance and groups that are not currently affiliated with Brampton Sports Alliance. So just to make it open, because if we're going to talk and go back and get more input, you might as well make it more inclusive and include all of those other groups, if there was supposed to be a referral. But at the same time, how long and how much time are we going to do for this? Because you've had extensive consultation already. And so I'm hoping that we can add in this referral to come back for the next committee of council, which is in 2 weeks. Is it possible to have that consultation, or just another call out for consultation, to have something back? Because I don't want to see this go to the end of May. And because it is discouraging for all those other community groups who are saying, we really just want the right to play to be included in the organization of sports in the city of Brampton. And if we keep pushing it back down the road, what are we saying to all of those community groups that are feeling excluded in the city of Brampton? So Anand, are you able to speak to that? Like, how much time really would you want to see for this referral to come back?
Through the chair. So I think there's a couple pieces, and I may have to lean on a consultant on it as well to talk through some of the consultation that we've done. We have reached out to the BSA and had the conversation. I wanted to point out that a couple of the points that were brought forward, rates and fees is a good example. We haven't been able to comment on that because the rates and fees bylaw is a process that we go through on an annual basis, council approved rates. We can speak to the BSA once we get to that point, once we get the structure approved to say youth AB, adult, not-for-profit, for-profit is the structure that council is supporting. We can then build out the conversations. Right now, it would be a little bit at the hypothetical level again. So I do think that we can engage. I do not think that there's an issue with that. With some of these groups that are volunteer-based, could be tough to get them in. We did a more extensive consultation at the onset where we had 15 sessions, invited people in. They can pick what slot they wanted to be in. But to address the questions here that I'm seeing right now, I don't know if we would be able to resolve them without getting this fundamental set in place. With that said, we're at the will of council. If we need to re-engage, then not a problem at all. We can do that and get back to you in 2 weeks. But I just don't think that the questions and the fundamentals that are brought forward would be changed without having this category kind of set up for us.
Oh, I see. So it might not even be necessary to do another consultation right now because of the questions that they have are not able to be addressed in this first part of the draft that you need to approve.
Through the chair, that's our understanding with most of the rates pieces and some of the minutia. We would still continue to consult. So I want to make that crystal clear to council and those tuned in. We would still continue to consult with the affiliates and the non-affiliates because going forward, this would be a community sport group policy that's overarching and all are included. So as we build that out, we want to make sure that all voices are heard. So that, agenda item 1A for us to make sure that engagement is still continued through.
So, yeah, okay, so the pieces that, or the questions that the BSA has wouldn't be addressed in this first part of the draft, but later on. And because it's a draft and because we're building out the policy, you are still going to be continuing your conversations with the BSA and other non-affiliated groups. So I think we kind of have our answer on the need for this referral. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognize Councillor Santos next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick question to Anand. So if, with the amendment that Councillor Williams has shared, and I do agree with much of what Councillor Williams and also Councillor Singh had expressed earlier with respect to being more inclusive in the policy, but with this amendment, does that still, how much would this delay things, as Councillor Williams was asking questions about that earlier?
With this specific amendment, we can come back and address some of the concerns that were brought forward, but I do, want to caution and say that there would be asterisks on most of those responses until we go down the path of understanding what allocation and rates will look like. So I just wanted to make that clear that we can come back in 2 weeks, no problem. But I think that the issues that are brought up would be addressed. And when this comes back to be ratified, at that point, we were hoping that we're all on the same page. And at that point, it would be firm and final with the allocation and affiliation done at the same time. So I feel that the conversation now is the conversation that's going to happen anyway. We're still going to engage the groups. We're still going to work with the non-affiliates and the affiliates as we build out the allocation piece. So it's not that that conversation is not going to happen. It's whether a check-in in 2 weeks is going to change anything from where we stand right now.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. So even if this referral, whether or not it passes or not, or let's say that if the recommendation from staff within the report were to pass today, you would have gone back to consult with the organizations anyway. And so a vote on this referral only, I guess, delays things by about 2 weeks to confirm and reconfirm that everybody has been consulted. And then at that point, we'll have to make a decision. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Anand. And I appreciate the fact that trying to perhaps change the status quo is difficult, especially in a very large growing city like the city of Brampton that is incredibly diverse, making sure that we have enough inclusivity within the programs at the city of Brampton, especially when it comes to our youth. And I want to say thank you to Abina because you know what, I think that your delegation also triggered Councillor Williams to make sure that your voice was included in this referral back. And so, Anand, do you think that 2 weeks might be enough to bring this back? Because that would be ratified at council anyway.
Through the chair, so.
It's off. Yes.
I think there's an echo.
And if we could just, Anand, if we could just hear your response to Councillor Santos' question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I was saying through the chair, there shouldn't be a problem with that, 2 weeks. If we miss that, then it may push us back, knowing that we have a little bit of a gap, but it should not be a problem.
Okay, great. So if that's the case, then I think we're covered in terms of making sure that they're consulted and it has to be ratified by April 6th anyway. And so it's coming back to council regardless. So I will be supporting the referral with the amendment that Councillor Williams has included.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. And I'm just going to ask the clerk to clarify our timeline.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if the referral is back, the next committee of council meeting is March 30th, so it's 3 weeks from today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So members of committee, we have no more speakers, so we have a motion for referral of report 9.2.1 and for receipt of the delegations moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor, any opposed? And so
Opposed, Councillor Singh. Opposed.
So noted. And that carries. Members of committee, next is item 6.5, a delegation from Emily Rossini, the Director of Planning for Real Estate Development for Habitat for Humanity GTA regarding a request for a grant in lieu of development charges for Habitat for Humanity sites at 124 Countryside Drive and 25 William Street. Welcome, Emily. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council and city staff. My name is Emily Rossini, and I'm the Director of Planning for Habitat for Humanity GTA. I'm here this morning to seek consideration for grant in lieu of development charges for 2 current projects in Brampton. As I'm sure you're all aware, there is an housing affordability crisis. The mission of Habitat for Humanity GTA is to mobilize volunteers and community partners in building affordable housing and promoting homeownership as a means to breaking the cycle of poverty. This is accomplished through obtaining of suitable lands and the construction of simple, affordable housing units, which are then sold at fair market value to families who have applied and been accepted for these homes. The mortgages Habitat provides have zero interest and allow for homeowners to build equity. The homes are built using volunteer labor as much as possible and with significant amount of needed materials donated by local businesses and suppliers. Habitat for Humanity, has built over 30 homes in Brampton and Peel in the past, and these 2 projects would add 27 more homes. With rising construction costs, development charges have a big impact when trying to secure affordable housing. Additionally, Bill 108 deferral structure is not helpful as families can't afford to make annual payments and would be providing affordable housing that would not remain in perpetuity, which is a core part of our goal. We're asking for grant in lieu of development charges for both projects at 1524 Countryside Drive and 25 William Street in order to secure long-term affordability. We know Brampton and the region have a commitment to affordable housing, and we are asking that you help us achieve this dream. And we will work together with City Legal to provide certainty as we've done in other municipalities in the past. That is my comments today. Open for questions.
Thank you, Emily. And I just wish to advise members of committee that I will need to declare a conflict of interest on a portion of this item for 25 William Street, as I own a home on the corner of the same street. So I will ask Councillor Bowman to chair the remainder of this item.
Thank you, Chair Vicente, for that declaration and an enormous amount of caution. That's good to see. Thank you. First up, I guess we have Councillor Singh.
Yeah, so we did have a similar request early on in the year, and early on in the term, and we did set up a deferral agreement. I don't think it would be fair for us to give a grant for development charges because we want to keep all groups consistent. But I wouldn't mind deferring this back to staff to see if we could do a deferred development charge agreement that is favorable and consistent with other affordable housing agreements that we've had this term.
Okay, so you're asking for a referral back to staff, Councillor Singh?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But for a deferred agreement similar to, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Bramley Christian Fellowship.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't see any more speakers on my screen, but I see Councillor Willens on the board. Oh, that's me. Okay, I'm just not labeled right. Okay, well, now we have Councillor Willens. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, through you, Chair. We have done, maybe if we're referring this back, maybe staff can look at, because I know that on McLaughlin Road, just south of Williams Parkway, well, by Climb Park, Cuscus and Maria, there is a Habitat for Humanity homes there. I'm just wondering if we could do something similar with what we did there. Because that was last term of council, I believe that opened. So maybe we can look at what we've done similar to that as well. So thanks.
Sure, I'm good with that. We can compare with what we've done with other projects. I'm just thinking this term we did have one request that's down the street from this. So I just want to keep it consistent, but I'll wait for the report.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. I see no further questions. We do have a motion of referral back to staff by Councillor Singh. Is there any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries, and we can ask Councillor Vicente to rejoin us at this point. And we will move on to the next delegation, 6.6, Mr. Clerk. Okay, action for pension wealth and planet health, municipal pension investments, and the climate crisis. Laura McGrath. Laura?
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Laura McGrath. I'm with Shift Action for Pension Wealth and Planet Health. We work with pension fund beneficiaries to educate them on the climate crisis and how to engage with their pension fund on the climate crisis. I'm here to talk about OMERS, the Pension Fund for Municipal Employees in Ontario. It controls $121 billion. That's assets under management that are retirement savings for municipal employees. And that includes over 3,500 employees of the City of Brampton, City Hall staff, and councillors. So as an OMERS employer, the City of Brampton can use its voice to influence OMERS. I'm asking that the City of Brampton would call on OMERS to align the pension fund with the scale of the climate emergency, specifically by releasing a plan to phase out its investments in fossil fuels and increase its investments in climate solutions. So the City of Brampton has declared a climate emergency. It set ambitious goals to reduce its emissions 80% below 2016 levels by 2050. In 2050, retirement savings will be on my mind. My kids might have kids, but also on my mind for 2050 is that with the current trajectory right now, we are on track to be well on our way to 3 degrees of warming. And with heat waves and flooding and wildfires we saw just last year, it's really frightening to me to think of what things will be like. So I'm glad to see Brampton taking this with the serious that it is, taking the situation seriously with its climate emergency and its climate action plan. And I'd like you to consider that how the pension fund is invested is another form of climate action. OMERS has set an emissions reduction goal for 2050 as well, but it has not mapped out a plan for how it's going to get there. And it doesn't make sense for the city to have its own plan, but to be investing in a fund that hasn't mapped out its route to net zero emissions. So this is about protecting retirement savings as well and ensuring a safe climate future for beneficiaries, and about OMER's legal obligation to properly manage the financial risks associated with climate change. Pension funds are associated with, are exposed to climate-related financial risk. I'll mention two risks: physical risks. Pension funds own assets that stand to lose their value if they're damaged in extreme climate events, wildfires, flooding, heat waves. They're also exposed to transition risks. We know that the goals of the Paris Agreement mean we need to rapidly transition in a way that means leaving fossil fuels in the ground. And pensions stand to lose money if they're left holding on to stranded assets as that transition takes place.
The minutes for the environment.
I want to underline as well that this is not about accepting lower returns or losing money. Right now, we're seeing extreme volatility in the fossil fuel market, but pension funds need to look at the long term. A recent analysis showed over the last 10 years for all of the 10 pension funds examined, if they'd excluded oil and gas from their portfolios 10 years ago, their cumulative returns would have been higher. In OMER's case, its actual cumulative 10-year return was 177%. If it had excluded oil and gas from its portfolio 10 years ago, that return would have jumped to 233%. Other public pensions are taking action in this way. The New York City Employees Retirement System has committed to net zero emissions by 2040. It's divested US $3 billion from fossil fuels, and it's set a goal to have $37 billion invested in climate solutions by 2035. Here in Quebec, in Canada, the Quebec Public Pension Fund has said that it will exit all investments in oil production by the end of this year. So in November, OMERS did make a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050, but it needs to align its investment strategy with that climate safe future. It needs a credible plan for how it will phase out fossil fuels, and an explanation for why it's hanging on to them in the meantime. It's acknowledged that as it controls $121 billion, it can have a significant impact on climate solutions, and it needs to match that acknowledgement with targets and timelines for increasing investments in climate solutions. So in summary, as an OMERS employer, the City of Brampton can use its power to call on OMERS to treat the climate crisis as the emergency that it is, specifically by passing a resolution urging the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to request OMERS release a credible climate strategy with a phase out of investments in fossil fuels and targets for investments in climate solutions. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much, Laura. Next, we have a delegation from Paul Burns, former municipal employee and OMERS beneficiary and the Pension Engagement Volunteer. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Brown, Chair, and members of Council. My name is Paul Burns, and I've worked in the public service for about 32 years. I'm now retired, but I worked at the provincial and municipal level both, and that included the City of Mississauga here in Peel Region. The motion to me is about a step that we can take to address how the OMERS Pension Fund is being used and can be focused more strongly on climate action and sustainability. And so I'm speaking in support of the city passing the resolution that urges OMERS to release a detailed plan about its climate-related investments and to provide better reporting about how it's managing its climate risks. The issue is important to me because all these days we're hearing about climate change, including the impacts of forests and floods and heat waves, and we're looking at ways to do our parts. An important place to start is a positive role that our pension funds, which are huge and have a lot of influence, and how those can be used to ensure a sustainable transition from fossil fuels. For OMERS beneficiaries everywhere, including a lot in the City of Brampton, I think there's a community of public service workers that spent their careers on environment, infrastructure maintenance, transportation, community and recreation work at the municipal level. And many of these OMERS beneficiaries spent their whole careers managing these programs that are close to the community and how people interact with their surroundings. And so there's a legacy there that's worth protecting and managing into the future. And I think OMERS is a very obvious partner in this. I think just to look at the science a bit and remind folks that over the last little while, we've had a couple of IPCC reports. One in August that outlined the physical science basis, and the review, this represented a review of thousands of reports and a consensus across 195 countries. That recent IPCC report, which I hope you've seen, that was in February, outlined the science around climate change impacts, adaptation, and vulnerabilities. And it observed the impacts of climate change on ecosystems and human systems and how they're actually impacting us right now. There's also a body called the International Energy Agency that gives out a few reports on this to track international trends on emissions. But these high-profile international reports, along with the hundreds of others, tell the story of the urgent need for governments around the world to take targets seriously, take investments and governance around investments to lower CO2 emissions and manage the transition to clean fuels so we can meet the warming pathway that's going to be best for us around 1.5 degrees Celsius. OMERS has actually made a lot of progress on this, and they are doing some things to handle climate-related risks. So that's on the good news. They've have a part of their portfolio called sustainable investing, and that's has some plans for and a commitment to more sustainable investing. And last year, they made commitments to bring its portfolio to zero emissions by 2050. However, there's more that they can do on providing a detailed plan and ongoing reporting. This is a concern really relevant because about 15% of their investments is related to gas and utilities, including some pipelines. And there is a real need to address those and see how there's a transition away from those. Climate change work across all of this kind of stuff is about transparency. So we want to know, and us as a community of beneficiaries, how OMERS is specifically taking steps toward its net zero goal. What are they doing to turn their investments from fossil fuels into safer energy, for instance? So the focus of this motion about urging OMERS through AMO is about implementing clear and measurable targets and providing transparent and accessible information that's in line with the climate-related financial disclosures. That's an international standard for that stuff. And that's why I'm supporting it, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. We do have speakers, and I will just let members of the committee know that we will be bringing forward the minutes of the Environment Advisory Committee meeting, item 8.3.1, which took place on February 22nd of this year, for Council's consideration at the same time that we receive the delegations. My first speaker is Councillor Willens, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Peter, do we have the motion to bring up on the board? I don't think I have to go through all the whereases and therefores, but perhaps. Thank you, by the way, thank you, Laura and Paul, for coming in. I'm happy to move this motion, and I'd be pleased if all of council could support this, because it doesn't align with our Center for Community Energy Transformation as well as our CERP. So maybe we can just take it as read, but the last, therefore be it resolved that the Brampton City Council urged AMO to formally request that OMERS implement clear and measurable targets that fully align OMERS investment strategy with the goals of the Paris Agreement to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius, including a measurable timeline to eliminate fossil fuel related investments from the fund and increase investments in profitable climate solutions, publicly provide transparent and accessible information on the climate risk exposure of OMERS investments, and update on progress being taken to manage those risks and achieve the above goals in line with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And the City Council direct the clerk to follow up with AMO on this request and report back to Council on action taken and any response from OMERS. So if we could have all of Council second that, that would be just great. And thank you again, Paul and Laura, for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Members of committee, you have the motion read before you on the screen. There was a request for a recorded vote, I believe, Mr. Clerk?
Through you.
Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. And I just want to point out, I think this is a recommendation from the Environment Advisory Committee, so it's the opinion of the committee. So I believe, Councillor Willens, your intent is that this become a recommendation of Committee of Council. So those notions and those statements in yellow would be removed. So they effectively would be the position of Committee of Council.
Be the position of the City Council, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And so the motion is moved by Councillor Willens to move the recommendation and receive the delegations. Mr. Clerk, please conduct the vote.
All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. That's
Yes.
A yes. Councillor Singh, I heard a yes. Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Williams? That's a yes. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Chair Visante?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 10-0.
Well, and if I could vote as well, Mayor Brown.
My apologies, Mayor Brown. That's a yes, so it carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, all. Next, item 6.7, delegations from Alex Della Shuka and Atiba Hutchinson, professional soccer player and captain of men's soccer national team, regarding the Atiba Hutchinson Courts, item 9.2.2, budget amendment for the construction of an outdoor soccer court at Century Gardens. We will also bring forward and deal with item 9.2.2 after the delegations. Welcome, Alex and Atiba.
Alex, you can proceed, but I believe you've requested to play a video first, which we will queue up.
And thank you, Mayor Brown. Are we able to?
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey Teebs, Jules here. Welcome to the club, brother. But you're the OG of Canada. A boss, a legend, a leader. That's you, man. The Hutch, our number 13. You're doing exactly what I preached to my brother and my brothers. Don't be me, be better. You were always doing that quietly, humble, with class. I spent my best moments on the pitch next to you, and I'll always cherish those moments going to war for our country together. You're still doing it, and you keep paving the way for the future. I'm proud of you, you deserve it, and I'm glad to see that the country will crown you as the all-time Cav leader. Sending you my love, blessing, support for everything you've done for this country. You're a soccer god, a genius, and a gentleman. God bless you, and until next time, man. Chat to you soon. Bless.
Alex and Atiba, if you're there, you may proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brown and Council, for the opportunity to build a long-term relationship with the best city in the world and the GOAT of Canadian soccer. My name is Alex Della Shuka. I am Atiba's best friend and business partner. Both Atiba and I owe everything to Brampton, given we grew up in the Flower City and enjoyed the most formative years of our lives as Gophers living. The birth of Atiba Hutchinson Courts are our way of giving back to the community both now and in the future. This moment in time is the perfect opportunity to launch Atiba Hutchinson, given the soccer is taking over our country and Canada's pending berth in the World Cup. Canada has quickly become the darling of international football, and Brampton is its epicenter. These courts will be different than anything in Canada. They are based off the Johan Cruyff model in Holland and many other soccer-rich countries. They provide the opportunity for Bramptonians to play total football and experience the beautiful game year-round. These courts are designed to maximize touches on the ball and will create a well-rounded soccer player. If you think Brampton is the mecca of soccer in Canada, these courts are in motion.
Alex, our technical folks here are suggesting that you may wish to turn off your video as it's heavy bandwidth, and we may be able to hear you better than what we are right now if it's just your microphone. Thank you. Please continue. Atiba, do you wish to continue with the
Okay,
delegation?
where did the council hear me, and did they hear the first part okay? Okay, I'll continue.
Please continue.
This will be a different place, sorry, go ahead.
You may proceed. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This will be a different place to play soccer in Canada. Children will come together and feel like they are in Paris or Amsterdam, and will now be saying Hutchinson scores or Davy scores, no longer Messi or Ronaldo. More importantly, children will forge friendships and learn the life skills that will last a lifetime. Our vision is that these courts will bring the cultural mosaic of Brampton together as it did for us growing up. We invest not only on the field of soccer, but more importantly, the arena of life. Atiba and I are looking to create a further foundation with our hometown, lay down roots to make soccer excellence and Brampton synonymous even more. The beautiful game provided Atiba everything, and now we want to bring it home with these courts and tournaments, but further the mecca of soccer. These courts are just the beginning. I'll now hand it over to Tiba, who just wanted to say a few words on his experience. Tibbs, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank everybody, Mayor Brown and the council, for giving me this opportunity to express, my vision and my hopes of just building something very special in Brampton, Canada. So thanks for that. When I was younger, I had the chance to move over to Europe. Very early on, I seen that football was very vibrant and fresh. A lot of kids playing out in these type of courts, these Johan Cruyff courts, which they had in Holland. And my first thoughts were it would be something special to bring this back to Canada, because when I was in Canada, there was nothing like that around. The most that you would have is to go onto a pitch with your football club, but you didn't really have that feel of playing on the street. This is a perfect example and a perfect way to bring the community together. Have kids leaving their houses and going out onto these type of pitches and just developing themselves, growing as players, as people, becoming leaders, getting that competitive spirit. For me, it helped me a lot when I was younger. I think in Europe, with the players that I've played with, I've heard their stories of how they started and what it took for them. These pitches create so much technical ability, tactical ability, and it just gives you a chance to express yourself. So with myself feeling that this could come to Brampton with the help of you guys, I'm very appreciative of going this far. I think this is the perfect time in Canada to experience this, to bring this to Canada, especially Brampton. It would be the perfect place for this to start. Brampton is a great city. It's becoming a big city. It's been developing over the years. There's so much talent that has been coming through Brampton. This would be the perfect way to put Brampton the spotlight of having that European type feel of what you would get when you go to Europe in terms of this football experience on these Johan Cruyff sort of sports experience. So that's our vision. Just appreciate everything that you guys have given us so far and given us the chance to express our feelings, and we're very grateful and
Thank you very much, Atiba. And Alex, we do have speakers to the item. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Such a kick to be able to be virtual right in front of Atiba. As a huge soccer fan, but someone who went through playing for Brampton Youth Soccer, Brampton Rep, and a shout out for Brampton Youth Soccer for all the sort of homegrown talent that they help foster. But thank you, Atiba and Alex, for remembering your roots here in Brampton, and notwithstanding, and people may not appreciate how you suggested in terms of the technical aspects of what this does, but speaking from experience, remembering as a kid during the winter, going with shovels to try to create a little pitch in some of these tennis courts. It's great that we're actually going to get something like that. I do want to bring the report. I won't move it because the area councillors, it's in another ward, and Century Gardens played many years of my soccer experience have always been at Century Gardens. It was a special place to play. So I think it's a great location. It's a great thing for us to start at. But certainly I think Atiba, notwithstanding, and Mayor Brown has said it all the time, you really represent everything that is good about the city, what you've done. And it's great that you keep your childhood bestie Alex with you, who's championing for the city of Brampton. And this is such an amazing thing that we're going to be doing, and people may not appreciate. I know from soccer fans and what Canada is doing currently, going to the World Cup, and I just think it's such a great sort of thing for us to start off. So thank you so much, Sheriff, for remembering your roots. Thank you for everyone involved. Thank you to staff. I think that's an appropriate area, and I'm going to be happy to support. But Atiba, I've seen you live, and it's amazing to see you keep connected at the grassroots with the city of Brampton. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And I just want to say, I didn't grow up following soccer as closely as some on council, such as Martin Medeiros, have. But more recently, I have started paying attention to the incredible passion there is for soccer in our community. I first obviously was inspired by the success of Ashley Lawrence and Kadisha Buchanan in the summer when they won a gold medal, talking about their roots with Brams United. And I've certainly gone out to these different organizations and attended the season opener or the season closing events, and blown away by the number of children in our community that are absolutely in love with soccer. And it's exciting to see. Physical fitness is preventative healthcare 101. Having a community that is active actually reduces the burden on the healthcare system down the road. And so I've always believed that we should unabashedly support recreational enhancements in our community. And I say that in regards to every sport, whether it is lacrosse or cricket, and now in this case, soccer. It excites me because I know that an investment in recreation pays dividends down the road. And I went to the qualifying match in Hamilton where Team Canada beat Team USA for the first time in several decades. And I got to watch the game with Atiba's family. And a few days later, while Atiba was in town, but he plays for a professional soccer team in Turkey, he came and toured Century Gardens and our soccer dome and was telling me stories about his time growing up playing soccer in Brampton. And I have to say how touching it was that you have this international success story. He has played more international matches than any Canadian. And he is the pride of the pride elder of the Canadian soccer team, and to have him speak so proudly and intensely about his roots in Brampton made me very proud, and it made me really realize there's something incredibly special that's happening in the soccer community in Brampton. If you look at the Canadian national men's team, I didn't realize this until I went to the game. Half the team is from Brampton. All the stars are from Brampton. There's something in the water here that is creating soccer excellence. And when Team Canada goes to Qatar for the World Cup, the first time we're going to see Team Canada qualify in decades, this team of kids that grew up playing soccer in Brampton, they're now on Team Canada. They're going to make our entire country proud, and I can't wait to cheer them on. And I just feel so grateful as mayor of the city to have someone like Atiba, who literally has tens of millions of followers in Europe who admire his soccer excellence, is here on a phone call with us today virtually, talking about helping the city of Brampton continue to grow the game. And what I liked about this concept is he wanted something that kids could just drop in and play soccer anytime. You know, sometimes the organized sports is one thing, but there's something about the creativity of being able to, you know, just have a bunch of kids at any hour of the day have a place that they can play. And I'm excited about this initiative, and I'm grateful. And so if the ward councillors want to move this, I'd be happy to move it myself or second it, but I just wanted to signal my support and outright enthusiasm for expanding the reach of soccer in our community, and just to say to Atiba, if he's still on the line, that the city is so proud of you and grateful that despite your international fame and success, you've never forgotten the fields of Brampton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. And next, recognize Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Alex, thank you for your story and your delegation. Atiba, it's not too often that I'm starstruck, but I got to say, you know, the few weeks ago when I was able to see you in Hamilton and now here today, you know, heroes are not only measured for what they do on the pitch, but what they do off the pitch as well. And what you guys are doing here today is going to impact so many kids in the future. And you know, that I'm so supportive of you and what you're doing. We're cheering for you 100%, and this just solidified the expectation that I have that you know, you are truly a hero for what you're doing here today, and to the countless number of kids that are going to be impacted by this delegation here in the future years after we're long gone. Thank you on their behalf. Thanks, Atiba.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, recognize Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, Atiba, I share the same sentiment as all of my colleagues, and you were so modest. You're so modest in all of your success as we celebrate you as a hero for our kids here in the city of Brampton. My son is 12 years old and he loves soccer. And also goes to Century Gardens in the splash pad as well as the playground. And when he sees that soccer court there, he's going to be so excited, as many other kids will be as well. And I believe you grew up in the area as well. Is that correct, Atiba?
That's right. We spent a lot of time in Century Gardens. I mean, we were there every weekend, so it's our backyard. It's home for us. And
so I'm sure that when you visit your soccer courts that are named after you, it'll bring back some fond memories of when you used to play there as well. Most
definitely. I mean, to see that happen would be very touching, a special moment in my life, and Alex as well. And it would really be a dream come true.
I heard that you also went to Arnott Charlton School. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, we used to play soccer right there at Arnott Charlton. I lived right around the corner from there. My school was another couple hundred meters from Arnott Charlton. I went to St. Joseph.
Well, we're so proud of you, and even more proud of you because you were just so modest and so humble, and just want to give back to the community where you grew up. And so thank you so much. And I'm more than happy as the local councillor to also move the recommendations in the report from staff as well. So thank you, Atiba, for taking the time in your very busy schedule as a superstar in the world of soccer to be here at the City of Brampton today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Like I said again, it's very touching for me, and glad that you guys are supportive of this idea.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, recognize Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you through you, Chair. Thank you guys for bringing this forward. I actually had the opportunity when I was over in the Netherlands and Belgium to see these courts. The person that was taking me around the various cities will explain how it was an intricate part of their community, how it really improved the community as a whole. Just want to thank you again. I won't take any more time. Just thanks a lot for bringing a great idea again from our Dutch friends. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just want to very quickly, thank Atiba for his excellent play on our council. Is actually pretty interesting. We have a resident lacrosse player. We have a hockey player in our mayor. Councilor Madero is a soccer guy, and I'm known as the basketball guy. But I got a chance to really, in recent months, really learn more about soccer, and had a chance to watch the game in January where Canada beat the U.S. 2-0, and that really kind of kick-started my interest. And so we definitely will be following the Canadian national team, and we'll continue to cheer you on Atiba. It's just an honor for you to be here today, virtually, and just want to wish you nothing but the best going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. I see no further speakers. Members of the committee, we have a motion to receive the delegations and to move the report and recommendations therein. Is there anyone opposed? That carries. Next, we have item 6.8, delegation from David Lang, the chair of Bike Brampton, regarding items 8.1.1, 8.2.6, the implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan Annual Report. And committee, in accordance with our meeting procedures, as we have a staff presentation and report regarding this item, we will first receive the staff presentation, followed by receiving the delegation, and then consider the staff report at the same time. So presenting today is Henrik Zogbert, our Senior Manager of Transportation Planning, Building and Economic Development. Welcome, Henrik.
Thank you, and it's good afternoon now, Chair, Mayor, members of Council, staff, and members of our community. I'm pleased today to be able to provide committee with an update on the implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan, which is one of this term of Council's focused priorities. This annual report is delivered in the first quarter of each year, summarizing the scope of active transportation elements implemented in the previous year and outlining the proposed program for the current year. The annual report looks at the progress and successes of the ATMP implementation and provides an opportunity to advise Council and the community of changes coming to the city's roadway and pathway networks prior to the beginning of the construction season. The contents of this report represent cooperation and collaboration with city staff, as well as the Cycling Advisory Committee and broader community advocacy, and their feedback has been incorporated into the 2022 program. My presentation today will essentially provide an encapsulation of the key highlights, the details of which are comprehensively described in the report and in the appendices. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to begin, I guess, with kind of an overview of the work that's taken place in implementing the ATMP network over this term of council. So this is representing approximately 51 kilometers of linear infrastructure distributed across the city throughout the wards. This is implemented between 2019 and 2021. This includes bike lanes, recreational trails, multi-use paths, shared roadways, and urban shoulders. And the appendices of the report do provide an itemized breakdown should any members of council wish to see specifically the projects that have taken place within their wards. Next slide, please. So I'll start off with just a summary of the 2021 program. just to briefly orient everybody, the solid blue lines represent the linear infrastructure that was implemented this past year. The magenta or purple circles are the locations of new level 2 type pedestrian crossings. These level 2 crossings are relatively new traffic control devices that require vehicles to yield to pedestrians when in the crosswalk or crossing the roadway. These level 2 PXOs are intended for locations where roadway characteristics such as pedestrian and vehicle volumes, the road width, and so forth don't meet the need for a full traffic control signal, but benefit from a formal crossing by providing network connectivity or by addressing a gap along a corridor. The red circles represent curb cuts. These were introduced as part of the road resurfacing program. Many of these were actually deferred from 2020, given construction delays and work that couldn't be completed. And there's 2 green circles there. Those represent locations where existing signalized crossings were upgraded to include a cross ride, which is a dedicated crossing for bicycles. And there's 1 blue circle on there. It's North Park, just east of Torbram, is a new traffic control signal. Next slide, please. So just to itemize those, what was graphically shown on that map before, through that 2021 program, we introduced 15.3 kilometers of linear infrastructure. So again, this is bike lanes, urban shoulders, multi-use paths, and recreational paths. In 2021, the bike lane design included the addition of green paint on the approaches to intersections to highlight the potential conflict zone between people on bikes and right-turning traffic. This was an issue that we've been hearing and trying to address, again, with the input from our community members as well as cooperation with our operations folks to try to resolve this issue. The example that's there, I believe, is at Peter Robertson and Sunny Meadow. That's the image at the top right of your screen. In addition, 17 new pedestrian crossovers. As I mentioned, this is the examples of those level 2 PXOs. Those are in the picture at the bottom right of the slide. That's the Chinguacousy Rec Trail at Balmoral. We also had 35 new curb depressions. All of these curb depressions included the AODA requirement for tactile plates. An example of that is the middle picture at the right-hand side of the slide. And 2 signalized pedestrian crossings were upgraded. Those are the pictures at the bottom left. These were signalized cross rides on Castlemore Road at Red Willow and Valley Creek Drive. Next slide, please. The approved 2022 capital budget includes about $8.6 million dedicated to active transportation infrastructure and resourcing. The network elements of the ATMP implementation strategy are delivered in partnership between Planning, Building and Economic Development, Public Works and Engineering, and the Community Services departments. And the capital projects are identified in the departmental budgets of these 3 groups and include an AT component. So the totals that are shown here are the estimates of the actual AT portions of the projects. Next slide, please. And then moving to the 2022 work plan, the majority of what's planned in this year's work is actually a lot of deferred projects from last year's program, but they do include additional construction opportunities such as through the road resurfacing program. So we have 9.4 kilometers of new linear infrastructure planned for this year that are to be delivered through the road resurfacing program. And aside from those resurfacing projects, the focus is going to be on 22 kilometers of deferred projects from 2021. So the reason for that high number of deferred projects is actually the result of resourcing issues and a North American shortage in the supply of traffic paint. Also, to help alleviate some of the staff resources issues experienced in delivering last year's program, the 2022 capital budget includes a project resource dedicated to help with the design of projects identified in the 2022 capital program. The 2021 plan also included 41 pedestrian crossovers across the city. 17 of those were implemented. The majority of the remaining are currently awaiting permission to gain access and to construct within the Trans-Canada pipeline. And those implementations are then expected to happen as part of this year's program. Next slide, please. So again, I don't want to read through all of these. I think I've summarized most of the linear infrastructure and capital components of the project. Just maybe call attention to some of the other activities that are happening, because the Active Transportation Master Plan implementation does include a lot more than just the network elements. Included in here is the advancement of our data collection capacity. So we're trialing with our operations department 2 grid smart counters. We're also looking at other opportunities to advance our capability in both monitoring and measuring cycling traffic, in addition to what we're able to do today. The Bicycle Friendly Business Program is an initiative that has really been handed off and taken on by our Tourism and Special Events Group, approaching businesses in the city, incentivizing with the provision of bike racks and cycle repair kits to kind of promote that culture of cycling in the city, and to make businesses aware of the benefits that cycling brings to them, as well as to the rest of the community. We also have this year the electric kick-style scooter program that we're currently developing terms of reference for, and for which we're in the midst of consultation with advisory committees and community stakeholders. And cycling map updates. So with the progress that we've had in implementing that network, we want to keep that map up to date, because it's probably one of the most popular, fastest disappearing pieces of collateral that we have when we go out to the community to promote all of our great AT amenities. And I think most exciting of all, is the return to some live events. First and foremost, Bike the Creek. Signature event that was gaining in popularity year over year. We were seeing hundreds more participants every year. Unfortunately, COVID put a damper on that, but through the efforts of all the partners in that event, we were able to do a virtual event. But so excited to be doing this live, June 18th, if you all want to mark it in your calendars, and I'm sure we'll be making that announcement again later on. Also, with the support of our Cycling Advisory Committee, we're going to be relaunching the popular community rides. Again, an important element of reaching out to the community, promoting the culture of cycling and safe cycling. And that's the summary of the projects. Next slide, please. So just in conclusion, I think another highlight to end on here is that this past year, Brampton renewed its status as a bronze bicycle-friendly community. The bike-friendly community program was launched by the Share the Road Cycling Coalition in Canada in August 2010 in partnership with the Washington-based League of American Cyclists. So this community awards program helps communities to evaluate how bicycle-friendly their communities are, to celebrate progress, and to work towards achieving higher level awards over time. It's important to note that the state of cycling continues to advance. So, and with all of those advancements, the benchmarks for all of these awards are getting raised as well. So achieving or renewing our bronze designation is really truly a laudable achievement for us. It's a testament, I think, to the work that we've done in cooperation, not only internally with staff. It's a reflection of the commitment of our council, and it's a reflection of the commitment and our partnership with our community. The Cycling Advisory Committee and community advocates such as Bike Brampton, I think, are key in making all of this happen. At the end of the day, I guess it's a testament to the progress that we've made and continue to make in Brampton as part of a broader strategy to address mobility issues, and to create a more livable and sustainable city. And I will finish with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enric. I do have speakers. Councillor Fortini. Excuse me, Councillor Fortini, my apologies. We do have delegations, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have one delegation from David Lang, and
my apologies, David. I did see you waiting patiently there. The floor is yours.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks to the committee members, and thanks to staff for giving me the opportunity to chat with you today. I'm here today on behalf of Bike Brampton members to thank Council for supporting the implementation work on the Active Transportation Master Plan in 2021, and to ask for this committee's continued support for 2022 and beyond. Thanks also to staff who did a great job of implementing the projects under relatively difficult circumstances. Bike Brampton members are pleased about the active transportation infrastructure that has been built to date and about what is planned for this year. It's important to us because it means that utilitarian cyclists are safer and more welcome in this city, and that the bicycle is being recognized as a legitimate transportation mode. But reaffirming Council's commitment to Active Transportation Master Plan at this point represents a lot more for the city than making a few cyclists happy. It delivers powerful messages about what our civic leaders are committed to the 2040 vision, the actions required by the climate emergency, and the future that Council wants for Brampton. Despite taking 18 months to produce and involving feedback from more than 10,000 residents, Brampton's 2040 vision, which is a picture 20 years in the future, a city that is safe, healthy, accepting of all, and one that is green and environmentally sustainable, is easy to support from a political perspective. It's far more difficult, however, to make that vision a reality. It takes courage, patience, wisdom, and copious quantities of determination in the grind of day-to-day decisions and in the face of dissenters who may be misinformed or who, frankly, put their own short-term interests ahead of what's best for the community. Council's response to those voices of dissent says a lot. In supporting the ATMP, it says that our city leaders are serious about creating the infrastructure necessary to grow Brampton as a network of interconnected communities that are not wholly reliant on the automobile to get around. It sends a message of support to our public transportation organizations, Metrolinx and Brampton Transit, that they are an important part of our transportation strategy. It demonstrates commitment to building a city that is safe and comfortable for people, not just for cars. In combination with education and things like automated speed enforcement systems, it says that speeders and those who wantonly put the public at risk will not be tolerated in this city. It facilitates those who wish to sustain an active lifestyle. It says we want our children to walk or ride to school in safety and with confidence. It encourages those who wish to use micromobility devices, and it supports the businesses that provide those devices. It says that we are accepting of those that cannot afford both adequate housing and a car. Example, the young, innovative folks who come to school here, who may end up staying here to raise families and create well-paying professional jobs. Or the often undervalued frontline workers, those with accessibility issues and the elderly. And rising gas prices means that there are more of those people each day. All of these people deserve to have a safe city that provides them with less expensive, less polluting, and healthier transportation choices. They say that Rome wasn't built in a day. In the same vein, changing the transportation culture in Brampton won't occur because of the installation of a few bike lanes and pedestrian crossings. But in continuing to support our Active Transportation Master Plan, we are saying yes to a city that is safe, affordable, and environmentally friendly. Members of committee, we ask for your continued support to implement this Active Transportation Master Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. So, back to our speakers list. We have Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Henry, can we put that map up about the bike lanes coming for this year?
I'll ask if the clerk could back up to that one.
Yeah.
The 22, this one here, Councillor?
Yeah, and we were So going back about 3 or 4 months ago, I thought we were bringing a report, which you should have, of all the bike lanes per ward. And meanwhile, we got emails where the bike lanes are going. And, you know, we get a lot of people complaining, and I do want to support the bike lanes, but also the residents, the one on Glenvale, we still haven't done nothing for them. So it looks like we asked for a report, doesn't come back, but already we're getting emails where bike lanes are going. So what do you expect me to tell these residents now when the bike lanes are coming in front of their driveways? And that's why I asked for this report going back a while back before we make these decisions. I cannot support this at this moment when these residents are calling us. And if you look at the areas, it looks like certain areas don't have bike lanes. And I asked per ward to make it equal, so we all take the blame. Like, I'd like to have the bike lanes in. I want to support everything, but how could I do this when it's all going in one area? Mostly like 3 and 4, 7 and 8. And again, on Glenvale, we were supposed to get back to those residents. No one got back to them. And they're calling every week. When are they going to put in front of my driveways? Are they going to put in front of my driveways? When we showed those videos, the big driveways, those are all semis. They're single driveways, they're semis. They look big, but only one car, maybe 2, you could get in there. They don't even have garages. So when they got company, where are they going to bring them on Queen Street? So those are the complaints we're getting. So we like to keep everyone happy, but we got to make it in a way to, you know, to balance it out. And there's nothing there, like, and people are waiting. Meanwhile, here we are already going back into bike lanes. Where were we 3 months ago when we asked for this? So I can't support it this time until I get exactly to make it evenly across the board for everyone. We can't just pick and choose certain wards.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the chair, if members of committee have the opportunity to go through the appendices to the report, and it was my first slide, was a map that showed the city with the ward designations and a representation of the projects implemented over the past 3 years. The map in front of us right now is only what's programmed for 2022. So on a year-by-year basis, there may be some variability. I think what in response to your request some months ago, Councillor Fortini, the Appendix B in the report does have a kilometer-by-kilometer listing of all of the infrastructure projects, the bike lane projects, and which year they were constructed in and which ward they're ascribed to.
Yeah, and I'm good with that. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say then with the 2022 projects, it's again a continuation of implementation of infrastructure that was already outlined in the Active Transportation Master Plan, and we're just going through the process of taking direction to actually build that network that had been approved back in 2019.
And again, I'm good with it. The problem is when we ask for this, because it looks like they're only going in certain areas, and we're only certain councils are taking the blame, and we get calls all the time, and that's why I asked 3 months ago. Let's get this. Want to see how much bike lanes is per ward, and meanwhile we get emails of the construction coming. So like, I don't know if sometimes we ask for things. Yes, it's yes, but it doesn't come. Now you expect us to prove it now. Construction's around the corner. In April. And Glenvale, we still didn't get back to those residents since last year, the complaint. But you expect me to say yes, I can't. So, you know, if we're going to do that, if we ask for something and we're going to do it, it's one thing. If we're just going to be ignoring everything and I got to ignore my residents, I can't do that because we're getting the complaints. And nobody's replying to these people in front of their driveway. How the site is going to be, maybe we'll put it on one side or nothing. Where they're going to park their cars if they got company. And you know, I get it, we need bike lanes, we need the schoolers, we need that. But if I have a house and I have property tax, and I got my daughter and my son coming on Mother's Day or Father's Day, where do you want them to bring the car? On Queen Street, because there's no parking there. Those are semis with double driveways. So we got to kind of balance it out too, where these things go. So I don't know, like I cannot support this at this time until we get exactly what these residents want. And you know, we put a stop sign in a one-way, we send out a survey on the roads and back and forth and studies, but then we just pop up signs in front of people's homes and say, this is what we're doing. So, and that's where we're getting the complaints. So I cannot support it at this time. Every council is allowed to do what they want, and it looks like we're all getting these complaints, and it happened in Ward 3 and 4. Councilor Medeiros talked about that not too long ago. And, you know, I drive by these things, and, you know, I like to serve these, all the one people riding the bikes. Allow them, we can put them on the path, allow them on the green space, and allow them should be on the road. I agree. But let's try to balance it out, and at this time, I cannot support until, you know, people like on Glenvale and stuff like that, we haven't got back to them from 5 months ago. We're just ignoring them. And I've been sending emails, I've asked for it, and nobody got back to them. So I cannot support it this time. Thank you.
So, Councillor, if I could defer to staff from operations that could maybe able to speak to the Glenvale issue. And then as for the rest of the program, again, just to confirm again, if you have an opportunity, the appendices to our report do list a comprehensive ward-by-ward breakdown of all of the cycling infrastructure that's been implemented. And the 22 program builds on the ATMP, which was a master plan that did go through a consultation process as well, and which we're moving forward to. We're certainly not, we're conscious of some of the public response to this, and it's not unique to Brampton. I think we're in this process of trying to affect behavior change, which is something that doesn't happen on a dime. We're working in the context of an auto-dominated legacy for a suburban context in the city of Brampton, and that's changing, and we are seeing those successes, and I think you know, we recognize that that there are these kinds of concerns. I don't think that they're ignored necessarily. I know we have made an effort in past years as we launch the seasonal construction programs. The Streets for People campaign was out there to provide that kind of notification and additional information to any citizen who was interested in finding out more. In addition to information toolkits that we provided to members of council as well for those purposes.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm fine with that. You know, like, so Glenvale, nobody got back to those people. Okay, I'm getting calls up to 2 weeks ago. When are the bike lanes coming? Have you addressed it? So nobody's got back to those people. I remember Councilor Medeiros also had a lot of problems in this area, and that's why we said, look, we want to put the bike lanes. We got to send letters out to those residents where those bike lanes are going in front of their homes, and see if we want to put a no stop sign, and this is or a one way, no parking. We have to do a survey, and that's a safety issue. But the bike lanes is okay. Just put up a big poster in front of a sign, a pole, and say this is what's coming next. So we have to let them know what's coming on their street. It's a fair thing to do. You know, and Glenvale, again, I keep arguing on that because I got calls up to a week and a half ago, and I walk into Shoppers and people are yelling at me, and none of yous got back to them. So I cannot support it at this time until we actually do our work. And we said this about 4 or 5 months ago. We had lots of time to do this. You know, at the end, they're coming to us. We're the ones to be blamed at. And I like to see the bike lanes. I'm not saying no, but at least let the residents know. And those people there, and I'm sure this is going to happen in other areas, don't know about it. And, you know, we heard it from last time in Ward 3. Off of Shirley, there, everyone yelling at the two councillors. So are we going to let them know, or are we just going to do anything? And when it comes to the new construction, you can paint lines anytime. We grind the lines, they paint them, they wear out, they come in the middle of the night, they paint them. So there's no excuse to say, we're doing a new road, so we're putting bike lanes. That could be happening anytime.
Through Ms. Kevin, if I could respond to the Glenvale issue.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, through the chair to Councilor Verkini. Yes, we did provide a response regarding the Glenvale concern to your office, but we didn't connect with the residents. We'd be happy to connect. The outcome was that we were able to provide parking on Glenvale while still being able to incorporate the bike lanes. So we didn't take away all the parking, so we can definitely reach out to those residents as well to provide that information.
Yeah, so thank you. So how did you connect with the residents? Because last week I was at Shoppers and they're yelling at me. Did you send letters out? Did we knock on their doors? Or or just the odd person that sent in a complaint, because we should have notices in their door saying this is what's coming in 5 months or 3 months or 4 months. What do you think? We do it for a stop sign. We do it for no parking.
And through the chair, and if Kevin wants to confirm as well, I think part of that Streets for People campaign does include that in last year's program. The intent of what we're presenting here today for the go forward for this year is we've had initial consultation departmentally to look at the opportunities in our existing capital program to implement the approved ATMP infrastructure, and so this is kind of outlining the proposed program for the year. As we approach individual projects, there are postcards that go out to all of the residents that are immediately affected, I guess, fronting onto any of these projects. In addition to the broader Streets for People campaign with the QR codes that link back to the details of all of these construction projects on the webpage. Kevin, I don't know if there's anything more that you wanted to add to that.
I think that's correct, Henrik, and a lot of those postcards also through the Bramley SNAP program, and which is a main reason why there are so many projects in Ward 7 and 8 is because of that Bramley SNAP with Eastbourne and Balmoral and Finchgate included within that.
I had some on my desk too. The thing is this, let's face it, people get up in the morning to go to work and come home late at night. They're not going to sit there and go on a website until they get surprised. And that's why I said a letter should be in front of their house, even if it has to be registered. It's okay if we spend the extra money, but at least they cannot say I never received anything. We put a postcard, I come home, I find a law in my mailbox, I just throw most everything out. I'm not going to sit there and go through everything. I know there's nothing on the mail with a stamp on it, so it's not important to me. And this is what happens. And then when it comes up these big signs, that's where we yelled at. So, we got to be more engaged. Why, when we do no parking or something, we got to come back and give a survey on the road or even a retaining walls, we need 51% and all that. But when it comes to other stuff, it's what's convenience. And a lot of people don't pay attention. People are up at 5 o'clock and they come home 8 o'clock at night. And they don't pay attention to that stuff until I actually have painted in front of their house a bike lane. And then they say, what the hell's going on here? Where am I going to park? So we got to be a little bit more engaged with them and let them say, hey, this is what's coming. If we get the majority, I have no problem. And, like that. But we cannot be yelled at all the time. Like here, we sit here and we do what we want. And they're not engaged. And I did support this and I continue to support it. But in a way, like you kind of think about it, these people don't know what's going on. A lot of people, 80% of the people go to work, have bills to pay. They're not going to sit here online and look at the map and let's go on the website. Another 20% don't even have computers and internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, moving to Jason.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fortini, we hear you loud and clear. Give us an opportunity here to talk to staff, and we'll get back to you offline between now and next meeting. And we hear you loud and clear. I understand your concerns and the points taken, and I hear staff and what they have done, but we will get back to you on this.
Thank you very much, Jason. Going to my next speaker, Councillor Willens.
You have a hard time saying my last name there, Mr. Chair. Thank you through you, the Chair, to Hendrik and Kevin. Just a quick couple questions. Fully supportive. Thank you, David, for coming in. It's nice to see you once again. Just a quick question on the east-west connection. I know you've got those pedestrian crossovers. Does that include the one on McLaughlin Road? Because I know that was important for the east-west link along that, I guess it's the Trans-Canada Trail along there, along the Trans-Canada pipeline. Do you have any idea? Well, I know we had some issues with the stakeouts from the utilities. Do you know where we are on that?
Through the chair, Councillor, if I can defer to either Kevin or Nelson Cadet to speak to the specifics.
Sure, I could try to answer that, Henrik. Through the chair, I believe that, yes, there are still some complications with getting permissions through the gas companies for that particular location north of Lowry Drive there.
Okay, maybe just keep Councillor Pelletier and myself informed on that. And in terms of, I totally understand what Councillor Fortini is saying, but that's the challenges we have in some of our neighborhoods, especially the older neighborhoods, because 20 years ago there wasn't really the thought of active transportation as there is today. So totally supportive of the report, and let's try and even improve even better our east-west connection, because that's seems to be a concern over on this side of town anyway, at least north of Bavard. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Willens, for asking that question. I did want to bring attention to that. And Kevin, if we can get a push on that too, that was promised a long time ago. I know that Enbridge is holding us up a bit, but if we can get kind of one last push. David, always nice to see you. I didn't want you to feel left out. I'm starstruck when you come to council as well. Thank you for your passion and continuing to do what you do. I'll start off by talking about Bike the Creek. This year more than ever, Bike the Creek is so important to not only the residents of Brampton, but as we've seen in years, residents from all over the place that come to Brampton for Bike the Creek. And Bike the Creek is not even slowly becoming one of the best events in Brampton. It is becoming, as fast as it's grown from its inception, is becoming one of the best events in Brampton. I'm going to ask if the Langs could come in April to delegate to council about this year's Bike the Creek sooner rather than later. And then Hendrik, if we can follow that up with what we're doing to assist Bike the Creek. I don't want Bike the Creek this year with the amount of people that have been home, and we need to ensure that people are getting out, and this could be the event that sets off this summer to try and get people out of their houses and out of the terrible mindset that COVID has put us in with putting us into somewhat dark places and attacking some of the issues that mental health presents to so many people with COVID. So if you could follow that up with if you could talk to the Langs and try and we come as a city and the Langs to have a delegation to council in April. Hopefully that's not pushing it, and just kind of seeing what we can do to ensure that Bike the Creek is supported this year now more than ever. And if you need anything from council at that time, I'm happy to support that going ahead. I'd also like to ask about, and I've kind of talked about it a few times, and Councillor Willens just mentioned the east-west connection. Very, very important. But I've always kind of indicated and in a roundabout way talked about Kennedy Road in that north-south, that the proximity to the 410 kind of mid-city street in Brampton, and the width on either side of the road to allow more opportunity for bike lanes. You could actually have like a highway system of bike lanes on that north-south corridor of Kennedy Road. It gets a little bit troublesome down, I think, around Orinda and then in through Clarence, but then opens up again as you get closer to Steeles and continues to get down all the way into the CAA lands. And I've always felt that Kennedy Road could be it could be a 400 series highway for bikes and a huge opportunity. Could we start thinking about that in the future and see what we could do to have this north-south connection from start to finish all the way through Brampton be something that potentially it could be? Could we, or maybe you've already started those discussions, Hendrik? Could you comment on that?
Yeah, through the chair to you. Thank you, Councillor. And first of all, we'd be definitely happy to come back and speak more to Bike the Creek. That's in partnership with Bike Brampton and with our cycling advisory committee as well. Just to let you know that work is already well underway, and that there is a kind of a multi-partner committee. This is in partnership with the TRCA, as well as with Mississauga and Caledon now, because these trails do extend beyond the municipal boundaries. It's become a true signature event. It's fantastic for Brampton, and it's drawing interest from outside of our city. So that's great, and we look forward to that. For Kennedy Road, I guess, and Nelson can clarify exactly what's shown in the ATMP as the long term. I think it probably is included as a longer term implementation. Currently, though, Kennedy between Steeles and Beauvert is actually regional jurisdiction. We only own the ends at the borders, ironically enough. So any immediate work outside of potentially transferring jurisdiction would have to be done in cooperation with the region. That being said, what you've described is very much consistent with kind of our overall approach that you'll be seeing more of in the Transportation Master Plan update for Complete Streets, where we are looking to provide that equity and opportunity for sustainable modes, and to provide it in those, like you said, if you can provide that kind of a highway, a bike highway, a bike network, that really is that spine that we're trying to build up, and Kennedy could well be an ideal candidate for that.
No, and that's good, Henrik. And maybe this is a two-prong approach. Maybe it's time for us to take Kennedy back from the region as well. If that's an opportunity, we could certainly include Mike Parks and start having those discussions. Or sorry, Jason Schmidt now that he's back. Welcome back, Jason. So let's start having those discussions to see if we should take back Kennedy Road from the region. It makes sense to me. Kennedy Road is certainly, I see it as a municipal road, not a regional road whatsoever. It's kind of one of those, it's difficult. It's like Hurontario. Hurontario, some places it's regional, some places it's throughout the region of Peel, it's city owned, so it's odd. As for the report itself, and I frequently mention Richvale Drive North, and in particular Sacred Heart, Terry Fox, Logger Quest, all within a stone's throw from each other. We have 4 parks, 4 soccer fields, 2 baseball diamonds, 3 kind of, but the one's not really a baseball diamond, 2 tennis courts, and the number of kids that on the west side of Richvale that have to travel to the east side of Richvale to either get to school or to get to one of the parks, to get to the pathways, to get to the conservation areas. It's very difficult, and I witness it almost all the time when kids go to the corner in between Monte Vista and Driftwood Crescent. They go to that corner so that they can see both ways, and they run across the street to get to the school. Sacred Heart has even gone now and closed off their entrance to Richvale because they don't want kids accessing Sacred Heart through Richvale. They have to come down. But for us to ask kids to walk down the Kennedy Road, cross, and then come back, cross Monte Vista to go to Sacred Heart or to go to Logger Quest, or walk all the way past Terry Fox to use the crosswalk to cross and to come all the way back down, it's not efficient. Like kids aren't going to do that. Kids want to get to the park. They want to get to playing. They don't want to walk 300 meters one way or 150 meters the other way to safely cross the road. They look and they cross. So I've talked about Palermo Court and the throughput that we have there going through to the tennis courts on the east side, and having the ability to not only have those curbs cut, but also have a pedestrian signalized intersection there. I know that some in the beginning thought that it was too close to the corner, but I think it's time for us to do something else there. It's we've gone through the process on Richvale, one of the roads, one of the only streets in Brampton with the schools being in such close proximity to each other than anywhere else in Brampton. So if we're gonna do anything to any locations, this is the location I think that we should be looking at. So I would like to add for the 2022 that we put a signalized pedestrian crosswalk at the end of Palermo Court, crossing over to the east side of Richvale Drive, so that we can ensure the safety of the kids that are traveling across there before the school year September 2022 start. And if we have to put something down towards the corner, then we should talk about that, letting traffic know that there is this signal coming up, and you know how they have those flashing lights when you're driving a car. You have a flashing light that indicates to you, tells you before you can even see the signal that light is turning yellow or turning red. If we have to have something like that, I think we need something like that as well. If we have to look at potentially opening up this road, and I won't add this into any type of motion right now, but if we need to look at opening this road to allow more sightline and have that discussion with the school to take some of their land away, then we need to look at that as well. It's always been a concern ever since I was a kid that went to Sacred Heart. It's a little bit different back then, but you know, nowadays I cringe whenever I'm in that area, just praying that, you know, there's nothing's going to happen. I know cars have gone when they're going northbound. They have gone into the fence on Sacred Heart. So I think this is just not only another way to slow down that cut through traffic, but it's also to give pedestrians the security for them to know that they're safe crossing that intersection there, pedestrian intersection, with it being signalized.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, just one question of clarification, or maybe I'll leave it to the expertise of our operations colleagues. Is it a full signal then that you'd be seeking there, or a pedestrian crossover, level 2 PXO?
Pedestrian crossover.
Pedestrian crossover. Okay.
With the push button.
And the flashing beacons, yeah.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And then also with that, Hendrik, if we can go back to Kevin or even Jason, you know, in conjunction with that work, we need to look at Sandalwood and Kennedy Road. That gets backed up too often with people turning to go eastbound from southbound Kennedy, that a lot of people are still using Richvale Drive to get away from that intersection because it gets backed up so far. The advanced green, the advanced turn left signal heading southbound allows still only 4 cars to get through when there's a lineup even going past the mall. So if we can also look at that, I don't need to put that in the motion, but I'd like to receive this report and have that pedestrian crossover signal be included in the 2022 work plan. And thank you, Hendrik, for that. And David, thank you again, Kevin, for being on the call as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palashi. The clerks are articulating your motion on the screen as we speak. I do have one more speaker, Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, Hendrik, to send out letters, would there be a big issue, problems, besides just sending a card where we're putting these? Just this way, at least we don't get yelled at, and when they're surprised, at least we know that they received a letter in their mailbox. Like I said, you go over to my mailbox, probably tonight, I'm gonna have about 20 different cards, real estates and all kinds of stuff. So people don't pay attention to that, but when you see an actual letter from the city of Brampton saying this is what's coming, would it be hard to do all that?
Through the chair to Councillor Fortini, thank you. And again, I don't know if Kevin could clarify, but the postcards, I think, were kind of an advance notice. There was also a letter for the projects, the way I think the Public Works would always have done with these kinds of undertakings, was that letters were provided as well. Again, Kevin, I don't know if you can confirm that for me?
Yes, through the chair, through other types of projects, through our neighborhood traffic management guide, and like Councilor Fertini suggested with the always stops, we do provide letters directly to the residents, and typically those who have direct residential frontage on the roadway where the project's taking place. But if the intention is to expand that area, we can talk to Councilor Fertini offline to determine where those letters need to go.
Yeah, and thank you, Kevin. What I'm trying to say is, I know we send letters out when the construction's coming, but that's kind of late. It's telling them, hey, this is what's coming in the next 10 days or so. I'm saying ahead of time, so at least they could address it to you and say, hey, this is what's coming in 3 months or 2 months, a better communication. Because we do put the postcards, and like I said, I come home, I'm gonna probably throw most of them out. I don't read them all unless I see it's an envelope. But if we send a letter out the week before, 10 days before, and the next 10 days, you're gonna have this construction coming on your road, it's kind of late because it's already scheduled. So maybe if we could communicate, send out these letters out on just on those roads and saying, hey, this is what's coming in 3 months down the road. And we gotta send these out like in January, February, before it comes this time of year, because it's May, at the end of April, May, people are all gonna start construction. And what's when we send letters on, they're gonna be in shock. So if we start sending them out right now, at least they know what's coming 3 months ahead. We don't get these things like being yelled at, because at the end of the day, we're the ones who have to go to the doors. And these guys, I want to support the bike, I want to support everyone, but at the end of the day, these guys are being yelled at. We're getting yelled at sometimes, and I hear it all the time where I go. I don't see anybody on the bike lanes. I don't see it, and it takes time, but making change is not easy. And we all know that, right? So maybe the communication part would be a little bit better. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Fortini, we understand and we appreciate everything that you've said. Communications is an ongoing perennial challenge, I think, on how to do it most effectively, especially in this day and age. But we have in the past, and I think we're meeting later this week with our strategic communications team as well. Because we've been working in partnership with them to try to find and determine kind of the best and most innovative ways to get these messages out to the broader community, and specifically those affected by projects. And we certainly understand what you're hearing. I mean, we hear that too. Maybe I think Nelson's been quite a martyr on occasion, having to deal with these types of complaints. I'd have to say that they're typically resolved, if not necessarily always in agreement, certainly in understanding, because we're able to provide, that kind of information that goes beyond what they may be immediately aware of, kind of right in front of their noses.
Through Mr. Chair, I would just like to just put a conclusion on this in terms of we heard you, Councillor Fortini and Councillor Palashi, and I think we have a good plan ahead of us here. And I think with all the changes, especially like you said, for stable communities and well-established communities, there is an opportunity to improve on the communication, and we'll work very closely with the different departments. And as you know, with the growth and the challenges that growth represent for us, there is room for stepping up communication and giving heads up, and maybe we'll work with you, and we'll keep you in the loop, both Councillor Palashi and Councillor Fortini and everybody else on council, with how we're going to be moving forward with the implementation of the plan and improve the communication at the same time.
Yeah, and thank you, because I know we put in the Brampton Guardian again. I always think, when they did my road, I received a letter. I opened it up, and even last year, people were calling me, oh, they're doing the road. They sent a letter. They said they're going to start in the next 10 days. Why haven't they started? Well, give or take the weather. So they kind of open them up. That's all I'm asking. But when they're getting a letter that it's coming in 10 days, I find that it's a little bit too late. So doing it on the website and Brampton Guardian, not everyone goes there. Like I say, people get up, go work, come home. They don't pay attention until they actually see something in front of their house. So maybe a letter when they see a city of Brampton, and they will open it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. I see no other speakers on my board. Members of committee, we have the recommendations and the amendments moved by Councillor Palashi, as well as receipt of the delegation and the staff presentation. I'll ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
recorded vote has been requested.
I'm asking.
All in favor of the motion to receive the delegation, receive the presentation, and the motion on screen as amended by Councillor Paleshi, all in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. That's a yes. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini. That's a yes. Councillor Williams. That's a yes. Councillor Medeiros. It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
It's a yes. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Vasante.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Members of the committee, we move on, and our next item is 6.9, delegation from Perry Logan, the Executive Director, and Alim Kanji, the Director of Government Relations for Canadian National Fireworks Association. Mr. Clerk, do we still have this delegation before us today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we understand the delegation has left. I think they were under the advisement that perhaps this item may be put off to a future meeting, but they're not currently present.
Okay, so I would like to ask committee to defer this item or refer the item to the next committee of council that is scheduled so that we may have time to consider it, and also to allow for delegations, if they wish to comment on the report, to come forward before committee and provide their advice. It would be a deferral. So we have a deferral before us, moved by myself. All in favor, any opposed? That carries as well. So we move on to item 6.10, a delegation from David Boswell, Brampton resident and founder of the Black Education Fund, regarding item 12.3.1, the Integrity Commissioner position. And we can also bring forward and deal with discussion item 12.3.1 after the delegation and deal with the matter in agenda, or deal with the matter in agenda order as committee wishes. Okay, and so we have David, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Brown and councillors, staff, and guests. My name is David Boswell, and amongst other things, I am a founder and steering committee member of the Black Education Fund, as well as a Brampton resident. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss the Integrity Commissioner. It is my belief this position is an accountability mechanism intended to help members of the public hold their elected officials accountable. I had an experience where I found the need to utilize this process as essentially the only means of holding an official, in this case the mayor, accountable. The process left me confused as to whether the IC was interested in or capable of reviewing the incident with the impartiality required. I had great difficulty understanding the outcome, and I was left feeling that the process favored the person the complaint was about. And as a result, I felt shortchanged. My complaint fell under Rule 15. This is how the rule reads.
So David, sorry, it's Peter Fay, the city clerk. Just as you know, I advised you yesterday that the purpose of this delegation is to talk about the process. I just want to advise you that this is not to revisit matters that have been complaints that are either one, active or have been provided to and reported out by the Integrity Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't intend to relitigate the issue at hand. This is, my concern is with the Integrity Commissioner, not this specific, but I'm going to speak to my specific experience.
Okay, thank you. Just please be mindful that this should not be, this is not a forum for revisiting a matter that's already been decided.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have no intention of revisiting that issue.
Thank you, David, and please proceed with the clerk's advice. Thank you.
Okay, so the rule reads, members should conduct themselves with appropriate decorum at all times. And there's commentary attached to the rule that states, as leaders in the community, members are held to a higher standard of behavior and conduct, and accordingly, their behavior should be exemplary. I got a response from the IC that the commentary was, in her interpretation, aspirational, while the first part was mandatory. Rest assured, I found that to be troubling. I'm going to just skip over a little part, but I did ask for some commentary in writing from the IC. I had some questions about the decision not to further review or investigate the issue that I had raised. And she asked for my responses in writing, my questions in writing, which I provided. And she provided some responses that were also very troubling. She did agree that she heard what some of us felt that we had heard, but she wasn't able to find the language to make that clear in her response. So it was this really soft language around what people thought they heard, and I took issue with that. Furthermore, I was aware that the person I was filing the complaint about, I was made aware, was provided an opportunity to speak directly with the IC in this case, whereas all of my correspondence had to be provided in an email format, right? So it felt like an inequitable process. If I don't have the opportunity to explain myself directly, or my complaint or my allegation directly, but the person defending themselves from the allegation has really the fulsome defense and a sort of in-person conversation, that didn't feel fair. And so again, I don't wish to relitigate this decision or the issue that I brought up, as I previously mentioned, but I got a question, or I gave her a question to the Integrity Commissioner, and I asked her very specifically, do you understand the phrase intent versus impact? And in my complaint, the IC said, and I said, and others agreed, the issue that I was raising wasn't necessarily intentional. In fact, people agreed it wasn't intentional at all. But when we do the kind of work that we've been doing around equity and inclusion, and when we're trying to hold people accountable for things that may be harmful, and we have the Integrity Commissioner process available to us, when the Integrity Commissioner can't respond to whether she understands the difference between intent and impact, and furthermore bases that decision on wording around intent, then impact is not being considered, and I think that's extremely problematic. So I appreciate your time. I'm happy that this topic was placed on the agenda for today's meeting, because in my personal experience, I can't speak for anybody else, but the entire process of having to utilize the Integrity Commissioner to file a complaint, to hold an elected official accountable for something that not only I, but other members of the community took very seriously, I would say that process was just not robust enough to give folks any satisfaction. So I'll leave it at that. And again, thanks for everybody's time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boswell, for your delegation. I see Councillor Paleshi on the board to speak. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, nice to see you. I have to say, David, I have the exact same picture behind you. I absolutely love that picture.
We won't say that it comes from IKEA.
No, we won't say anything. I did want to say that, this, I think, could be a good opportunity to learn and to do better what there are members of the public feel like if their voices aren't being heard. So I guess my question then, through you, Mr. Chair, to Peter. Peter, is there an opportunity when we first hire an integrity commissioner, we go through kind of a council workshop or a re-education session to fully understand the roles and the responsibilities of an integrity commissioner. But is there ever an opportunity for the public to provide any input into how they feel if the complaints as per the delegation is streamlined to the effect of whether their complaints are being heard, or if their ability to complain is justified on their side? From my understanding of the delegation, there could be some issues, and if there are opportunities to make the process more equitable for residents, is there that opportunity?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start by saying the Integrity Commissioner is really the is responsible to City Council. So the Municipal Act is very clear that every municipality in the province must have a code of conduct, a council code of conduct, and the arbitrator of that code of conduct and the advisor to council is the Integrity Commissioner. So by default, the Integrity Commissioner is a mandatory position effectively for each municipality. And there are really, I think there are 7 responsibilities for the Integrity Commissioner that are set out in the Municipal Act. One of, and many of them have to do with dealing with complaints, providing advice to members of council, but there is also one about education. And that's educating members of council, staff, and the public. So maybe that could be an avenue that could be pursued. But I just wanted to clarify and provide some context in terms of a typical complaint process. So if a complaint does come in from any person that's filed with the Integrity Commissioner, first of all, it's filed in confidence. Nobody sees that complaint. It goes directly to the Integrity Commissioner. The Integrity Commissioner will look at the complaint, and if there is fulsome information, the Integrity Commissioner may decide to whether it warrants an investigation or not. Or they may seek further information from the complainant to clarify the intent of the complaint. The basic mechanism is to improve or correct behavior if there is a situation that's identified that involves a member of council in terms of a possible non-alignment with the council code of conduct and the rules that are set out in that. So the first avenue would probably be from the Integrity Commissioner, pursuing an informal resolution process that may or may not involve the member of council, may or may not involve the complainant, depending on the nature and circumstances of the complaint. If that's not possible, then it may trigger a formal investigation that the Integrity Commissioner may launch, and that may involve seeking more information from the complainant, in writing or in person or virtually, as we've experienced over the last few years, depending on the nature of the complaint. It may also involve obtaining other information from other parties that may be relevant to the complaint, depending on the nature of the complaint. And it obviously most certainly involves some dialogue and or obtaining information from the member or members that may be identified in the complaint in terms of their behavior or actions that the complainant is suggesting is contrary to the code of conduct. So all that information is considered and as part of the investigation process. And then after that, the Integrity Commissioner will make a determination whether or not the matter warrants a report to council. And if there is a report to council, that report must be public. And I think in this particular case, a report was made public and was, I think, presented to a council meeting in either late January or early February. I think it was late January, if I recall. And then it's before council for considering what happens with that. The Integrity Commissioner's role is only to make recommendations. The Integrity Commissioner does not decide. At the end of the day, it is council that decides if there is a contravention and sorry, I should point out, the Integrity Commissioner will probably will decide if there is a contravention of the code, but can only make recommendations if there's any corrective action that is required. The council is the one that ultimately will make the decision in terms of any corrective actions, and that could involve continuing from receiving a report and not taking any further action to actually taking actions which are set out in the Municipal Act. So that very quickly is just an overview of the process, and if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
No, I appreciate that, Peter. And I guess the last thing that I would recommend that this council look at in the future is the opportunity for public comments on the process for filing complaints with the Integrity Commissioner. And I feel like our current Integrity Commissioner here at the city and both the two at the region would certainly be open for the opportunity for public to comment on that process to see if it can be streamlined a little bit better and make it more available for or easier for the opportunity for public to file complaints if they see the need to. Thank you, David, for your delegation, and I hope that that's something that we can look at in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. And I see no one requesting for us to deal with item 12.3.1 right now, so we'll deal with it in the agenda order. So I'll ask Councillor Paleshi, will you move receipt of the delegation?
Happy to.
Thank you. So we have a motion to receive the delegation from David Bosveld. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Next, we have a delegation, item 6.11, a delegation from Tanya Waring regarding International Women's Day. Welcome, Tanya. And thank you for your patience.
And if we can just bring Tanya into the session, she is as an attendee at the moment.
Tanya, are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
There you go. We can hear you. If just speak loudly and clearly. There you are.
All right, perfect. All right, good afternoon. My name is Tanya, and I'm a university student and a lifelong resident of Brampton. So to begin, I just want to thank the council for letting me speak on the importance of International Women's Day. I'm here today because of the amazing women that have paved the way for me. When I think of the lives of my mother or grandmothers, they faced hardships not only for being women, but for being women of color. So growing up, I learned how fortunate I was to receive an education and gain independence, two things that many women across the globe still do not have the luxury of. International Women's Day to me emphasizes the strides that women have made to simply gain equality. The way we have learned to stand tall for ourselves, to hold each other when we can't stand, and to tell ourselves the truth about what keeps us from standing. These are the things that have brought me here today. March 8th serves as a reminder for all women of how far we've come, but amid the celebration, also a reminder of the road ahead. Women do not only build themselves, they create whole communities. Yet, history paints a different picture. It is important to understand the difficulties women have gone through historically and, unfortunately, continue to fall victim to this day. As citizens of Brampton, I believe it is crucial to reflect on the decisions our city makes that impact women. For example, yesterday, Brampton hosted a great International Women's Day event that highlighted key issues affecting women in our community. The first panel had women from Zonta to discuss the recent increase in violence against women, and the second panel included local women from the city to discuss their contributions to the women's empowerment landscape in Brampton. We should be highlighting these initiatives in hopes of inspiring young women like myself, but also educating the community on what needs to be done. Further, I want to applaud Councillors Williams and Santos for all that they do in providing for the city while representing women in a field that has not always been kind to them. I want to bring attention to the Global Gender Gap Report of 2021. And that report found that at our current rate, it's going to take over 130 years to achieve equality between men and women globally. Further, there was data from LinkedIn showing that there's a decline of women's hiring into leadership roles. This creates a reversal of 1 to 2 years of progress across multiple industries. There's actually an example of this in our own home, where council decided to appoint 2 men for the deputy mayor roles, despite having 2 capable women of color on this council. Despite all the good, we also must understand that as a municipality, our tablecloth has stains. In recent years, council itself had its own indiscretion on display. I commend council members for staying stern with their peers and unifying together to signify that any mistreatment against women will not go unpunished. Council's decisions on August 5th, 2020 were just, and as a woman myself, I appreciate how seriously the issue was handled. I would like to highlight the work of another woman of color, the Integrity Commissioner, Maniza Sheikh, who took the time to understand and empathize with the victim. Further, she conducted a thorough investigation that was upheld by the court, and I can sympathize with how difficult it must have been to put your own colleague under a microscope, especially at such a high position, but this showcases your commitment and hard work for justice. What really stuck out to me on September 16, 2020, was on top of the apologies and suspension that was ordered, there was an attempt to shed some positive light on the issue by donating the suspended pay to a women's foundation. In the subsequent month, the council decided to report on potential granting opportunities for women's support groups and empowerment initiatives. If it is possible, can someone on council disclose which foundation the $25,000 pay has been donated to and what opportunities have since been identified? I believe that we should be using the momentum of International Women's Day to highlight the work and achievements of these organizations to all residents of Brampton. And if nothing official has been done, can we begin the discussion on what is in the works? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Do we have any questions, comments from members regarding this delegation? I see none. So I have a motion. I'll ask Councillor Santos to move receipts of the delegation. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
Okay. So members of committee, it is now past 1 o'clock. We have finished all of our delegations for this committee meeting. Next, we have government relations, but I would recommend, and I'm sure you would all agree, that we should take a break, and if we could reconvene at 2 p.m. So at 2:20. So we are reconvened until 2:20. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. This meeting is now recessed. Councillor Singh, and Councillor Paleshi. Members in chambers, just for the members that are participating remotely, we have Councillor Dillon, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Medeiros has just stepped away, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Santos has just stepped away, and Chair Vicente. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm right here.
I saw your black hair and your...
Welcome back, members of committee. We will continue on with our agenda for today, but before we begin with government relation matters, the clerk has let us know that during our consent portion of today's agenda, item 12.4.3 was received as part of the consent motion, but direction is required from council to staff. So I'd like to ask if we could achieve 2/3 to reopen the item and refer the correspondence from the Region of Peel to staff for consideration and report back. There's a request from Janice Sheehy, the Commissioner of Human Services, regarding the Region of Peel affordable housing development for 5 Rutherford Road. So, Mr. Clerk, how may we achieve 2/3?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you can just take a vote, and unless there's any objection, that would be a 2/3, and then the matter would be reopened, and then you would take a vote just to refer it to staff for a report back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So, members of committee, is there anyone opposed to reopen correspondence item 12.4.3? Hearing none, so the matter is now reopened. So, members of committee, we have correspondence from Janice Sheehy, the Commissioner of Human Services, and Gary Kent, CFO and Commissioner of Corporate Services, Region of Peel, dated on February 25th, 2022, regarding the Region of Peel affordable housing development on 5 Rutherford Road, requesting relief from the City of Brampton parkland dedication. And so we will ask Councillor Medeiros to move that this be referred to staff. Is there anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, members of committee. So we'll now move on to 7.1, Government Relation Matters. Andre Hoffman from the CEO's office is here with a presentation for committee on government relation matters as they pertain to the City of Brampton. Welcome, Andre.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. And through the Chair, I'll begin today's update with the region and regional council meeting scheduled for tomorrow, March the 10th. Public Affairs team has reviewed the council agenda and reached out to city staff as appropriate. Next slide, please. If we could move to the next slide. Thank you. I'd like to start with item 7.1, hospital funding, for information report that provides an overview of regional funding sources and options to support future healthcare and hospital development in Peel. This regional report is a response to November 11th, 2021 Regional Council meeting, which considered a motion requesting 50% contribution from the region towards the City of Brampton's local share of construction costs for the proposed new fully serviced hospital in Brampton. The report provides an overview of potential funding options and scenarios, while indicating that currently there are no reserves available for his hospital funding without reducing the existing capital program or increasing the property tax. Staff provide an analysis of potential levy impacts ranging from 1 to 10 years. The analysis also recognizes potential future funding requests for other hospital capital projects. Next slide, please. The report features a number of appendices, including an environmental scan of Ontario municipal contributions to local share. I'd like to point out that the more recent 2021 examples of York and Durham do include contributions from both upper and lower tier municipalities. The scan also references the fact that the region has contributed 37 million towards Brampton Civic Hospital in 2007, as well as $25 million to Regional Cancer Center in 2005. In respect to those last two items, it is important to point out that at the time the funds for those contributions were derived from DCs collected prior to 1997 changes to the Act, which no longer allowed for collection for hospitals. Council agenda, regional council agenda also includes related delegations from all three hospital systems in Peel with an overview of their capital planning and needs. The report also features a draft AMO motion requesting province re-examine the local funding of provincial hospitals. That is a part of AMO's 2022 pre-budget submission. Next slide, please. I also wanted to flag item 15.1, Heritage Heights Secondary Plan Process Update, which provides a summary of regional staff's review of Heritage Heights Urban Boulevard concept, as well as secondary planning process. Regional staff support the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan, including the Urban Boulevard. Following secondary plan approval, city staff will continue to collaborate with the regional staff to implement the secondary plan through a precinct plan process. Once there is a greater clarity around Highway 413 following the provincial election, staff from city and the region will be better positioned to provide, to bring forward recommendations to city council pertaining to how best to deliver the Urban Boulevard. City staff intend to bring forward Heritage Heights Secondary Plan to the March 21st meeting of Planning and Development Committee to be considered by council for formal approval. Moving on to provincial updates, last week the province has announced that people living with type 1 diabetes will now have a provincial coverage to monitor their blood glucose levels through real-time continuous glucose monitors. This is significant as both the city and the region experience high levels of diabetes among our residents, and residents will be able to access this funding through the Provincial Assistive Devices Program starting March 14th. The province has also announced additional funding for the Seniors Community Grant Program by investing $6 million in 2022-23 fiscal for seniors-based projects, programs, and services that empower seniors to continue play active participation in their community. My apologies for the interruption. Staff are currently reviewing this opportunity and with an intent to submit an application. Applications are due on April 28th. Lastly, I'd like to point out my sincere apologies. Lastly, I'd like to point out an announcement that has taken place earlier today, in which province has announced that it will be lifting the COVID-19 restrictions by end of April. Next slide, please. In federal announcements, the Government of Canada has announced funding for public transit in Mississauga as part of Mississauga's allocation to the Investing in Canada.
Andre, sorry to interrupt you. If we could just ask you to speak loudly. We're on this item that you're speaking to now. We can barely hear you.
Oh, my apologies. In federal announcements, the Government of Canada announced funding for public transit in Mississauga as part of Mississauga's allocation through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Public Transit Infrastructure Stream. This funding will promote regional fare integration by constructing a new bus rapid transit corridor along Dundas Street, which will integrate with the future Hurontario LRT. This funding will also help keep Mississauga's fleet assets in a state of good repair. Brampton has secured ICIP funding for numerous key infrastructure projects, including the construction of a new transit facility and transit hub, the replacement and refurbishment of transit fleet assets, as well as the replacement of critical transit IT infrastructure. Public transit staff continue to work with Government of Canada and Province of Ontario to secure funding approvals for Brampton's remaining ICIP projects. It is also a part of our ongoing advocacy work. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides provide an overview of available details regarding the upcoming FCM annual conference. This year's FCM is pursuing hybrid format, with the conference taking place in Regina and online between June the 2nd and 5th. Early bird registration is available until Friday, April 22nd, and Public Affairs team will follow up with offices of council members to confirm participation and assets and assist with registration as needed. I would only point out that given the timing of the conference, its start will overlap with the upcoming provincial election. Next slide, please. The conference program includes topics such as climate change adaptation and mitigation, housing innovations, and local reconciliation. As in previous years, other noteworthy features will include expert panels, remarks by federal political leaders, as well as keynote speeches. We will provide updates as additional information becomes available. In terms of advocacy themes, we will be building on cities' pre-budget submissions, as well as advocacy work in the fall of last year, and continue our work in advancing transit and higher order transit projects, green and resilient infrastructure project, active transportation, as well as recovery and economic development. Public affairs team will engage with relevant departments to develop advocacy materials and will provide ongoing support to council members attending the conference. As a reminder, I would like to point out that unlike AMO, the FCM conference does not feature delegations with ministers or party leaders. Lastly, I'd like to close a loop on last week's presentation and highlight the AMO draft motion on the impact of local share capital donations in funding provincial hospital construction and expansion. The motion calls on the province to reevaluate the local share requirement. As mentioned earlier, the same motion is included on the regional agenda for this Thursday. Oh, if you could move to the last slide, please. Thank you very much. While Brampton has taken a leadership role in supporting healthcare infrastructure, the issue of local share has significant impact across the municipal sector and has long been an advocacy item for AMO. Council may wish to consider a motion or allow first for the discussion that is expected that is anticipated at the regional level tomorrow. And with that, this concludes our presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andre. I do have speakers. Councillor Fortini.
And yes, I did have a briefing yesterday on our hospital levy. I guess, the region did put $37 million into our last hospital and 25 into Trillium, but it was development charges. And so I will be changing the motion tomorrow. I know we've been asking for half. It's just impossible for them to do it. And I guess we never started the levy here, which should have been done to give health care to everyone here around across the region of Peel. So tomorrow I'll be putting in a motion and hoping all my colleagues will support it, at least to get the $12.3 million towards the cancer treatment hospital portion. And I wanted to ask a question to our staff, our treasurer, if they're online. How much we have already set aside for our hospital now?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have $62.5 million.
Sorry?
We have $62.5 million set aside.
So set aside. So hoping if we could get that 2.3 million, 12.3 million tomorrow, and this is due 2016, and the cancer treatment portion is 2017. Do we still have time to start the levy now? If tomorrow they only say we're only giving you so much, or do we have to wait through the next budget?
So, Councillor, through the chair, this would be an amendment to the budget at this point. Because the budget has been approved, as you know, in December. So if we want to do something like this, this will have to be an amendment to the budget.
Okay, so it could be done with an amendment to start our levy, because if we get only this portion tomorrow, we're still gonna be out close to $50 million. And I remember part of that motion I put when we took the infrastructure, plus the 22 million, to look at some surplus properties we have. I know we got the one at Bramley City Center fenced up, which you cannot build, or some other stuff. The difference, we could start a levy as an amendment, and even though the budget's been done, so I'm glad that's happening. So I guess I'll wait for tomorrow, what's gonna happen at the region. And, as Andrew said, he's correct, back then when they did give the $37 million to us and 25 to Trillium, it was development charges. So we're hoping maybe the province within the next 1 or 2 years will switch those rules, and we can move on, because I think this in a couple of years, the shovels are gonna be in the ground, and when they say, well, we got time. Well, the bill's gonna come around the corner, and it's only 4 years on the road. And we don't want to go to the taxpayers at the time and say, well, we have to raise your taxes 5 or 10%. So doing it slowly, or we could look at surplus land, and it's a less for everyone. And we need the healthcare in our city. So I'll wait to see what happens tomorrow, and then I'll bring an amendment back in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. Thank you, Nash. Next speaker, Councillor Pellesi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I briefly got an opportunity to have a look at the Heritage Heights report. I'm pleased that regional staff are in favor of the report. I did hear, though, that, and by way of looking at the report, that there are some concerns along the Beauvert widening, and I guess I wanted the opportunity to staff for staff to comment if there are concerns that come out of regional council tomorrow. What are your comments? And just to my fellow regional councillors, if they have any concerns with the report on the agenda for tomorrow as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pellesi. I see no further speakers, so have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini.
No. I'm looking for staff. I'm looking for staff to provide comments on what I just asked.
My apologies, Councillor Pellesi. Is there someone who can provide a response?
Hi, Bob Yerke, Director of City Planning and Design. So through the chair, this is something we have been discussing with regional staff. At this point in the approval process, we're talking about the high-level framework, not getting into those details, but absolutely there are elements that we are continuing to discuss with regional staff, but we've got, I think, some good understandings built. We can go through and give you a more specific update, and if there are specific questions that come up, that you would like to be prepared for, we can provide you with some speaking notes or things of that nature for tomorrow.
Okay, and I guess through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that if there are still concerns that staff at the region have, that we're still working through that, and ultimately we think that we can all come together on the solution.
Well, absolutely. No, I think we're building a good understanding with regional staff, and any of the issues that have been identified don't actually pertain to the approval of the Heritage Heights secondary plan. They are ones that we've identified we'll have to continue to talk through the next phases of block planning and continued work. But we are on the same page with regards to the approval of the secondary plan.
Okay, thank you for that, Bob. I appreciate it. And then just my last question, if there are any of the other regional councillors that had any concerns about the report, if maybe we can go into this tomorrow together, I think that would be a benefit for the Heritage Heights secondary plan for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Pellesi. I do see Councillor Singh on the board. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just as staff, I've been listening on the radio and reading some articles that AMO has really taken a focus on looking at reevaluating the local share. Are we aware of any such initiatives being led by AMO?
Is there someone?
Councillor, AMO has included the issue of a local share in their pre-budget submission presented to the province, as well put forward the motion that I highlighted in the presentation, asking municipalities to voice their support for asking in respect to the province opening this issue for discussion and taking a look at it in terms of its impact on the municipal sector.
Was that motion moved or was it just in your presentation?
It was just in a presentation for council either to consider or I guess the suggestion was or wait for discussion tomorrow at the region.
Okay, so would that be done by the region to support AMO, or would that be done at the city?
It's an option for both councils.
Okay, I would like to move that motion here, that we support AMO. While we have time, I think we should lend our weight to reevaluating the local share, especially post-COVID. I think that it's a real burden on municipalities, and I think that we should support this initiative by AMO as much as possible. So I'll move that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the motion from the CEO's office, and we're just going to bring it on the screen momentarily as drafted, I believe, by AMO.
Thank you. If the chair may be heard for a moment. Thank you. In discussions at AMO, and I serve with AMO on behalf of the Region of Peel, it has been, there's been a consensus among municipalities in Ontario that the local share is a heavy burden for municipalities to carry. Understanding that many municipalities in the province are much smaller than the city of Brampton, and just because you're 1/10 the size and you build a health center, that health center is not going to be 1/10 the cost of what it would be here in Brampton. And so, when a municipality is asked to kick in 10% the local share, it is quite disruptive for budgets, particularly over the past recent years. You're not allowed to use DCs, et cetera. And so AMO is speaking forcefully in regards to the importance that the downloading of healthcare costs to municipalities is something that should not continue. That being said, the present situation in the province of Ontario is that municipalities are expected to provide local share. And particularly here in the city of Brampton, it's been my experience, and other members of council can also chime in and comment, that we always put in our share to ensure that we get investment in healthcare for our residents. It's what residents here in the city of Brampton have come to expect, that we put, shall we say, our skin in the game. And so looking at the fact that tomorrow we are having a conversation with the region with regards to local share and them making a contribution, which they did for Brampton Civic Hospital and which they did for another health facility in Mississauga. I think that this conversation today is we might want to have it at a different date after we've had some consultation with staff. But that is just my view. And so the motion is on the floor. And Councillor Singh, I turn it back to you.
Yeah, I think we should support this initiative. I've been hearing a lot about it from media as well. And I think we should re-examine the local share, especially in a post-COVID world. I don't think it's fair. Brampton was already in a peculiar situation with healthcare, and I think this just adds to the burden, and we have to focus on Third Hospital as well. So, yeah, I don't think advocacy ever hurts, so I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Singh. I have another speaker, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, and I think we should wait for tomorrow what happens at the region. You know, we went through a budget, and we never supported healthcare. Now everyone's complaining about it. So let's wait and see what happens at the region. we don't know exactly what we're gonna get. I'm trying to push for the 62 million. I know that will not happen because we never started a levy here. And I said it very clear, we have some commitments there, but unfortunately, it's very hard to get commitments now when we turned it down. So I think that we should wait till tomorrow. Let's find out what they give us and hoping at least we could get the 12.3 million towards the cancer treatment. Well, then we gotta come back and we have to, I'm gonna add the motion here in April to start our levy, an amendment. We hear it in the radios and all, but we don't act. And I said it before, we turned it down. So let's not go around the radios now and say, well, we put so much money into these hospitals. We didn't put nothing. We took 22 million from the last levy and we took infrastructure and was transferred over, or else we had zero. And we had to come up with 125 million in 5 years. So I'd like to wait till tomorrow and see what happens. Let's not jump the gun here. And then we could take it in April when we come back. And I'm happy to help you in any motion or support any motion you want to bring forward then. Thank you.
So I'm a little bit confused. This is just an advocacy motion. We can do both things parallelly. In parallel, I'm looking online. You can see many municipalities have already supported this. I don't think we should be the last ones to the table. Just a simple advocacy motion. I don't think anybody supported healthcare more than others. We've all done our part. And just asking for support at AMO. I think our voice would be important to lend to this important lobby effort. And it's very timely because elections are around the corner. Elections are in June. And so I don't think we should wait to be effective to lobby. Now's the time. So it's up to you if you don't want to support it. That's fine. I think we should. So my motion still stands. Thank you.
Councillor Fortini, if I may, just to keep decorum in the meeting, I know that the CEO has asked to speak, so if we could listen to the CEO first, thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to advise you that we can do both in parallel. It doesn't prohibit us this does not position us to a disadvantage to go ahead and wait till recognize what the region says tomorrow and do another subsequent action. So one does not offset the other. We can do both.
Your mic is not on, Councillor.
No, thank you. That's what I was assuming. And thank you to the CEO and thank you to Councillor Fortini. Thanks.
Recognize Councillor Fortini to speak.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. Well, that's why I wanted to wait for the region. We're doing the same thing at the region tomorrow to ask AMO. Because they used to do development charges. They waived that, which this is great. So if we could do it together, that's fine. So long as it doesn't affect tomorrow, because the region really pushing for this. We have a big report there coming tomorrow compared to our when we did this before our budget. So if it doesn't affect it, I'm fine with it. I just don't want to, because they're really going to be pushing a big push towards AMO to try to get back the development charges into our healthcare. That's great. Thank you, Councillor Singh, and all support.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Back to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Councillor Fortini. In all honesty, we are not going to be able to get this letter out before tomorrow anyways. So if something more harmful may come out of the region tomorrow, then we'll come back and we'll come to council and discuss this. But given the timelines, we won't be getting that letter out until after the council meeting tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And before I go to Mayor Brown, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question, I might have missed it, through the chair to Andreas. When did the region give money towards Brampton Civic? What year was that?
Councillor Andre here, that was 2005.
2005? And have we received any funding from the region for our healthcare infrastructure since then?
No, not to my knowledge. And my apologies, that was 2007 as a matter of fact, not 2005.
Okay, I think I heard you say 2007. Oh, so
yes.
Since 2007, we haven't received any further funding for our healthcare infrastructure, and it's 2022. Okay, just wanted to get that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor William. Recognize Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Basante. So I certainly appreciate and support this advocacy. I'm not sure if members of Brampton Council were at the 2017 AMO, where I spoke on a panel that was moderated by Richard Brennan at the time. And I spoke about exactly this topic. So it's something that I've believed for a long time, that an undue share is put on the backs of municipalities. This was never envisioned to be on the property tax base, that every city steps up because there's nothing more important than healthcare. And at some point, it needs to be rethought. And it's an odd situation in Ontario where outside Toronto, cities have to contribute, but inside Toronto, they don't. And cities are strapped. Obviously, we're going to step up to the table because we can't risk not having our desperately needed hospital. But this type of advocacy is important, and I hope that one day it's going to be rectified. It's very clear what's supposed to be on the property tax base, and healthcare is not a municipal responsibility. We are stepping up because there are cracks in the system, and the hospital doesn't get built without our contribution. But I would wholeheartedly speak in favor of this. Whenever it goes, I think the timing is less relevant. What's more important is that council is very united in recognizing this flaw in the funding formula.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. So members of the committee, we have the motion before you on the screen. I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested on the motion regarding local share. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Yes. It's a yes. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini. Yes. That's a yes. Councillor Williams. Yes. That's a yes. Councillor Medeiros. Yes. That's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Visante.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And members, we've reached the end of government relations. Ask for receipts. Moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Our next item, we now move on to the section for COVID-19 emergency update from Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, floor is yours.
I have a brief update today. More good news, given the sacrifices that the community has made. We continue to be in a very positive environment as we start to put COVID-19 in the rearview mirror. The province of Ontario has announced today that they are lifting the mask mandate. Now, obviously, there'll be some settings that it's still required, settings that are higher risk, but this is a good news for our community because it speaks that our sacrifices have paid off. The high vaccination levels that much of the world would be envious of, the adherence to public health protocols. I got an update on the hospital capacity. We're down to 6 people with COVID-19 at the hospital. So capacity has never been stronger, we've really turned the corner. So the one thing I would say to council is that most municipalities, I know Toronto just said this today, that they're going to align with the provincial announcement. Right now, our mask bylaw expires March 31st, and the provincial one expires March 21st. Peter, you could maybe check the dates for me. It was just announced while we were in council today. But obviously, as we have throughout the pandemic, we want our local bylaws to be consistent with the provincial one, so there's not confusion. And provincial legislation does supersede local legislation. And so I think it would be appropriate to get that guidance that we are consistent with the Public Health Ontario. And I would note this is something that's been recommended by Dr. Kieran Moore. Locally, Dr. Sergio Baraja, who's the head infectious disease doctor at Osler, has come out in support of it, and Dr. Lowe has said that he will support not extending the mask mandate as well, because the environment and the context have changed. So once again, good news on a COVID front, and as I see members back in the council chambers and staff back at City Hall, it really is exciting that we put one heck of a difficult 2 years. We were hit so hard as a community, but we've come out of it. We were resilient. There's certainly been economic pain. There's certainly been a huge consequence to the health of our community in terms of the pressure we had in the hospital system. But we are Brampton strong and Brampton proud, and thank you for everyone that chipped in every fashion. We're almost at the point where we're not going to need these weekly council COVID-19 updates.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. I see no speakers on the board. Or Councillor Singh, are you on the board?
Yes, I just want to pick up on the mayor's last point. We're almost there when we won't need the updates. Are we, to Peter, are we almost there where we can all come in council? Because I feel like that's pretty close.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice would be, I think the next meeting after today of a significant committee is Planning Committee on March 21st in the evening. All members may want to consider coming to that meeting, or more appropriately, the March 30th Committee of Council meeting, which is the next meeting of this committee.
Yeah, maybe March 30th, we can all start coming back. That could just be advice, I guess, or would that be a motion to come back for everybody to start coming back?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that doesn't need to be a motion, because the procedural bylaw has been amended such that an electronic meeting will continue for 1 year after the local declaration of emergency ceases. So there still is an opportunity for some members to participate remotely for whatever reason, including COVID. So there is no requirement that all members must or shall be in the chambers unless council wants to amend its procedure bylaw, which is currently not the case.
Okay, and is there still going to be spacing, or is it? Are we okay now? Did they change the requirements where we can just go back and sit in our seats like normal, or is it still going to be spaced out like it was before?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll have to read the orders, but my understanding is I think the announcements are more to do with masking, and I haven't seen anything yet in terms of spacing. So there still may be a spacing requirement indoors, and we'll confirm that.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, Councillor Singh, that might be helpful, is obviously we still want to take cautions with physical distancing where applicable, and for those that feel comfortable, that want to come to City Hall, they're welcome to. But everyone has a different personal situation. If someone has a high-risk member of their family, and for reasons of concern, we still do have the virtual option. In terms of the masking, what public health has said is that if you want to wear a mask, you can. If you don't want to, it won't be mandated. It's going to be about personal comfort and personal choice. And so, I believe the system that Peter has set up right now as we return to City Hall seems to be a balanced one, given the fact that some people may have particularly personal sensitivities that we may not be aware of. And so I personally would suggest the way Peter has set it up during this transition period is appropriate, and it's very similar to how this transition period is being governed at the region as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I look forward to sort of how the changes affect us that were put out today, and I look forward to returning back very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. And before we move on, the CAO has a word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can tell you that tomorrow CLT is meeting, and on our agenda is our return to work policy and what we're going to do moving forward, including where our recommendation for staff to come back, and we will include the spacing and the mask piece within that, the vaccination piece. We're hoping to have a communication out by Friday to all staff to outline what the future holds for them.
Thank you very much, CAO. So, members, we have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to receive the Mayor's COVID-19 emergency report. All in favor, any opposed?
And Councillor Visante, the motion that accompanies it to align with the province, that's included?
And we have the motion as read on the screen that a bylaw be enacted to amend the mandatory face covering bylaw as amended to align with the anticipated changes to the provincial, I can't read it all, orders in respect to face coverings in public settings, such that the bylaw shall be repealed the earlier of the date of the provincial order ceasing to be in effect and/or as of April 1st at 12:01 a.m. as currently set out in the bylaw. And that is moved by Mayor Brown. Anyone opposed? And that carries. Great. Thank you. So we're now going to move on to the Public Works and Engineering section, and we have two items to deal with. First, we have item 8.3.2, a discussion item at the request of Councillor Fortini regarding bike lanes. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, and we already dealt with this. I asked my questions already on the plan there. Thank you.
Very good. So we will move on then from that item, and we have a piece of correspondence. Item 8.4.1, correspondence from Laura Hall, the Director of Corporate Services and Town Clerk for the Town of Caledon, dated February 23rd. Request to Brampton Transit to expand service throughout the major corridors north of Mayfield Road. This item was held by Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was speaking to the mayor and some of the councillors in Caledon looking for some kind of agreement that we've talked about this before, where we have some of our buses that run up certain roads in Caledon, and they're looking for us to kind of enter into some kind of agreement to ensure that as they continue to expand and build out some of their boundaries, that Brampton would be there to support, so whatever agreement that looks like. And then I'd also like to understand for free seniors, am I selfish to say that those free seniors have to be Bramptonians? And I would want to know what that would look like as well. So, but I'm asking for this to be referred back to staff, so staff can come back with a report. There's Alex.
If I can, Chair.
Alex, please proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, Councillor Paleshi, to perhaps maybe save a report coming back to Council if it's Council's desire after I talked to this briefly. So we have an agreement, a legal agreement with the Town of Caledon. I recall that because we were intimately involved with it approximately 10 or 11 years ago when Caledon approached us to provide service on the Tullamore area, which is just north of Mayfield off of Airport Road. So we entered into an agreement that was council approved back then for the Route 30 extension. And that agreement allowed us to amend the services that we provide Caledon as long as there was no financial impact to the city of Brampton. So we do have a legal agreement in place that Caledon fully subsidizes any services that we agree to provide in their jurisdiction. That includes all operating costs, that includes even capitalization of the vehicles and the relevant infrastructure to support the vehicle. That's all part of the formula and model. We've also further, about 3 or 4 years ago, provided services on the Route 81, as you all know, north of Mayfield and Kennedy, off of Kennedy Road, or straight up Kennedy Road, sorry, north of Mayfield. That incorporates everything, and that contract allows us to amend as much as Caledon would like to, provided we can provide that for them with a financial neutral model for the city of Brampton. So that's in place today. We can, our colleagues here at the Planning and Scheduling Department work with the Town of Caledon regularly, and for whatever information and route services they want, we provide them the information, and they have to get the approvals to their council for the budgetary impacts. So we can proceed at any time. We have the authority to do so, as we do with York Region as well. So that's already in place. As for the seniors, if I can answer that, currently any revenues that are collected in Caledon are put back to Caledon. So if Caledon wishes to provide free seniors for Caledon residents, then they would be subsidizing that on their own. However, any applicability to residents in Brampton that are seniors, that would be free under our program. So to be very clear, it's revenue neutral. We recover all our monies that Caledon wishes us to provide. And right now, I believe they're looking at the Bolton area for the next phase of that.
So Bolton and then Mayfield West is also what they're talking about. But so maybe what we can do then, Alex, through you, if you can work with the clerk's office, that we can send correspondence back to say that Brampton supports expanded transit service throughout the major corridors north of Mayfield. And then you and I know, and we all know that it of course needs to be revenue neutral. We're not paying for Caledon's transit. But if we can have that correspondence, maybe go back to them, then that way they understand that we're here, we're listening, and what they need. They have to go back to their council to get the direction.
Absolutely, through the chair, we'll definitely follow up on that with the city clerk's office and provide a letter to Caledon, just reinforcing the fact that our council and mayor are aware of this, and that we have an agreement in place that is flexible enough to work with Caledon to provide the services that they might need in any respective area in Caledon.
And we support the transit expansion service throughout the major corridors.
We'll include that as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Members of the committee, we have a motion on the screen for consideration. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, that carries. Next, we'll move on to councillor question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members of council have questions? I see none, so we'll move on to public question period. The clerk has advised that we do have questions from members of the public. Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that we do have a question regarding bike lanes. I'll put it in the form of a question. Can you please put in bike lanes? I've been waiting a year. I've been watching out for parking on Glenvale and on the long weekend. 5 cars maximum and lots of room in the driveway. And that is from Cindy Evans. So that's a request to put bike lanes in on Glenvale.
So thank you, Cindy, for the question. Does staff want to comment on the question as it has been reworded?
Hello, Chair Vicente. It's Nelson calling from Transportation Planning.
Hello, Nelson.
Through you, Chair, to the question. I think it was shared earlier by Mr. Miniker that there's an opportunity to accommodate both, and I think that's the wish of the council, and it can easily be accommodated through the design. One of the advantages with the current cross section of Glenvale is the 4-lane cross section, and there is an opportunity and space to accommodate both. So that would be the direction that we're headed. So we appreciate the feedback relating to parking, but the current design will accommodate both. The bicycle lane as well as the parking lane on one side of the road.
Thank you very much, Nelson. And there are no further questions. So with that, thank you, members of the committee. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Santos to chair the community services section of the committee agenda. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. We are now in the community services section of the agenda, and I believe that there are 3 items, Mr. Clerk. I'm just scrolling down my notes here. 3 items that are up on community services, which are all other business discussion. 9.3.1 discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros regarding various matters raised by the Brampton Seniors Council. Councillor Medeiros, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess to staff, Councillor Fortini, Williams, and myself, we sit on the Seniors Council, and we've been looking with the executive, looking at ways to improve our relationship with Brampton Seniors Council, and we have heard some really good comments regarding Brampton Seniors Council in terms of, one of the things that was striking to me is around programming. I'm not sure to the degree, I do not want to belabor this with staff and going back and forth, but they would like to see more input into the programming offered there. They do raise some good points regarding the diversity of their seniors, and maybe some of the activities that we're offering at the senior center should be more reflective. The second aspect is minutes, and through you, Madam Chair, to Peter Fade. How do we get, and maybe for next term of council, but Seniors Council minutes to come to our consideration? Is it approving it? Is there another status that we have to provide the Seniors Council so they can have their minutes coming to our consideration?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There isn't anything formal that's required, so as a sort of an arm's length agents or a group of the municipality, if they provide minutes to us, we can put them on for information at a committee of council agenda or whatever structure may exist in the next term of council. So if there are minutes that are provided to the clerk's office, we can, if that's the desire of committee, add them on regular agendas just for the information of committee of council.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Peter. I guess I'm having a hard time with the acoustic. If there is a way, if in form of a motion, that we do consider seniors' minutes here at our committee, I just think it's important because one of the comments I heard, and I think we all agree, the Seniors Council is not there just to provide input on seniors' issues. And there are many issues across the city that they discuss, and I know the three councillors sit there, and I know the mayor goes to some of their meetings, that they talk about all issues across the city, and I just think it would be important that we capture that feedback. So if there's a possibility to move as a motion, Peter, or whatever you think appropriate.
Through you, Chair Santos, my apologies. Charles drafting something now, so if the minutes can be provided, but it would for committee's clarification, it would just be for receipt because there is no approval authority that council has that I'm aware of over the Seniors Council. It's a separate organization as I understand it.
It would be for us to receive those minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just for information, absolutely.
Okay.
We can do that.
Thank you. And just the last part I had, through you, Madam Chair, I had wrote down administration. Also, again, they're not asking for input into HR matters. However, they would like to see more reflective of a senior population, working across the city. So ensuring that in terms of there's no discrimination regarding aging, so that the senior population gets opportunities at the City of Brampton as well. And they just made a comment that they'd like to see it reflective in the centers that they use in recreation. So I know that's a touchy when it comes to HR matters, but I just wanted to provide that feedback, and that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. So we have a motion from, let me just double check, no speakers on the list. Motion from Councillor Medeiros. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Next item is 9.3.2, discussion item at the request of Councillor Williams regarding Blackburn family recognition. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had often wondered who the first Black family that moved to the city of Brampton was and what the history of the Black community has been in the city of Brampton. And this question was also brought to me by some young students over 2 years ago. And I was able to have conversations with the Ontario Black History Society president, and we were doing some digging, and we found information around the migration of slaves through the Underground Railroad and into the Owen Sound area, and some had settled in Brampton in between 1861 to 1901. But after that, there's been no records of a Black family, and that was until I had a meeting with Pastor Tanya Meikle and Pastor Rob Meikle, and we were meeting about something else, but then the story of her family came into play, and it sparked the question again, could your family be the first Black family? And she was told, yeah, I believe we are, but we needed to kind of fact check it. After fact-checking it, it seems to be fairly clear that this family is the first Black family, and that's the Blackburns. And it's a fascinating story about the Blackburns. I had the privilege of meeting with Angela Blackburn, one of the siblings that used to live in Brampton, and was told that her father bought the house for $200 on Campbell Drive. And when they moved there, a resident started a petition to get them out of the community. But that didn't stop them. They became a fond, well-liked family. Despite having some, discrimination, they still were members of the community. And in fact, Estelle Blackburn sat on the Northwood Park Ratepayers Association at that time. And she was on the Ladies Auxiliary. And she had helped to raise funds and put on events inside the park that is now called B.D. Fleming. So the whole family has a huge history. It's been fascinating to uncover it, and I think it's important for us to show that the Black community has been a part of Brampton. And now they are the first modern day family in 1957. And so when I think about that, I'm like blown away. 1957, there were petitions to get this family out and everything. But anyway, I do think it's important that we recognize them. So to my members of council, I have a motion that I would like to put on the floor to do some kind of recognition for the family and the contributions they've made to the community. And I'm going to put it in our staff's hands. I know that they're capable of coming up with some really unique way. There's some suggestions in the motion, but it's not limited to that. And I know with B.D. Fleming, it has to go through the process, and there is, or there could be a historical component to the name B.D. Fleming that we're not aware of, and I want to make sure of that first before the idea of a park renaming happens. But at least some kind of commemorative plaque or a history board in that location to recognize the Blackburn family. And so I could read it out. It says, whereas the first settlers arrived in the city of Brampton in 1819, whereas according to the PAMA archives, Black people have been recorded in the census between 1861 to 1901. However, after that time, there have been no known record of Black people living in the city of Brampton. Due to the whitewashing of Canadian history that occurred in counties after the migration of slaves from the Underground Railroad, it is important to acknowledge the first modern-day Black family who settled in Brampton in the spirit of truth and reconciliation. Whereas the Blackburn family was the first modern-day Black family to move to the city of Brampton in 1957. Whereas the Blackburn family bought a home for $200 on Campbell Drive and was met with overt racism in the form of a petition to have the family removed from the neighborhood. Whereas Estelle Blackburn served as the president of the Northwood Estates Ratepayers Association Ladies Auxiliary and helped to raise funds for play equipment and other amenities for the Northwood community at the park currently known as B.D. Fleming. Whereas Angela and Bobby Blackburn and Lenore Blackburn Skinner are the surviving children of Estelle and Austin Blackburn. Whereas Angela Blackburn, being the youngest, was the first Black student to attend B.D. Fleming when the school opened and then attended Brampton High School. Whereas Bobby Blackburn has a star on the Mississauga Walk of Fame for his contribution in the arts in the Peel region. Whereas Tanya Meikle, the granddaughter who co-founded the Kingdom House Christian Center and is still serving the community located on Holtby Avenue, 2 streets north of Campbell Drive, where her grandparents live. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to council on a plan to recognize the Blackburn family as the first modern-day Black family to settle in the city of Brampton in 1957, and recognize the contribution Estelle Blackburn made to the community while being the president of the Ladies Auxiliary. That the plan include, but is not limited to, the renaming of B.D. Fleming Park, a documentary, and a historic plaque, and that this report come back to council by end of April 2022. So that motion is on the floor, and I'm really excited about what can come out of this. I find our team here at City Hall, and I look to you, Jason, because you're here, and you know, is April 2022 a decent timeline for us to put together a plan for this? And my other question is, that plan, is it possible to incorporate some of our local arts groups to be able to help commission some of these, either the monument, the documentary, and so on and so forth?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, the report can come back. The commissioning and some of the further elements, maybe we take a bit more time just to ensure a proper coordination with those local groups. But I think we can get the report back in April, and that can outline, and then once that's approved, we can take steps to action those items in the intervening months, probably over the summer, I think, and get that done in good time. I'll have the protocol team will lead the report, and then they can coordinate both with the equity office, noting that it's a family that would be members of that group, and also with the parks team just on the renaming, and clerks on the renaming and the other steps of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. That is the motion to the chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams. Councillor Dillon, you're next.
I was on before Councillor Dillon.
Oh, I apologize, Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Charmaine, or Councillor Williams, for bringing this forward. Yeah, I'd like to have some input on this. The time frame of when the Blackburn family came to Brampton or settled in Brampton is around the same time. In fact, it's pretty close to the same time that my father began teaching at Brampton High. So absolutely, let's look into this for sure. But I just want to make sure that they indeed were the first Black family to settle in Brampton in modern times. I understand that part of it. So yeah, happy to help. It's interesting, and thank you, Councillor Williams, for bringing this forward. Yeah, I just be cautious about naming the entire park. I think maybe a commemorative plaque in that area would be maybe more appropriate, but I'll leave that to further discussions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just want to thank Councillor Williams for bringing this forward. This term of council, I'm actually, very proud of this council. Different members have brought forward different, whether it's park renaming or street renaming, and I think it's important to recognize the community and those who've contributed so much to the city. And it's been really a learning opportunity for me, not knowing so much about the city that I've lived in for so long. And this is phenomenal. I think we have such a large Black community in Brampton. I think it's important for them to know who were the trailblazers for them. And when you say people had a petition to get them out, and they stayed strong, and I really commend them. Just for myself, growing up in Windsor, I remember there was a group of residents that came to my door and said, "You guys got to leave," and that was in the 80s, and imagine being in the 50s. It must have been even more scary. And so, we have so many things in Brampton. We were at Kirk Diamond Park renaming recently, such a proud member of the Black community. We've had Komagata Maru Park, representing the struggle of some South Asians coming to Canada. We've had a number of these different parks being named, and the feedback from the community has been phenomenal, and they're really thankful that this council has really looked into commemorating the history of Brampton. And so I just want to thank you, Councillor Williams. And just in terms of the, so I guess when we say is not limited to the renaming of B.D. Fleming Park, we'll be looking at other different options for parks as well, whether it's a new park. Is that correct?
At this time, I'm looking at B.D. Fleming Park, but if you wanted to have the name Blackburn added to a list or something, I think that'd be pretty awesome too. But for just looking specifically at this park for now, on how to recognize, just because of the contribution that Estelle Blackburn had to that community, that park.
So just a suggestion, maybe to yourself and staff, if not B.D. Fleming, that a park that could, if it's a new park, I know at Komagata Maru Park they have the signage, but there's different elements to the park that are they have these big blocks there. I forget what it says, but what I'm saying is it's not just signs, but some type of something that represents, the black community and their struggle. I think I could leave that up to you and staff to kind of figure that out. So if we do go the route of a new park, there's some parks in Ward 9 and 10 that have trains, and that's like the theme. Some of them have another theme, and I think the theme could be, the black experience in Brampton or just black history itself. So that's just a thought, but I'll leave that with you and staff, but I just want to say thanks and I fully support.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dillon. I don't see any further speakers on the board. There's a motion. Oh, Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Santos. So support the motion, and thank you, Councillor Williams, for tabling it. But it just reminded me, we were looking at a report done by staff with regards to the experiences of black employees here at the City of Brampton. Do we know when that will be tracking to come to council for our review?
Thank you. I guess that's a question to the CAO about the, Councillor Vicente, just clarification, is this the anti-black racism report?
Correct.
Okay.
So to you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you we are working on the response for the anti-black racism report. We still have to communicate with the author of the original document. We have to get some feedback there, and we're planning to hopefully put out some correspondence in April. That is our timeline.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said we are right now trying to correspond with the author of the report, of the report itself. We are still looking at how we're going to issue a response in the next month and how we're going to move forward with that report after digesting it in its completeness. I've only had an opportunity to see it in the last 2 weeks that I've taken chair of the CAO's office, so I just certainly wanted to gather my staff to make sure our response was appropriate.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, would we be able to get an ETA at the next committee or council on when that report might come for council's review?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. We'll
Thank you.
Bring you back a timeline.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vicente. So there is a motion from Councillor Williams. Anyone opposed? Sure. Recorded vote has been called. Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Santos. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of the motion moved by Councillor Williams, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. That's a yes. Councillor Singh.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams. Yes. That's a yes. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos. Or
Yes.
sorry, Councillor Vicente, my apologies.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Santos.
Yes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you. That brings us to the next item 9.3.3, discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown regarding the park naming Boris Nemtsov and Masroor. Mayor Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. There's 2 items I
recess, but
Okay,
just
Mr.
bear
Clerk.
a moment, please.
Thank you.
I guess if there's silence, they wouldn't hear if the audio's back up or not, so. It's back? Okay. I thank you for your patience, Chair Santos, members of the committee. I think we can proceed. I think the audio is back up on the live stream.
Thank you so much and welcome back. We are now over to Councillor Dillon for some comments. Go ahead.
Hi, just through the chair, question to Mayor Brown. Is Masroor like the final name that they selected? Because I think his name is typically, I think, longer. But I just want to make sure that Masroor itself was okay, and have you confirmed that?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Dillon, and apologies for the confusion. The motion should be Ahmadiyya Park. This is in regards to Masroor's visit this summer, as something that would be a nice gesture of friendship to have him unveil the park while he's in town, given this is an historic visit. But the park wouldn't be named after him. I understand from the head office in Vaughan that he doesn't want any personal honors. He wants the honor to go to the Ahmadiyya community. So the request is that the park will be named Ahmadiyya Park.
And I appreciate you bringing this again. The Ahmadiyya community's been phenomenal. They've gotten both of my vaccination shots from the masjid there. They've done a number of different charity events, walks, etc. So very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. And I don't think we have any further, no, I have Councillor Singh on the board as well. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yep, I think Councillor Pleshy just put in the correct spelling for Ahmadiyya. So I just want to thank Councillor Pleshy and Mayor Brown for bringing this forward. I think it's a great idea. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting Hazurji in London. So that was a memorable experience, and I got to talk to him for some time as well. So we will be looking for when he returns, but great initiative, and I fully support. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Pleshy, for providing the correct spelling. There's a motion from Councillor Pleshy and Councillor Willens on the floor. Is anyone opposed?
So just one note, we don't mention coming back for the next council meeting, if that wording could just be included.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. Okay. The motion.
Okay, and then there's two parts to my item for discussion. If I could speak to the second one.
Okay. So, but we haven't voted on this motion yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Your next item.
Okay. Right now, much of the world is shaken by the events in Ukraine, and I'm sure many of you are aware that we've got a beautiful Ukrainian community in our city. Father Roman Galdza has run the Ukrainian church in Brampton since 1985, and there's a really special Brampton connection to Ukraine. His daughter, Larissa Galdza, is the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine. I've had the chance to speak to her over Zoom, and the resilience of Ukraine in the face of atrocious brutality by the Russian regime is inspiring. Their strength and determination and courage is very special. And in Kiev, there is a park named after Boris Nemtsov. And it started a chain of events where parks and streets around the world are being named after Boris Nemtsov. And if you Google his name, you'll see countries around the world are now adopting the name Boris Nemtsov as the street where the Russian embassy is or a park nearby. and I've had some leaders in the community suggest that this doesn't exist in Canada, and given the connection that Brampton has with the ambassador and with obviously our hearts and minds, that we rename a park after, or name a future park. There's no specific geographical ask or timeline for this, but to rename a park after Nemtsov, who was one of the leading voices in the world against aggression in Ukraine, about human rights abuses in Russia. And so this naming would be a symbol of friendship with the city of Brampton, with the Ukrainian community, and for all those who stand against human rights abuses in Russia.
Thank you so much, Mayor Brown. So do we need, are you tabling another motion as well in this?
Yes, I'd be tabling a motion to name a future park after Boris Nemtsov, and if it could be, happy to move it and seconded by all of council.
Sure. So a motion moved by Mayor Brown, seconded by all members of council, that a future park be named after Boris Nemtsov. Any discussion? Anyone opposed to the motion? That carries. Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Next item is 9.5, councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions regarding this section? Seeing none. Next section is public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any emails with questions from the public?
There are no questions for this section, Chair Santos.
Thank you so much. I'll now pass it over to Councillor Bowman, who will chair Legislative Services.
Chair Santos, under Legislative Services section, we have no staff reports or presentations. We already took care of the vehicle for hire minutes in the consent motion. There is no correspondence. Councillor question periods. Do any councillor have any question for this section of the agenda? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, public question period. Do we have any questions coming from the public for this section?
There are no questions, Chair Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros to chair the Economic Development section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. We'll go on to our first item, staff presentation regarding an update on Brampton's Automotive Forum, and I'll hand it over to Daryl. Welcome, Daryl.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'll just wait while the presentation comes up. Great, thank you. My name is Daryl Van Moorsel. I'm the manufacturing lead in our Economic Development Office. I'm looking forward to sharing with you an update on the advocacy work we have done specifically related to the Stellantis Brampton Assembly Plant, known locally as our Chrysler plant, and broader conversations about the automotive industry in Brampton. Next slide, please. So it goes without saying that this file has a long history dating back to AMC's initial investment in Brampton back in the 80s. Brampton's auto sector has grown and is the largest manufacturing subsector in our city. The major shift currently happening in the automotive industry related to increasing demand and production of electric vehicles is creating investment decisions that will have long-term impacts. The issues with respect to electrification in our auto anchor, our Chrysler plant, was brought to Council in December 2021 when you received a delegation from Unifor Local 1285's President Danny Price regarding the Stellantis, an update on the Stellantis Brampton Assembly Plant and electric vehicle investments. From that delegation, Council directed our office and Strategic Comms to work with Unifor to reinforce the importance of the Stellantis plant staying in Brampton and getting new investment. Today, I want to provide an update on what has been done to date and share information about a major initiative of Brampton Automotive Forum. So next slide, please. To begin creating awareness on the importance of the plant and the need to ensure investment is made to secure a mandate beyond 2023 when the current contract expires. We have worked to engage federal and provincial governments, creating public awareness and highlighting Brampton's positive business climate. So as a first step in November, we started a letter writing campaign. Letters were sent from the mayor to federal and provincial ministers to address the concerns about the future of the plant. Behind the scenes, our EDO team has been actively connecting with various stakeholders, including the Consul General in Detroit we met with, the provincial automotive team, and some others, to ensure that the importance of the plant is top of mind, and also to ensure that the plant is part of important discussions on electric vehicle investments. Another step taken to bring the issue to the public is when Mayor Brown had a column in the Toronto Star making it clear that we need to act now to secure Brampton's automotive future. And on February 15th, we hosted the Brampton Auto Forum. I'll talk about this more on the next slides. Next slide, please. So the Auto Forum was our most significant effort to date. We had speakers from Unifor, Unifor HQ, Angelo DeCaro, their Director of Research, and our local Unifor 1285 President Danny Price spoke. Representing the auto parts sector, we had Flavio Volpe from the APMA. From the federal government, we had the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Andy Fillmore was the rep, MP Fillmore. And from the provincial government, the executive director from Ontario's new battery office that they've created, Tom Bedford. We've been working with Tom and his team for years now, as he previously led the auto team at the province. Next slide, please. We tried to target local relevant MPs and MPPs, as well as stakeholders outside of our region. So we sent invitations to relevant ministers, local MPs, local MPPs, councillors, and stakeholders. Stakeholders, again, Auto Parts, that's APMA, and then Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing, that's a not-for-profit that we work with as well, who has a lot of expertise in the auto parts sector. At the forum, we had about 60 participants, so we were really happy with the attendance and all that all the folks that participated. So the objectives were to create awareness about the importance of the plant. For example, that it's clear for everyone that the impact has 3,000 local jobs, but we also know that there's a lot of spin-off jobs created, and with estimates from 5 to 6 times the indirect jobs coming from the direct jobs, you can see that you're talking about 15,000 plus jobs in total. And another issue that we were really focused on is that this isn't just a Brampton issue. Those parts suppliers, there's some outside of Brampton, they're throughout Southern Ontario. There's a lot of people and a lot of communities implicated in this discussion. And then the last objective I'll mention is that there's an ongoing need to understand what investment is needed to secure a long-term future for the plant, and then continue to share this info among levels of government. Next slide, please. So here's our obligatory shot of the forum. We were really happy with the engagement by all levels of government and stakeholders. So just wanted to say that it really was a good session for all. Next slide, please. And just the last topic I wanted to touch on is what's next. This is part of the process, and we'll continue to work with Stratcom and others to try and continue this advocacy. So we had our media release coming out of the forum. Social media posts were shared on our account and various other local MPs' accounts and others as well. And so now when we talk about where to go from here, we'll continue to advocate for the plant. We want to continue the conversation. One of the next steps is writing a letter to the global CEO to just ensure that he understands that certain aspects of Brampton and why we would be a good place for investment. And we'll continue to meet with stakeholders, whether it's the province or feds. We'll continue to work with our partners there. And another part that we're considering is a trip to Detroit or Windsor at some point during this year, looking at plant tours, whether we try and do more locally or we look in the Detroit-Windsor area for tours as well. And then think about how to work with the Detroit Consul General within that framework. And then the last one, we'll just continue to identify opportunities to communicate, highlight Brampton's positive economic climate and the importance of the Brampton Stellantis plant. So media opportunities, social media, more social media engagement through the EDO account and city account, and then just continue to promote through any advocacy or any engagement opportunities like the Auto Mayor's Table or some other options as well. So next slide, please. So that's all I wanted to pass along today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I see Councillor Williams on the board.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, Daryl, for bringing this presentation. I often see the Chrysler plant or Stellantis being the heart of the auto sector for Southern Ontario. The impacts would be significant if we were to see Stellantis fold. And I've heard during the event that people were concerned about it turning into or going to battery operated, and because the amount of space or the production space would be less. I'm wondering if you could speak to some of those concerns, because I heard you say that you met them about battery options, and how would that impact if that's the direction the CEO might be looking, or the future of automotive sector here in Canada?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, there's so much speculation going on, so it's really hard to narrow down to what people think where the truth lies. And I'll just say that certain auto forecasters have said, well, the plant doesn't have a mandate beyond 2023. Will it continue to produce the cars? Is there potential for it to become a battery manufacturing operation? I think where a lot of people come out on this is that there's a certain land size requirement that people have been requesting when it comes to a battery production facility, and it's usually around 250 to 500 acres, or like a large acreage. And our facility, that facility is about 270 acres. So it's kind of close to the low end, and that's one of the considerations. And then just another consideration is there's an expectation that there's less supply chain jobs associated with a battery manufacturing facility than there is with an automotive, like with a car assembly plant. You don't need as many suppliers. So, you know, when we talk about the importance of spin-off jobs, maybe there will be a similar headcount in the plant, but there might be much less in terms of spin-off jobs. So that's why you may hear that people prefer to have the car assembly plant as opposed to battery manufacturing. But again, there's so much speculation about the future, and I think the efforts that we're trying to do here, and we heard at that forum as well, is let's try and get ahead of the investment decisions where possible, as opposed to something being planned for the plant, and we're trying to change that opinion.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. I really hope that we can try to preserve as much as we can with the auto sector, and how many people who are engaged in working in the auto sector here in Brampton. I really just valued that forum. It was great to hear different levels of government, you know, sharing their love and their appreciation for Stellantis, and really advocating to secure people's jobs here. This is, you know, people's livelihoods would be so significantly impacted. And I'm hoping that we are able to keep pushing the needle on this and showing our support for Stellantis and seeing that Brampton continues to be at the heart of the auto sector here. So great work, and you know, I'm just looking forward to the next steps. It's interesting you say about going to Windsor, because when my dad worked at Chrysler, for about a year or two, he was working out of the Detroit plant in the tool and die and doing some engineer stuff. I don't know what it entailed, but he was there in Detroit, and so there is a good relationship between Brampton and Detroit and Windsor, and you know, if we can strengthen that tie and really get them to support why Brampton is so important to the auto sector, that would be a positive thing. So thank you. I'm really happy to see that our economic development team, all of you guys are taking this head on and see the significance and the importance of Stellantis. I'm sure our residents do appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I don't see anyone else on the board. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the presentation. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries. Our next item, I believe this report was in consent. City Clerk, just confirm.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you. Then we go on to now councillor question period. I see none. Any questions from members of the public, City Clerk?
There are none, Chair Medeiros.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand it over. I'll pass the chair now over to Councillor Singh to chair Corporate Services section of the committee agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Moving on, we are on 12.2.1, City of Brampton Veterans Report. I believe this was held by Councillor Pellecci.
Nope.
Was it Councillor Bowman?
I don't think it was held.
I think maybe it was 12.2.2 that was held.
Oh, I had 12.2.2 as consent. Peter, can you confirm?
Through you, Mr. Chair Singh, it was 12.2.2 that was held, and I had it held as Councillor Medeiros, or excuse me, Councillor Pellecci. My apologies.
Okay.
I held 12.2.2, yes.
Apologies. 12.2.2, Councillor Pellecci. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And going through the report, and I guess I understand and I appreciate the report back and understand that we've put a little bit of a extension on here until October 22nd. The contract currently expiring March 6th and April 19th. I'll say what some members of council have said before, in particular me. I would like to see these come back sooner to give us more of an opportunity. I know that it would originally come to council, I guess, February 16th. But in looking at this report and going through some of the Appendix A and B, specifically A, some of those jobs, I don't feel like they were brought by anybody. And so I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that the ROI on something like this is favorable to the city. I really need an understanding of where do these companies like these, how do they utilize trying to get the recruitment services for executive and specialized roles out there? I think for a lot of private sector companies, I think these companies like these are certainly needed, but I'm not sure anymore if we require a company like this at a dollar figure of over $1 million. So I'm not sure if I can support extensions. What I'd like to understand, maybe what I can do, and I see Councillor Bowman's on, But maybe what I'd like to do is refer this back to staff to have, I'll hold the referral because I'm sure Councillor Bowman has some questions, but what I'd like to do is get a better understanding of how companies like these, what they do, why they're so, sought after to get these executive searches, how they utilize, some of the tools that are already out there. Is it just the fact that they have their own database, or does it go to, the reach that they have through various means like LinkedIn or other job search functions that are out there that we could be looking at, and we could take something like this internally. I also would like to understand that of the number of hires since 2017 to the 2020, I'd like to know if any of those positions were replaced, if any of those positions have been eliminated at the city. So I still have further questions, but I'm happy to hold that referral until Councillor Bowman asks his questions or comes up with something better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Paleski. You asked one of the questions I was going to ask, so I thank you very much for that. I too agree that, in looking at Schedule A, what is it that we use these executive search companies for? There's a lot of directors here, there's commissioners, but when we get into managers, again, I feel the same as Councillor Paleski, that perhaps our directors and our commissioners should be capable of hiring managers. And I see Commissioner Morrison's looking at me, so I don't know whether that means you want to take a stab at that one, Paul?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Bowman, I am of the same mind. I've reviewed this with HR, Abby up in HR in the last little while. We've looked at some of the expenditures we've put out for these executive searches, and we are troubled by those numbers in the sense that we have come a long way technology-wise in organizations to recruit ourselves. Executive search companies in past 20 years, 30 years were very good because it was a telecommunications issue, is reach out, find out the people, find people appropriate for the organization and bring them to you. I believe that technology has allowed us to tap into many of the same resources executive search companies use now. And we are starting to go that way. We have one out that HR and myself are trying to do that's going to be done completely internal rather than use an executive search company. So we are going to look at that. I can remember a few years back that HR was starting to go down that road and it fell off the tracks. It was getting back into LinkedIn and all those different organizations. This week I've received emails from executive search companies trying to provide a Rolodex of people in their are employed by them to find them jobs. So now they're coming to us. So I think this world is transitioning, and I think we need to transition with it. I think that the executive search companies have their place. They certainly for some positions, but not all positions. And I think that we have to be more self-reliant on what the candidate pool is attracted, what candidate pool is attracted to our city, and how we attract them. I think we're very capable of that. We may have to spend a little bit of time. I can tell you when people are recruited, an executive search company will do all sorts of cold calls to individuals they feel fit the profile. I'm an example of that. I got a cold call to come here when I first arrived in the city of Brampton. I didn't apply. I didn't know the position was out there. An executive search company that was employed by the city reached out, but I wasn't the only one. I know there was hundreds called. So, but you have to invest that time. Right now, we do not have the capacity in HR to have somebody sit down and make all those contacts, emails, phone calls to people to say, are you interested? Will you apply? Because that's how you sort of cultivate your candidate pool. One way of cultivating your candidate pool. We have to make an investment there, but we also have to realize that we are capable and we have to put the energy into it.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, yeah. Is there anybody, I don't know if you know this, Paul, but is there anybody on the line who can tell us, when did our contract with Phelps Group end?
Councilor Bowman, I see Evie from HR who wants to respond.
Hello, everyone. To the chair, to the councillor. Our contract have been extended for October for all three firms that are with Exec Search as well as the specialized firms. So currently, the names that are listed on the report have been extended until October 2022.
Sorry, Avi, that includes the Phelps Group?
Yes, that includes the Phelps Group, that includes Feldman as well as the WMC, and the three under the specialized group as well.
Okay, and can you tell me what criteria we would use or to call each of these individual groups, placement agencies, groups? What criteria would we use? Like, if we're looking for a director, who do we go to first? Do we go to Feldman? Do we go to Phelps? How do we put that out there? Who do we call?
So that criteria is covered in the previous RFP. Typically, from my understanding, when a recruitment is underway, we look at the expertise of the recruiter, their sourcing, their capacity, as well as if the hiring manager has done a recruit through the previous or through any of the vendors, and they brought forward great candidate for the previous role. So the hiring manager might have almost a favorable response to picking a certain vendor, which you've seen if they're putting forward great candidates that you use sort of the same vendor to put forward a new recruit. For the ones I've been involved in the last 3 to 6 months, I typically put it out there to the hiring manager that we have 3 vendors. This is a criteria. I'll reach out to all 3, depending on the timing, the recruit that you're looking for, as well as their resources. They usually get back to us to say, yes, we can do it, no, we can't. Then I'll put that over to the hiring manager, and then they go from there.
Okay, thanks. And the only reason I'm asking that, Evie, is because in 2019 we used Feldman for a director position, and then we used Feldman for director. In 2019 we used Phelps for director, but then starting in 2020 it seems that we exclusively used Feldman Daction for 2 full years without going to anybody else. Is there a reason we did not use Western or Phelps in 2 years? Especially since we had contracts with them, and now we've extended those contracts when we didn't use them for 2 years?
Right. So just to my knowledge, again, I joined the city late in November of 2020. I can't speak to the recruit that happened in 2020. It's at the discussion of the hiring manager, as I highlighted before. Majority of the roles that were filled were at the discussion of the hiring manager, and most of them are commissioner roles, which would have reported to the prior CEO.
Okay, no, that's understandable. One more question, Hudson Technology.
Yes.
Now, that is a company we use for IT exclusively?
Yes, I believe the previous name was called Bay Street Tech Corporation, now it's stated as Hudson. That vendor is only used for a specialized role, but majority of the specialized roles are sort of IT roles. We do have trouble recruiting for sort of security type of roles where we are competing against a private sector to bring forward anybody to the public sector, because the salary is not as competitive against the private sector for security type of roles in IT.
Okay, and maybe Kumanen's on the line as well. I'm just wondering, is Hudson the same one we use to send us specialized individuals for special projects as well? Or is that somebody else?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Kumanen.
Yeah.
Councilor Bowman, can you tell me which role you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I know that in the past you've told us that we do use a company to employ people for specialized projects in the city, and sometimes that turns into full-time employment for that individual. Is that Hudson? Is it the same company we use to search for those specialized people? Or is it someone different?
It could be, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Bowman, it could, Hudson could be one of the companies, but I have to get back to you on the details, though. But I know that there are multiple companies.
Oh, okay. And Hudson, we used them in 2018 and 2019. Did we also extend their contract until 2022?
Through the chair to the Councilor Bowman, yes. So both, so just for the background, we currently have two POs, one for specialized and one for exec search. Exec search was ending on March, and the specialized PO was ending in April. In order to proceed with an RFP, we connected with procurement, which is typically 6 months. So we have extended all the vendors until October 2022.
Okay, and the only reason I'm asking, Evie, is that, I mean, it looks kind of strange to me when we look at, and I'm agreeing with Councillor Pleshy, we can send this back for a little bit more information, but it looks kind of strange from about mid-2019, we used Feldman Daction, we used Phelps once in 2019, and then exclusively all through 2020 and 2021. It just seems kind of strange that we wouldn't use all three consultants, or we wouldn't be utilizing them, but that's fine. And again, if Councillor Pleshy wants to move his referral, I'm supportive of that. And it looks like during that time we spent almost $600,000 with Feldman Daction. Is that right?
I would have to go back and check the numbers so that we can look to see what was the span of spending with a particular vendor during whatever year you want us to look at, like whether it's 2020, 2021, 2019. But again, yes, like if a particular vendor was being selected during a certain time frame, and it all depended on the hiring manager and their selection for the vendor.
Okay, thanks very much, and I'll turn it back over to Councillor Pleshy if he wants to bring the motion forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would also like to understand, if we have three companies on retainer, then, why isn't it equitable amongst those three? So still lots of questions. And I understand from, the point of view of, we've talked about it before, when a new CAO comes in, there tends to be some terminations in the city, and we get past that in just our tenure. It's been 3 CAOs, 4 or 5, 2 full-time, 4 interim, 3 interim. So, there's a lot of uncertainty, and I understand that. So I think, we need a better understanding of how we're able to, ensure that, one, people want to come and work at the city of Brampton, how we're able to ensure that we can recruit the best executive and specialized roles that we can at the city of Brampton, what searches that we can take in-house, what searches that right now we just don't have, like the CAO said, that we don't have the capacity to do. So if this, procurement needs to be refined a little bit to see if we can cut some of the costs, and some stuff we can take in-house, some stuff that we still need to utilize the companies, and then why isn't it equitable amongst the 3 companies for the executive searches, and then further, why isn't it equitable in 3 companies for specialized services as well? So if we can kind of take the comments of what Councilor Bowman and myself were saying, and then ask for this to be referred back, to come back to for staff to come back to council with a report.
So that would be a referral motion, moved by Councilor Pleshy. Evie, you have something to say?
Through the chair to the Councilor Pleshy, we can definitely come back with the report for your questions. Again, Council Palashi and Council Bowman, I would like to highlight that we've had a lot of staff changes within HR, as you're aware, over the past 2 years. For us to sort of know the reasoning behind selection of certain vendors may or may not be, there, but we can definitely figure out who was selected, and if there's any trail, we'll provide a report on that. And we can definitely refine the begin to procurement report to highlight the critical roles, more or less at commissioner, CEO level, to cut down the costs and sort of the rhyme and reason as to why we can or cannot do this type of recruitment in-house as well. Thank you.
No, that's excellent, Evie. I appreciate that. We're not asking to pull a rabbit out of a hat. We completely understand that if we don't have the ability, if you don't have the ability to come back with information that we just don't know, it is what it is. So I think we understand that. And just if you can just try your best and see what information you can come back with, and let's see if we can chop some of this cost down and we have, as you know, Evie, we have some very intelligent people working at the City of Brampton, and I'm sure that some of those people are able to provide the same level of service that outside companies would be able to provide as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have sorry, did somebody say something?
I was just thanking you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank you. And we have a referral motion moved by Councillor Palashi. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 12.3.1 is a discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros regarding the Integrity Commissioner position. Councillor Medeiros, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, as a request, if the indulgence of committee support, that I leave that as the last item, as there's aspects that have to go in camera. So I'm not sure, Peter, in terms of in-camera items, would it be something that I can do? I know I should have done it at the beginning of the agenda, but it's just for us to go to in-camera and come back out. Would it be just advisable that we just put that to the end, and this way we can go in camera and deal with it at the end?
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could start. So at this point, there is no closed session. Council or committee approved both items on consent. So depending on the nature of the discussion, there could possibly be matters that would necessitate closed session, but perhaps I would leave that for a discussion between maybe yourself and the city solicitor in terms of whether or not there may be appropriate reasons, solicitor-client, personal information about identifiable individuals. If you wish to request a procedural motion to vary the order to deal with this item at the end of the corporate services section, that could be a motion that could be moved. And then that would give you some time to maybe have a quick discussion with the city solicitor.
Okay, I'll just leave it as, I'll leave it the way it is now. So thank you, Peter, for your advice.
Through Mr. Chair,
yeah.
To the councillor, I'm happy to have a quick sidebar if we, because I don't know the nature of the discussion that is intended, and if the matters fall within the exceptions of the Municipal Act, we can do them in closed.
Well, thank you very much, City Solicitor. I think the first one is going to just be regarding financials and costs associated, not with specific. It's not naming any identifiable individuals. But at that time, when I get into that part of the conversation, more than happy to stop and go in camera.
Through the chair, I agree that there's I don't know the other areas that you'd like to discuss. So if you'd like, we could have a very quick sidebar and resolve those.
Sure.
But I concur with your initial statement that, general discussions about costs, for example, could be done in open.
Okay, so I will proceed then just with the discussion regarding costs. And at that time, then where I think I'll have to name individuals, then I can refer to yourself. Or would you rather just take a quick couple-minute break now?
Through the chair, I think it's easier
Can I interject just for a second, Councillor? I would appreciate a sidebar between you and the council for that.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
So are we recessing?
5 minutes, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this meeting is now recessed for 5 minutes to reconvene at 4:25.
Okay, that would complete 5 minutes. Are we ready to go to the clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 2, 4, we have 5 members present plus 3 members. We do have quorum, so you can proceed.
I guess my questions, Peter, regarding, and this is a reaction a little bit to, I did know that we had, I think Councilor Fortini last council talked about him being named in a process, and I won't get into that aspect. It's just the timely response to that, where other residents and other people have claimed that their situations haven't been timely responded to. And then after that just led me to thinking about this whole IC position and thinking about the costs of the IC. So, Peter, do you have figures that you can share in terms of how much have we spent to date in total? And if there's a breakdown, how much we've spent, on a yearly basis and year to date on our IC?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we do have information going back, I have some historical information going back to 2017, but I don't know how far, actually 2016. I don't know if you want to go back that far or you just want to talk about this term.
Well, just before I would say our current IC, how much have we spent so far in this term of council on our current IC?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll probably try and do the mental math at the same time. I have numbers. So in 2019, when the current Integrity Commissioner was appointed by Council in July of 2019, in 2019, the total expenditure for Integrity Commissioner services was $98,000, roughly $500,000. I can quote the exact numbers if you wish. That was for services incurred up to July as well, because we did have other integrity commissioners, including a temporary integrity commissioner before the appointment of our current integrity commissioner. So 2019, it was a $98,000. 2020, the line for integrity commissioner services was $321,600. The number that I have, based on invoices, as we haven't seen the final GL for 2021, was about invoices in the total amount of $340,000 that were submitted. Some of that includes appropriate HST. And so far, I can tell you in 2022, invoices that have been received in the clerk's office, and I know I've authorized for payment, are total about $85,000.
Thank you, Peter. And without any color commentary, I'm a little sticker shocked in terms of how much we spend. Through you, Mr. Chair, Peter, would you know from a comparative, because again, I know at the region and I know at other municipalities, there's usually a flat rate. And again, I'm not going to throw figures out there, but comparatively, it sounds very high how much we're spending on our IC. And I would almost say it's probably one of the highest in the province. I would, based on what I've seen in terms of market prices for an IC, many of them are usually flat rates. And the price we're spending, do you have any comparable data or any sort of reference?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't. I know there are different models out there for whether it's a per diem, a flat rate, or an hourly rate. But I think more importantly than the cost, it probably is the nature of the work that an integrity commissioner may have to deal with. There may be municipalities that don't or have very few matters to deal with, and there may be municipalities that have a lot of matters to deal with. So that's probably more of a determining factor in terms of the work that may be in the integrity commissioner's inbox. So unfortunately, I don't have any comparators on that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Thank you, Peter. But I would say from my understanding and looking around at different municipalities and sharing with other councillors that these figures are extremely high. And through the chair, just to confirm, I guess we get billed on an hourly basis?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. The integrity commissioner with the services agreement in place is billed on an hourly basis.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of reports, I know other municipalities get, for example, either monthly or quarterly reports of all the IC complaints that have come in. And, you know, they get it in camera, they at least see to understand the work. And not by 1 minute questioning all the hours billed, but I think it would be helpful if those type of reports are made available to council. Do we have anything that is something that is, and again, I don't know who would prepare that, if it's staff at other, again, I know each municipality has its own, but if we want to incorporate, for example, some type of quarterly report where we get a list of all the complaints to the IC and we understand all the activity involved, for us to be able to sort of understand how these costs are going through the roof. And I think it's important for those too who make you know, some of these make some of these complaints, that they understand all that the process and the costs with that involved. Is there anything that sort of we could produce or that you've seen in the past that could come to council on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not familiar with other municipalities in terms of their regularity of reporting, but I do know in most cases what I'm aware of is an integrity commissioner may produce an annual report that sort of encapsulates things that aren't addressed specifically in an investigation report that may be provided to the respective council. In our case, it is an annual report that is in the services agreement, and it generally comes in February or early in the new year. So we haven't seen the report yet for 2022 based on 2021 activity. Presumably there was a report that was brought forward, I believe, early in 2021 regarding previous year activity, and it includes a summation of the activities of the Integrity Commissioner to the extent that the Integrity Commissioner can share that information, because for committee's recall, the Integrity Commissioner, as an accountability and transparency officer of the municipality, has a lot of independence. And part of that independence is making sure that the confidence can be there that if members of the public or any discussions that the Integrity Commissioner undertakes in dealing with ethical matters regarding the code of conduct of members of council is held in confidence. So there may be matters that are summarized in a very general nature that are not specified by particular members or certainly particular complainants. So generally the nature of the annual reports may be some statistical data and maybe some summary anecdotal data, but it may not be an itemized list of every complaint, who that was, which councillors or which members of council as the case may be, and the disposition of that. So I've never seen an annual report of a municipality that's that specific or rigid, but it is left up to the individual Integrity Commissioner in terms of that type of annual report. And it's been more a summation and anecdotal and overview of the activities of the office that we've seen here at the City of Brampton.
So I guess through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Peter. I guess at the time of the service agreement, we could have incorporated language that would require, you know, reporting or more frequent reporting if that was so desired by council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is something that council could ask for, yes.
Thank you. And my last question before we go into in camera, the length of the current contract, when does it end?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the contract was executed in July of 2019, and it's in effect until July of 2023. And what I've seen typically is contracts do try to straddle the term of council to allow the new council, when they come in, to determine who their Integrity Commissioner should be.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter. And I guess in terms of the duration of time, so I was surprised that the contract ends in, you said July 2023?
I believe yes, that's the wording in the contract.
Okay, and in the straddling of time, because we get sworn in December, that's a lot of time for them to deal with. I found the duration, and I guess the logic would have been that's, I don't know, I guess when we signed, is that a 3 or 4 year term? I just find that it's a full, you know, it's a full sort of quarterly presence into the next term. And I do appreciate that. So I was surprised that it finishes then. I guess my next line of questions, I would probably move that we go in camera according to, and I don't know if the city solicitor wants to provide the rationale for wanting to move into camera.
Before you do that, do you want Councillor Fortini to speak?
Oh yeah, my apologies. He can go ahead. Yes, thank you.
And then we'll move to in camera. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was waiting patient. Just to Pierre, we didn't get that report yet, and so I remember when we had the first integrity commission and they were on a flat rate. Did that get transferred to, or I think it was Mr. DiGiorno? It was just transferred as a flat rate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll have to go back and check. It may have been a flat rate or per diem rate, but I will have to go back and check. I recall that, but I will have to look at that contract to confirm.
Yeah, and I do remember it was, unless I'm wrong, it was from one to another flat rate. I just don't know how this one got changed into an hourly rate, but I'll leave it up to, I guess, when we talk in camera. Usually if we actually go back and look at all the complaints, I think there was only 6 or 7 that was brought forward that I know of. Now, I don't know how much were dismissed or not dismissed, and if they're dismissed, they're dismissed. But to pay this type of money, Councilman Madero said, as far as I know, there was only 6 or 7 complaints so far, reports coming back. But anyway, I'll wait. We'll go in camera. And thank you, Councilman Madero, for bringing this forward.
To the clerk, how long do you need to get us in camera?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we will need a healthy 15 minutes, but before that happens, there will need to be a motion to move into closed session, and based on consultation with the city solicitor, I understand the motion would be, if committee wishes to move into camera now, committee could decide to move into camera at the conclusion of its public business, but that'll be up to committee to decide. But it would be a motion to move into closed session to deal with, to discuss this item in regards to 2 exceptions under the Municipal Act, the first being Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act in regards to personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and also item K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Through the chair, I concur with that.
So thank you, Peter. Before I move that motion, I did have my last question, and my apologies to colleagues. Regarding the work with this, the responsibility of the IC, through you, Mr. Chair, you did mention, I think, before when we gave a laundry list of what the IC does, they do provide opinions and they do provide advice to members of council. Is that correct?
That's correct, and the Municipal Act actually specifies 7 responsibilities, and I can quote them right now if you wish.
But I believe you, Peter. That's fine.
And they are incorporated into the services agreement with the Integrity Commissioner.
Now, through you, Mr. Chair, do we get charged for that, or is that something that that the Integrity Commissioner would provide as a free service to provide an opinion and provide advice to members of council?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be billable service through the Integrity Commissioner, whether it's advice that a member of council is looking for on a potential conflict of interest, on a alignment with the Code of Conduct, all of that would be presumably billable with the Integrity Commissioner.
So the IC would bill the municipality and we pay it from a corporate account?
That's correct, and that would be, whether it's an hourly rate or a per diem, that is the system that is set up right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now move the motion to go in camera.
Okay, so we will, Councilor Madero has a motion to move in camera. Is anybody opposed?
I'm on the board to speak.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to hear from the solicitor as to why we're going into camera. I don't think I've heard that yet, so I'd like to know that. I'd also like to know if we can, one of the suggestions from Peter was to maybe stand this down and go in at the end. Is that still a possibility? There's only 4, I think, three more items. Actually 2, because I think Councilor Madero's pulled 1. I believe there's only 2 more. Maybe if we can just bang through those and then go in camera after. Is that a possibility? There's still referred matters list and question period and stuff, but is that?
It's the will of council. Councilor Maderos, would you like to go in camera or stand it down?
Because it's our only in-camera item, I'm indifferent. I'll take it whatever members want to vote. I'm indifferent on at the end. That's fine.
Let's finish the agenda and then we'll go in camera. That way we don't have staff aren't waiting, right, that are on for these items. And then if I could just hear from Samir. Thank you, Councilor Maderos.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just, we have a special council meeting after 1 hour, right? So I think we should deal with this because we got other stuff. I got other meetings. We're going to be here till late tonight. Either way, I'm happy, but we have no other in camera. How much more things do we have to deal with? I missed that, Councilor question.
In my list, I see 3 more items.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry.
And they're all discussion items.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so if nobody is pressing for a motion right now to go to in camera, I will just move on to the next item, and then we will go in camera after. And I believe I need a motion to go in camera after still to the clerk, or no?
Through the chair, I just wanted to respond to the councillor's
Yeah.
question about the
Sure.
rationale for going into closed session.
Yeah.
As was mentioned, the exceptions that are applicable based on my discussion with the councillor and the understanding of the nature of the discussion that is intended, I feel that the applicable exceptions that allow us to go into camera are under the Municipal Act, Section 239, Sub 2. The first is B, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And paragraph K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board.
So thank you for that, Samir, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I guess with A, I have an issue with that because the integrity commissioner is the integrity commissioner. Everybody knows who she is. And then the integrity commissioner's role is for members of council. Everybody knows who they are. So if we're talking about any of those identifiable individuals, I think that's a public discussion. But as for the second item, that's definitely something I think we should be going into camera for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, my advice would be that we just stand down the motion and the vote to go into closed session, because Councilor Medeiros has said that can wait till the end. It looks like the committee concurred with that. We can move on to the other open session items, and then at the end, after open session is completed, we can consider going into closed session.
Okay, I will stand it down, and I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on to 12.3.2, discussion item at the request of Regional Council Medeiros. Update long-term financial plan. Council Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this very quick. And I guess to our CAO, I know that we're still working on, I guess, coming back to council with the long-term financial plan. I know at last budget, and I've been vocal, as many of my colleagues, about the budget process, about some of the numbers being flown around, and I know you're doing your due diligence. I just want to know that when we go to our, when we do get a long-term financial plan, I know consultants are going to come back. How are we verifying the numbers? So, for example, I'm almost lost in terms of what's in reserves, what's been pulled, what's been moved, where's what. And is that work being done to sort of identify exactly, you know, the integrity of the numbers that we're reporting? And we know exactly what's in what bucket, and we know exactly things weren't pulled from one place to another. So I just, through you, Mr. Chair, the CEO, if you have any comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Nash to comment first. Nash and I have discussed this, so let Nash go before.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Councillor, we have systems that keep track exactly of all the numbers that we report, and these systems get audited. We also get audited on annual basis in our financial reports, and so on. We have full confidence that the numbers that we report are accurate and are up to date at the time that they are reported to. I'm not sure if that
yeah,
if that's
as long as
what
if
you were
we're on
asking
record,
for, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair, just if we're on the record, then that you know, in terms of our money trail in terms of what's in our reserves, in terms of our financial reporting. You're saying that they're credible, we have processes in place, and that's going to sort of be the underpinning of what our long-term financial plan, because that's really going to be important to sort of provide that outlook for residents. And my concern was, notwithstanding of occurrences here with certain initiatives that we've already discussed, I just wanted to be sure that we know exactly the credibility of our numbers, and certainly I take solace in terms of what you've said on record, and I know our CAO will be keeping a close eye, working together with our staff in your department, Nash, to make sure the numbers being reported for our long-term plan are numbers which are credible and have been audited, and will be coming to council for transparent and accountability, and we will be able to share confidently with our residents.
Absolutely, Councillor. Yeah, through the chair, for sure. That's one of the fundamentals that we keep as one of our top priorities. The accuracy and of the numbers that we use in any of our financial reports.
Okay, thank you very much.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy, I believe sorry, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you. It's an interesting question, Councillor Madero. So I know that the CAO had asked for the Treasurer to comment. Does the CAO have a comment on the Treasurer's response?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you we are looking at the comments Councillor Medeiros put forth. We are already previously looking at those. So we know this is going to be a little bit of time before we get back to you. And our Treasurer is very focused on that, and as is our project management, enterprise project management office. So if you can give us a little time, we will get back to you with a more fulsome answer, probably in, I hate to put time limit on it, in Q2, Q3, somewhere in there, end of Q2.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So can we not we not take the Treasurer's response on face value?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I don't see any other any motion. So we'll move on to the next discussion item. 12.3.3 is a discussion item at the request of Regional Council Medeiros, update on deferred or canceled capital projects for hospital community contribution.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly to our acting CAO. Previously in council, I did ask for a report in terms of those projects which we moved those reserves from capital, the reserves, to offset, I guess, our hospital contribution. I've been very critical of that, but I do respect that was a proper vote, and council supported that. Are we going to get a presentation to understand the implications of those capital projects which monies was taken away? What is sort of the game plan going forward? Are some of those business critical? Are they critical? Because I remember there was a bridge and so on. So is there going to be a consolidated presentation to council for us to fully understand those capital projects which have been impacted, and what's the plan going forward on them?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time I cannot answer that. In all honesty, I'd have to sit with Nash and others to get a further, clearer picture on that.
So I'm happy to move a motion through you, Mr. Chair, that you come back to council with a presentation, so council can sort of make the decision. Do we proceed? Because I remember during our budget, and that information should be available because that was presented during budget, on one of those items that we took funds from, and some of these capital projects either are going to be delayed, or maybe council might want to decide not to proceed, or actually pull funds from somewhere else because they're priority projects. So I just want the ability as a council for us to fully understand the implications of those decisions, and fully understand what is sort of our mitigation strategy in addressing them, and how business critical some of those infrastructure projects are. and some of them maybe not be, so I'm not sure.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Richard Gentry to comment a little. He is working on this and he can give you an overview of where we're going.
Sure.
Hello, through the chair. Thank you for having me. My name is Rich Gentry. I am the manager of the Enterprise Project Management Office.
We can hear.
Sorry, Richard. You may want to turn off your video because we're not hearing your sound at the moment. We're still not hearing you, Richard, at the moment.
Well, that's okay. I guess through you, Mr. Chair, I'm fine with CAO determining that I'll move this motion, ask for a recorded vote, and I'd like for you to come back to council in whatever time you need. But it's just, I think it's important for us to know what projects that we're putting on the bar, that we're deferring, and what are business critical. So I'm hoping that you come back and identify that.
Through the chair, Mikhail Mar here from the CAO's office. Council Maderos, we are working on this file. Richard Gentry, who is the lead of the Enterprise Project Management Office, he was about to state some of his progress. We're working through about just under 50 capital projects. So what takes time with this process is that we have to reach out to the individual departments to get their feedback. So we're in the process of getting that feedback, and we're working on a report based on the previous motion that was passed for us to come back to council with those details.
Yeah, and thank you through Mr. Chair. Thank you for the answer. And I'm actually quite surprised we're saying 50. I thought they were like 7 or 8, but when you tell me there are 50, that to me is surprising. But that's fine, and I'm good to wait. And then thank you that you're doing your due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Does your motion still stand, Councilor Maderos?
I don't think it's required, as
yeah, that's what I got.
Department said that they're working on this, and I'll come back to council. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So we do not have a motion, but I see Councilor Fortini. Councilor Fortini.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Peter, can you hear Councilor Fortini, or is it me?
Councilor Fortini, your mic is muted at the moment. Tammy, there we go.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Sorry. I was also surprised when I heard 52. Can we get a list of those projects when they come back? That thing, and with the amounts of everything. And the other question is to the treasurer, if the hospital, since it's been talking, we transferred some money there. If they come tomorrow and say, we need this money, is the money available?
Councilor 14, through the chair, this is a new request. We'll have to be looking to the amount that's required and try to determine where the funding would be coming from. I wouldn't be able to answer you on the fly like that.
Well, I thought we had 62 million. There was 22 million from the last levy with interest, plus the 40 million. That's what I'm trying to say.
For sure. Sorry, Councillor, that money is available, and if needed immediately, it's already allocated for that purpose.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'll wait for the other projects to come out and with the total amounts, and maybe we could, since it hasn't been done, we'll see which projects have to be done. We could bring them back, or maybe just transfer the rest of that money towards our hospital. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's no motion and there's no more questions, so this discussion item is complete. We'll move on to 12.3.4, which is a discussion item at the request of Regional Council Maderos regarding invoice for member obtained external legal advice.
Chair, I do have a motion, I believe. Thank you, City Clerk, which is essentially looking for an exemption to the policy. It's there, and there is an amount, and as I appreciate it, that the expense is